Volume 2. By Hatake Rintaro. Translated by Ren Kuan at JP Translations for Fun. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Summary of the previous volume. The wielders of supernatural phenomena known as information officer are tools of war. Tsushima Rindu, a 7th-class informer from the independent city of Elba, has taken on a mission to help Holy, the daughter of a fallen noble, defect from the Balga Empire. However, their escape turns into a grueling journey, as they are relentlessly pursued by the Empire's strongest informer, the renowned 6 Imperial swords. The overwhelming force sent after them is far more than expected, and the reason lies in Holy's true identity. She is none other than Lapus Filia, the 3rd Imperial princess of the Empire, her true name concealed. Haunted by the memory of his failure to protect his sister Shun in the past, Tsushima resolves to protect Lapus at all costs this time. During the escape, Lapus learns that her past was fabricated and that she was destined to be killed. Despite this, Tsushima continues to risk his life to protect her, leading Lapus to make a firm decision to take matters into her own hands and settle things herself. To survive and return together, the two make a knight's vow and face their respective battles. Lapus kills the 2nd Imperial Prince, Los Rubel, who had toyed with her life, and requests Tsushima's rescue from Tochibana, the mayor of the independent city of Elba. Meanwhile, Tsushima engages in a fierce battle in the land of Jabal, eventually defeating Canis Miles, one of the 6 Imperial swords. However, another of the 6 Imperial swords, Fine Primus, appears, and a deadly struggle ensues. The code she wields is eerily similar to the one that killed Shun that day. This revelation drives Tsushima to the limits of his strength, allowing him to defeat Fine. Although Tsushima was on the brink of death, thanks to Lapus's negotiations, his life was saved. The two finally made it to the land of Elba. Prologue. Lapus Rivera? Wake up. A sharp voice echoed through the classroom, snapping Lapus out of her unintended nap. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she finally registered the teacher standing at the front. As her blurred vision slowly cleared, Lapus looked in the peaceful classroom around her. Ah, did I fall asleep? Yes. From what I can see from the podium, you've been out for at least 15 minutes. The teacher, with her long hair tied back, pointed to the classroom clock, clearly irritated. Lapus squinted at the clock with still groggy eyes. It did seem like less time had passed than she remembered. Great, she thought to herself, straightening her posture and clearing her throat. My apologies. I'll be more careful from now on. Despite having been asleep just moments before, Lapus responded with an air of confidence. The teacher let out an exaggerated sigh at her boldness. Right after, a clear voice rose from the back of the classroom. Didn't you say the exact same thing last time? As soon as that voice was heard, the entire class of 25 students burst into laughter. Lapus could feel her ears growing warm as she pressed her lips into a thin line. This was the cutting-edge institution for training informers, located in the independent city of Elba, specifically, one of the classrooms in Elba Academy. The Academy's building, having been recently rebuilt just a few years ago, was immaculate wherever you looked. Sunlight reflected off the polished hallways, the white walls were spotless, and the students, dressed in their crisp, new uniforms, all seemed to represent a bright future ahead. And how many times does this make it now? The teacher standing before Lapus lightly tapped a rolled-up textbook against her palm. Though Lapus knew she had brought this on herself, a sudden wave of gloom made her want to shrink into her seat. Just as expected, the teacher opened her mouth, clearly ready to deliver a lecture. But at that very moment, the chime rang throughout the classroom, signaling the end of the lesson. At the familiar sound, the students hurriedly began packing up their textbooks. Seeing the teacher turn back to her desk with a resigned expression, Lapus quietly let out a sigh of relief. Next week, we'll be having a test on the code language we covered today, so make sure you review properly. Understood? The teacher raised her voice to the entire class, as if taking out her frustration for not being able to lecture Lapus. Oh, come on. Seriously? Another one? Amidst the sudden wave of complaints, the word test echoed clearly throughout the room. The students who had already been getting up from their seats groaned in unison. No excuses. Anyone who fails will have to take a retest, so make sure you study." Waving her textbook triumphantly, the teacher left the room before anyone else, leaving the disgruntled students to scatter like frightened spiders. Lapuz, however, remained seated, slumping her shoulders. "Another test, huh? I can't stand it," she muttered under her breath as she glanced down at the thick textbook in her hands. It seemed like another week of sleepless nights lay ahead. As Lapuz wallowed in her gloom, a hand slowly reached out from behind. A long, slender hand tapped her on the shoulder, startling her into turning around. "Law-chan, you were out cold again today. You were staying up late at night, right?" Standing behind Lapuz was a tall girl with sleek pink hair that suited her well. She leaned down slightly, peering at Lapuz with a playful smile. Lapuz responded with a slight pout at her friend's teasing remark. "I knew it. That little comment earlier was yours, wasn't it, Patria?" "Bingo." With a beaming smile, Patria giggled as she slid next to Lapuz's chair, pressing close before sitting down in the same chair. "It's cramped," Lapuz muttered, glaring at her. But Patria seemed unfazed. "Hey, if I didn't joke around back there, you'd have been lectured for sure. You know how the Iron Mask is." Patria raised her index finger, referring to their teacher by her nickname, Iron Mask, then quickly tapped Lapuz on the nose with her finger. "So, in other words, you owe me one." With a broad grin, Patria tilted her head, crossing her arms and muttering, "Now, what should I make you do this time?" Lapuz shoved her textbook into her bag and gave Patria a push on the back. Come on. I've already got enough on my plate with the test next week. Don't give me more to worry about." "What's the problem?" "I'm just trying to distract you from test stress by giving you something else to think about." "That's not helping at all, it's just adding to my problems. You're making things worse." Managing to force the slightly taller Patria to stand up, Lapuz finally rose from her seat as well. The classroom was now almost completely empty, with only Lapuz and Patria remaining. Slinging her heavy bag over her shoulder, Lapuz began walking towards the door. Patria quickly caught up to her, bumping shoulders with her in that same annoyingly close way as always. "So, are you heading home now, my lady?" Patria's playful tone made Lapuz frown slightly. "I'm heading back to my room first, then it's off to the training grounds. I'm still a mess when it comes to practicals. So, I don't have time to rest." "More training, huh? You sure are dedicated. But you should take a break once in a while, you know? I've got my reasons why I can't afford to take it easy." "Oh, and those are?" With a half-joking gesture, Patria held up her fist like a microphone, pretending to interview Lapuz. In response, Lapuz playfully made a move as if she were about to bite her fist. "Eek." Patria let out a strange yelp, quickly pulling her hand back, then gave Lapuz a pouty look with sad, droopy eyes. Not to be outdone, Lapuz shot the same kind of look right back at her. "Being serious is fine, but if you don't take a break once in a while, you'll burn out and explode, you know? Thanks for the concern. But I have to push myself to the point of exploding. That's just how it is for me." Sounds like there's something going on. But as your roommate, I can't just ignore that, can I?" Patria, with her usual cheerful tone, left her words hanging as she pulled 2 slips of paper from her bag, which seemed far lighter than Lapuz's. The papers were a bright pink, as vivid as her hair, and she held them out to Lapuz. "What's this?" "Remember, I mentioned before that I'd give you special coupons from my part-time job. Here are the 2 I promised." After a moment of rummaging through her memory, Lapuz's face brightened as she recalled their earlier conversation. "Are you really giving these to me? I said I would, didn't I? You really don't trust people, do you, Law-chan?" As Lapuz reached out to take the coupons in front of her with a grateful smile, the slips of paper suddenly disappeared from view. She looked down at her empty hands and then slowly up at Patria, who was holding the coupons high above her head. "Now, what's this all about, Patria Hein?" "Ah, no one said you'd get them for free, Lapuz Rivera." Patria had a mischievous habit of pulling stunts like this. According to her, she had a peculiar penchant for teasing cute girls. Lapuz let out a short sigh and cracked her neck. "Fine. I'm the type to take on a challenge. Prepare to regret this." "Oh no, being made to cry by Law-chan is a reward in itself," Patria responded with an even more wicked grin. Just as Lapuz was about to glare at her, the entire building's windows rattled with a thunderous noise. The playful expressions vanished from both Lapuz and Patria's faces as they turned to look in the direction of the disturbance. From the hallway, they could see a column of dust rising above the city of Elba, a sight that had not been there moments before. It was smoke, not something that could naturally occur. Another incident, perhaps? Lapuz murmured anxiously, and Patria responded with a weary tone, "It seems so. With more and more informers moving to Elba each day, it's inevitable that people with various ideologies clash. It can't be helped, really. I just wish we could resolve things through discussion instead. Informers are always so hot-headed." Patria placed her hand on her forehead, as if she had some inkling about the situation. Next to her, Lapuz fell silent, caught off guard by thoughts of a particular informer. "Anyway, let's hope there are no casualties." As she gazed towards the distant source of the commotion, Lapuz clasped her hands together. She wished for a world where everyone could live in peace without conflict and hoped that the warring informers would find guidance towards a brighter future. Section. Covered in rising dust, a man was blasted out of the building. The impact caused the old brick structure to collapse almost instantly. The man, who had rolled across the ground to slow down, swiftly got to his feet and brushed the hem of his jacket. The hem of his jacket fluttered. His black jacket had turned completely white, covered in a layer of dust and dirt. His face was hidden behind a full-face helmet. However, when he was thrown from the building, the visor had cracked with a large fracture. "Damn, I can't see a thing." Cursing under his breath, he pushed up the visor, revealing a pair of glowing blue eyes beneath it. His disheveled bangs and his dead, fish-like eyes were the distinguishing features of this man, Tsushima Rindu. Amid the collapsing building that kicked up even more dust, two more blue flames appeared, just like Tsushima's. It was the glowing eye phenomenon that occurred when an informer executed a code. Tsushima instinctively dodged. Blue lightning passed through where he had just been. The flashes continued to tear through the air, relentlessly tracking his every move. Heat source detection, right? Tsushima, anticipating the opponent's code, swatted away the incoming flashes of light with his bare hands. However, as if expecting this, a new lightning bolt struck him from another angle, targeting his head. Damn it! The impact to his head forced Tsushima to instinctively dive into the cover of the rubble. Seriously, it's hard to tell if this tool is useful or not. With the helmet cracked from the recent strike, Tsushima discarded it and cursed again. Taking a deep breath through his now exposed mouth, he reached into his pocket for a cigarette. An informer of the 9th rank, huh? Pretty stubborn for no reason. Lighting the cigarette, Tsushima glanced around. Visibility was limited to about 5 meters. Well, it's enough for the setup. Satisfied with the assessment, Tsushima turned his attention to the scattered debris on the road. There was still a presence of people among the rubble. Cautiously, Tsushima faced this presence, knowing that the opponent was likely aware of him as well. Both parties stopped, having assessed each other's positions. "Who hired you?" Tsushima exhaled a puff of smoke and shrugged in response. "Better you don't know. Is that so? Then I guess I'll have to kill you." The opposing informer, like Tsushima, had no intention of dragging this out. Both sides prepared for combat, their eyes glowing blue, ready for a fight to commence. The opponent's code likely involved something related to electric currents. The blue lightning bolts, darting in all directions, disrupted the air but missed Tsushima. This time, Tsushima had no intention of evading the attack. With his glowing eyes processing a vast amount of information, he executed his specialized energy conversion. The lightning bolts tearing through the air were precisely intercepted by Tsushima's heat rays. Not just one, but each successive bolt was obliterated by the heat rays before it could reach him. As he shot down attacks from all directions, left, right, front, back, above, and below, Tsushima advanced towards the opposing informer. "Ua!" The informer, backing away slightly under the pressure from Tsushima, seemed to brace himself, teeth clenched, readying for another code execution. Tsushima's voice cut through the tension, a firm warning. "Give up. You can survive if you surrender now." Hand over that case quietly. Indifferently, Tsushima pointed at the case clutched in the man's hand. As Tsushima slowly emerged from the mist, the informer's forehead was marked by a vein, indicating his frustration. If I backed down just because you said so, I wouldn't be able to do my job. Is that so? Are you dissatisfied with just a guarantee of your life? Finishing the last puff of his cigarette, Tsushima flicked it away. As he continued to shoot down attacks from all directions, he pointed a finger at the man with a precise, gun-like aim. Seeing Tsushima's unyielding finger, the informer attempted to execute another code with a growl. However, Tsushima countered it, immediately constructing and executing a complex code involving high-energy compression, specified movement vectors, and the opponent's positional coordinates. The speed of execution was far beyond normal, with the phenomenon occurring almost simultaneously with the glowing of Tsushima's eyes. What? The informer was the first to notice the anomaly, raising his head as he sensed something. A single heat ray, falling from high above, struck the man's forehead directly. The impact not only shattered his skull but also penetrated his body and hit the ground. The resulting shockwave sent dust soaring even higher into the sky. The impact, more intense than the collapse of the building, shook the surroundings. Tsushima shielded his face with his jacket to absorb the shock. Then the burning of a human silhouette was clearly visible through the smoke. What's this? I thought you'd try to evade it. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Tsushima approached the man's side. Amidst the thick, black smoke rising from the man's lifeless body, Tsushima grabbed the fallen attaché case and shook it lightly to confirm the contents were intact. You might want to value your life a bit more, Tsushima said coldly to the burning, dying figure, then listened intently. In the distance, the sound of police sirens, alerted by the commotion, was becoming audible. Tsushima quickly left the scene. Hiding amidst the dust, Tsushima skillfully evaded the encircling barriers closing in on him. Having spent 8 years in Elba, including its early days, the city was as familiar to him as his own backyard. Confirming that no pursuers were in sight, Tsushima relaxed his shoulders. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and hurried to his own bike, parked in a corner of the alley. Working during the day is such a hassle. Brushing off the dust from his shoulders, Tsushima inserted the key into the bike. Just as he was about to leave the area, a familiar electronic sound echoed nearby. Tsushima lowered his foot from the bike and looked toward the source of the sound. A public telephone mounted on a rarely used utility pole in the open was ringing. He glanced around to confirm that there were no people nearby before reluctantly reaching for the receiver. Is spying your hobby? As soon as he picked up the receiver, Tsushima quipped sarcastically. On the other end of the line, a familiar laugh responded, as if it were just another ordinary day. Ha ha ha. As the manager of this city, I believe it's my duty to verify certain matters. In that case, you should use your own team instead of asking me. Use the Elba Security Force? That's an interesting suggestion. However, it wouldn't allow us to deal with the dubious elements, would it? Tsushima let out an unintended sigh. Do you even realize how dangerous that sounds? Ah ha ha. Not at all. It's more of a condition than anything else. There's nothing to be done about it. The caller, who seemed to find the situation amusing, was Tochibana, the man at the top of the city's hierarchy. Tsushima, finding him a troublesome figure, decided to cut the idle conversation short. I've retrieved the case as requested. So where should I take it? After I verify the contents, I'll give you the payment. I'll be there soon, so please wait. Tochibana's casual tone was like ordering a pizza. Just after his words, an unexpected presence appeared behind Tsushima. Still holding the receiver to his ear, Tsushima turned around. A man in a refined three-piece suit and leather shoes, incongruous for an empty corner of the city, stood there. It was the most powerful 13th-ranked information officer, Immerse, whom Tsushima knew well. Tsushima pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, placing it in his mouth with a bitter expression. He then slammed the receiver back down. Since when did you start working as a delivery person? Well, considering you're being helped by me, you have a lot of nerve to say that. Immerse, who had a long history with Tsushima, deftly responded to his sarcasm. With a smug smile, Aiman, adjusting his mustache, delivered an irrefutable point to Tsushima. Tsushima could only look away in embarrassment. Clicking his tongue, he picked up his lighter. So, where's the case? It's over there. It should be on the bike. Aiman approached the bike, tapping his leather shoes on the ground, and picked up the case. He checked the contents through the slightly open case, raising his eyebrows slightly. Indeed. There's no mistake. As Aiman confirmed this, Tsushima finally lit his cigarette and took a deep drag. Watching this with a look of exasperation, Aiman frowned. Maybe you should quit smoking. It's going to ruin you. Mind your own business. Really. You've always been stubborn. Deciding not to push further, Aiman pulled out an envelope stuffed with cash from inside his jacket. He checked it in his hand before making a gesture to hand it to Tsushima. But then he stopped midway. Kchem. When Tsushima tilted his head in confusion, Aiman pondered for a few seconds before speaking. How are things going with her? Ha! Lapu's Philia, is it? Yeah, something like that. Tsushima furrowed his brow at Aiman's question. Well, as long as that's the case. Aiman spoke in a clipped manner and placed the envelope on the bike seat. He gave a casual wave and began to walk away, showing his back. Tsushima, feeling uneasy about the abrupt question and vague answer, called out to Aiman's retreating back. What's the meaning of that question? Aiman, who had taken a few steps, stopped and turned around while adjusting his tie. He opened his previously shut mouth. I've seen many men over the years, and most of them end up ruined by either women or alcohol. I just hoped you wouldn't be one of them. Aiman said this and fell silent, staring at Tsushima. Though his words seemed like a jest, they carried an underlying intention. Tsushima exhaled smoke and held up his cigarette. Sorry, but if anyone is going to kill me, it won't be her. It'll be this. Tsushima took another drag from his cigarette, letting the sidestream smoke drift heavily. With a wry smile, he mounted his bike once more. Chapter 1. After finishing his daytime work, Tsushima completed a few more tasks on his way back before heading home. By then, night had fully settled in, and the city of Elba had taken on a slightly more alluring, mysterious atmosphere than during the day. In a dimly lit corner lined with reinforced concrete buildings, Tsushima came to a stop. He then descended a set of stairs leading to a half-underground area. At the bottom was his home. As he unlocked the familiar door and placed his hand on the knob, he sensed something was off. A faint light seeped through the small gap of the slightly ajar door. He didn't have the habit of leaving lights on when he wasn't home. Moreover, if he strained his ears, he thought he could hear the sound of the fan. Good grief. It seemed he had a visitor. Muttering in annoyance, Tsushima pushed the door open again. The room wasn't exactly spacious, but it had everything a person living alone would need. A ceiling fan spun slowly overhead, accompanied by an old sofa, a large table, and shelves integrated into a bookcase. The minimalist furniture arrangement, paired with the bare concrete walls, gave the room a cold and stark feel. However, something was different about the atmosphere today. The reason for that was the girl sitting in front of a table in the center of the room. She had beautiful, silvery hair that shimmered like light reflecting on the surface of water, and her skin was almost translucently pale. As she tucked her hair behind her ear with slender, graceful fingers, she was completely absorbed in the textbooks and reference materials spread out on the table. Her presence, as delicate and striking as a white lily placed in a simple vase, brightened the entire room. But in contrast to the serene scene, Tsushima pressed a hand to his forehead with a dark expression. Lapuz, I told you to let me know before you come over. At the sound of Tsushima's voice, Lapuz finally seemed to realize he had returned home. She lifted her head abruptly, her face lighting up without so much as a greeting. Perfect timing. Hey, Tsushima, there's something in my academy assignment I just can't figure out. Could you help me with this part? Without any regard for what he had said, Lapuz raised her thick textbook, or maybe it was a reference book, and pointed at it. Tsushima shut the door behind him and shook his head as if to say, why should I care? Am I your tutor? Isn't it pretty much the same thing? You know. Tsushima furrowed his brow at Lapuz, who had shot back without missing a beat. I didn't give you that spare key so you could turn this place into your personal study room, you know? I know. You gave me the spare key for emergencies only, right? But, sorry to say, this is kind of an emergency. I really want to get this assignment done, but the desks in the library, the study rooms, and of course, my own room are all too cramped. Please, just let me borrow this space for a little while. With an impeccable lightheartedness, Lapuz clasped her hands together and bowed her head in a pleading gesture. Tsushima didn't quite understand the full situation, but telling her to leave now seemed a bit pointless. This was always how things went, he'd end up caving in. That was Tsushima's weakness. With a sigh of exasperation, Tsushima peered at the textbooks spread out on the table. The thick books were far from pristine, with their pages worn from being frantically flipped through. Many pages had lines highlighted, showing just how intensely she had studied them. Pointing at a passage in one of the books, she read it aloud with a frustrated sigh. The structure of the codes handled by information officers should prioritize efficiency by simplifying and streamlining, rather than being overly complex or vast. However, in cases where there is a need to execute a complex phenomenon, prioritizing the speed of execution through parallel code structures is preferable over simplifying the code. What exactly does that mean? Tsushima glanced down at the textbook and skimmed through the content. But, naturally, having never received formal education, there wasn't much he could grasp. Suddenly feeling too lazy to deal with it, Tsushima picked up the ashtray that had been pushed to the corner of the desk. Muttering "I don't know," he walked over to stand under the ventilation fan. If you don't understand it, Tsushima, why is this even in the textbook? Lapuz protested. I'm self-taught. For the next generation, it's important to have a systematic education and the widespread dissemination of skills starting from the basics, he said, speaking as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Why are you talking like a schoolteacher all of a sudden? Lapuz shot an annoyed look at Tsushima, who continued speaking as if the whole thing was someone else's problem. He simply smirked and pointed at the reference book on the desk. It says that on the book's cover. On the cover Tsushima pointed to, a preachy quote from some high-ranking figure was printed. Lapuz, clearly displeased, grimaced and flipped the book closed. That's not the kind of empty formal statement I'm looking for. I've got a code language test next week, and I still have the practical assignments to finish too. There's just too much to do, and I'm running out of time. So, help me out, Tsushima. Practically praying to him at this point, Lapuz was almost begging, and Tsushima wore a genuinely troubled expression. You're overdoing it a bit, aren't you? You don't look well. But I've got the departmental exams at the end of the month, and then the international certification exams in the winter. I have to push myself this hard. I need to get that certification as soon as possible and prove my abilities as an information officer. Lapuz spoke earnestly as she glanced at the mountain of assignments spread out across the table. What exactly was she in such a rush for? Tsushima lifted his gaze toward the spinning ventilation fan, narrowing his already sharp eyes. The abilities of an information officer depend on a certain kind of alignment. A field that matches your aptitude, code that doesn't strain your brain too much, and timing. It's a world where there's a lot you can't control through effort alone. Hearing Tsushima speak with a distant look in his eyes, Lapuz slumped her shoulders even further. You're always so quick to dismiss everything. Does that mean you had a moment when your timing was just right? Yeah. Then there's no reason I couldn't have my moment tomorrow, right? She took his words in an unusually positive light. Tsushima glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, blowing out a puff of smoke. Sorry to say, but as long as you're a student at the academy, don't count on that timing coming anytime soon. Why not? Annoyed by Tsushima's cynical tone, Lapuz pouted and asked again. Tsushima turned his gaze toward her with a smug expression, as if to say, you really don't get it, do you? A bird in a cage can't practice flying through the open sky. As long as it doesn't know what's outside the cage, it'll never understand the full strength of its own wings. Then what's the point of this cage? Lapuz asked. It's just a ship meant to protect little birds from being eaten by hawks. Then what's the point of all these endless assignments and exams I'm drowning in every day? Lapuz groaned, flopping forward onto the desk as if to say that expecting anything from Tsushima had been a mistake. Watching her, Tsushima allowed a small smile to creep across his face. Not too long ago, you were almost killed in some conspiracy. Now, you're stressing over assignments and tests. It's a remarkably peaceful and fortunate problem to have. Still sprawled across the desk, Lapuz turned her head to shoot Tsushima a lukewarm glare. Easy for you to say, acting like it's none of your business. It is none of my business. Taking the last drag of his cigarette, Tsushima exhaled a puff of smoke and shrugged. Got a problem with that? Does this look like the face of someone who's not dissatisfied? Who knows, Tsushima replied, nonchalantly. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and ended the conversation, walking toward the corner of the room. There sat the only source of entertainment in the room, an old television. Flicking the switch on the side of the massive CRT set, a faint hum of electricity filled the air as the black and white screen slowly began to show an image. A female reporter appeared on the screen, reading a news report, though at first no sound came through. A moment later, the audio caught up with the video, and Tsushima clicked his tongue in annoyance. The anniversary of the end of the War of Independence is fast approaching next week. Dignitaries from various nations planning to attend the peace ceremony have started arriving. Today, Prime Minister Oryx of the Balga Empire was spotted arriving with his security detail, the 6 Imperial swords. They landed at the airport earlier this evening. At the mention of this, Lapuz lifted her head, glancing at the screen. The black and white image now showed 2 men. One wore a black coat that resembled a cape over a suit, while the other was an odd-looking information officer, completely covered in an antiquated suit of armor. As she watched the footage, Lapuz's expression grew tense, and her gaze dropped back to her hands. Prime Minister Oryx. It's been a while since I've heard that name. You know him? I've only met him a handful of times, but I've heard plenty of rumors. The playful atmosphere from earlier evaporated in an instant, and Lapuz's expression became sharp, reminiscent of the seriousness she carried just after her defection. Oryx is the second-in-command of the Empire, overseeing domestic affairs. They say he uses underhanded tactics, exploiting people's weaknesses and blackmailing them into submission. If my brother Causa is the type of villain who uses brute force, then Oryx is the more despicable kind. Quite the reputation he's got. And it's well earned. He's done nothing but dirty work. The fact that a man like him is attending a peace ceremony, it's like a joke, and not a funny one. Lapuz said this while staring up at the ceiling fan. Tsushima couldn't tell what was going through her mind, but in her eyes, a shadow seemed to cast over her normally determined gaze, as if she was weighed down by something unspoken. Seeing the darkness in her eyes, Tsushima was suddenly reminded of something the words Lapuz had spoken the day they reunited. There's still one person I need to kill. Tsushima had never fully understood the meaning behind those words. When he tried to ask her back then, she brushed it off, asking him to forget what he heard. This seemed like the perfect opportunity to finally get an answer. Tsushima sent a more serious gaze than usual towards Lapuz and opened his mouth. Lapuz. Almost at the exact moment he spoke her name, the low chime of the wall clock overlapped with his voice, ringing in the background. Bong, bong, the clock rang several times, causing Lapuz to glance up at it, eyes wide in surprise. No way. It's already this late? Yeah. Having been completely thrown off by the timing of the clock, Tsushima shifted uncomfortably. Lapuz, now in a fluster, began hastily stuffing her textbooks into her bag. What's the rush? It's not that late. It is. The dorm curfew is exactly at 8. What time is it now? It's 8, isn't it? Lapuz, having hastily finished her preparations and slung her heavy bag over her shoulder, muttered with clear displeasure, I'm definitely getting in trouble for this. The bag must have been quite heavy, as she wobbled slightly while making her way to the entrance. Ignoring her disheveled hair, she reached for the door, but Tsushima called out to her. Hey, want me to walk you back? I'm fine. If I go back to the dorm with a guy, who knows what kind of rumors would start? Right. Watching her leave with slight concern, Tsushima's gaze lingered on her back. Noticing his stare, Lapuz turned back just as she opened the door. Don't worry so much. Anyway, Don't forget, tomorrow at 9. Tomorrow? Yeah. You promised, remember? You're off tomorrow, and I asked you to spend some time with me. Tsushima still couldn't recall what she was talking about, so he shifted his eyes to the calendar hanging on the wall. There, circled brightly in various colors, was tomorrow's date. When did that happen? Tsushima's expression was one of complete confusion. Realizing that he had forgotten, Lapuz shot him a sharp, half-lidded glare. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. at the clock tower in Central West Park. Ah, right. Repeat it. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. at the clock tower in Central Park, right? Don't you dare be late. It seemed like Tsushima had just stepped on a major landmine at the very end. Flustered, he watched as Lapuz forcefully shut the door and headed off. Tsushima, who never flinched before any villain or formidable foe, always found himself off balance when it came to Lapuz. Realizing this about himself, he scratched his head in mild frustration. Section. The next morning, Tsushima stood there, looking distinctly displeased as he squinted under the rare, bright morning sunlight. A cigarette, unlit, was in his mouth, bobbing up and down at its tip. The clock tower, the designated meeting spot Lapuz had chosen, was a symbolic landmark of the recently redeveloped Central West District of Elba. And as usual with newly renovated spots, it was crowded with young people. Today was no exception, and the area was filled with them. Just as the discomfort of waiting in such an out-of-place atmosphere was reaching its peak, Lapuz appeared from the direction of the station. Tsushima exhaled deeply, as if sighing in relief. Sorry. I overslept. With a deeply apologetic look and her hands clasped together, Lapuz immediately began with an apology. Unbelievable. The one who said she wouldn't forgive me for being late is the one who ends up late herself. I said I'm sorry. Lapuz, with her eyebrows furrowed in an apologetic frown, was wearing her Elba Academy uniform, despite it being a day off. Though Tsushima hadn't been expecting her to wear casual clothes, he couldn't help but comment on her attire. Even on your day off, you're in uniform? Don't tell me you can't afford casual clothes. That's not it. Elba Academy students are expected to carry themselves as information officers 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. It's part of the school's creed. With that, Lapuz proudly puffed out her chest, showing off the still new uniform. If that's the case, then there's no issue, Tsushima thought, as he quietly tucked the cigarette back into his pocket. Well, I guess it's the duty of a student to follow the school's creed. But after graduation, you'll live as an information officer until the day you die. Seems like a harsh way to live. Look who's talking. You're an information officer too, aren't you? Same circumstances as me. Don't act like you're different. I'll always be a shadow dweller. My circumstances aren't the same as the others. So that's why you never joined the Information Officer Guild and only take on shady jobs, right? Got it. Lapuz shook her head in disbelief, crossing her arms over her chest. Since I came to this city, I've realized something. There isn't a single good rumor about you. What exactly are you up to? I already told you. I'm a shadow dweller. I can't live under the sun, so I do what I have to in the shadows. That's all there is to it. Got a problem with that? A shadow dweller? Lapuz echoed his words, looking up at the sun overhead. Tsushima suddenly felt a bit uneasy, wondering if she thought he literally couldn't step into the sunlight. Lapuz, arms still crossed, tilted her head slightly. I don't see it that way. Even if you're a shadow dweller, it's important to want to step onto the main stage. That's something only someone who's never lived in the shadows can say. Oh really? How rude. I'll have you know, I'm a shadow dweller too. Lapuz was quick to retort. Tsushima, inwardly impressed, glanced at her as she puffed out her chest. She was, after all, someone who had once been sentenced to death and erased from society. In a way, she could be considered a shadow dweller too, someone who carried a secret she had to hide for the rest of her life. But even so, she and he were not the same. The fact that she could live a relatively normal life, indistinguishable from any other ordinary person, made it hard to call her a true shadow dweller. Tsushima, comparing the two calmly, responded with a sneer. Sorry, but you're not standing in the real shadows. You're living under the light, backed by a new identity. You're lucky. What's this about real shadows? You always say things like that. Why don't you come out into the light with me? It's hotter and harder than you think. Lapuz responded with sarcasm, a hint of jest in her tone. Her answer left Tsushima momentarily at a loss for words. Together, ha! He muttered the words as if savoring a long-forgotten feeling, before quickly shaking his head. Impossible, he said. Lapuz turned her gaze toward him, curious. That cynical attitude of yours is one of your worst traits, Tsushima. I bet you act like that no matter where you go. I'm starting to get a little worried. Are you my guardian or something? Seriously, worry about your own grades before worrying about me. Suppressing the warm emotion that began to rise from deep within, Tsushima forcefully changed the subject. So, you didn't call me out just to chat, right? Where are we headed today? At his prompt, Lapuz grinned widely. Then, with a noticeably lighter step, she began to lead the way. Recently, my roommate at the dorm started a part-time job. Guess where? Lapuz beamed at Tsushima as she looked up at him, clearly excited. Seeing how eager she was, Tsushima couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. A cafe, maybe? Wrong. But you're right about it being food-related. A bar. No way would a minor be allowed to work there. Be serious. Under Lapuz's expectant gaze, Tsushima reluctantly started to think. Hot dogs. Maybe a coffee stand? As he went through a few options, an unpleasant memory from his past surfaced. Don't tell me it's crepes. Bingo. Lapuz clapped her hands, clearly surprised that Tsushima had guessed correctly. That's right. My friend started working at a newly opened crepe shop. So, she asked me to help bring in some customers. And that's why you dragged me along. Exactly. Lapuz said this with an unusually high level of excitement, pointing at Tsushima as she did so. In contrast, Tsushima wore the expression of someone attending a funeral, letting out an exasperated sigh. Don't you have any other friends? I do. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Why not just go with your other friends? I don't get why you had to bring me along. I've already gone with them. You're just the last one I invited. Lapuz tilted her chin slightly, making her excuse. Tsushima didn't particularly mind, but he still couldn't quite grasp why he had been dragged along. Resigned, he followed her lead, though not entirely satisfied. As they walked, Lapuz, noticing Tsushima's gloomy expression, tugged on his sleeve. Look, over there. Isn't it cute? She pointed towards a food truck parked by the roadside. The truck was painted in a bright pink color, complete with a canopy and playful banners. The sight of it made Tsushima uneasy. He wasn't exactly thrilled about heading over there. Yet, despite his reluctance, Lapuz grabbed his hand and led him toward the truck. Patria, we're here. Lapuz called out cheerfully in a more casual tone than usual. From inside the truck, a girl dressed in a matching pink shirt popped her head out. Oh, Lu-chan. You're here earlier than I expected. The girl, who Lapuz called Patria, leaned forward as she greeted her. Despite her slender frame and the pastel colors that suited her, there was a sharpness in her eyes. Judging by her presence, Tsushima guessed that, like Lapuz, she was likely a skilled information agent, perhaps even more capable. Out of habit, Tsushima was analyzing the strength of his new acquaintance, but the overwhelming amount of pink was starting to make his eyes flicker. Without realizing it, he squinted, trying to filter out the excess information from this overly whimsical world. Noticing how Tsushima's expression had darkened further, Patria briefly frowned at his intimidating look, but quickly switched to customer service mode. With a cheerful smile, she gave a polite nod to Tsushima. And who is this? Just an acquaintance, Lapuz answered quickly, her tone unusually flat. Her expression was almost too devoid of emotion. Patria looked back at Lapuz after glancing at Tsushima once more, a sly grin creeping across her face. Aha! I see how it is, Lu-chan. So this means... Patria raised her eyebrows suggestively a few times as she retreated into the truck. Wait, it's not like that at all. Sensing some impending danger, Lapuz quickly stepped forward, cutting off whatever Patria might have said. With a bit of panic, she snatched the menu from the counter. So, what should I get today? What? But, Luchan, this is your first time here. Want me to recommend something? Though it was likely out of kindness, Patria's unnecessary comment may have dealt some significant damage. Lapuz froze, her face unreadable from Tsushima's angle, but he could see her ears gradually turning red. I'll have the strawberry crepe. Tsushima, what about you? She asked, her voice slightly higher pitched than usual, trying to brush off the situation. Tsushima glanced at the menu from a distance and asked Patria, what's your recommendation? If you want something sweet, the vanilla and chocolate is good. If you prefer something less sweet, there's the coffee and cinnamon. I'll go with the coffee and cinnamon, he decided. Got it. Patria disappeared into the truck and started preparing the crepes with practiced efficiency. As Tsushima stepped up next to Lapuz to pay, she suddenly blocked him with her body, clearly flustered. What's wrong? Tea today, I'll pay, she stammered. No, it's fine. I've got this, Tsushima insisted. I'll pay this time, as a thank you for before. What exactly was she thanking him for? Lapuz, who was even more awkward than usual in both her word choice and delivery, was adamant, so Tsushima had no choice but to relent. As he pulled his hand back from his wallet, Lapuz nervously smoothed down her bangs. Trying to act discreetly, she fished something out with her other hand and gave Patria a subtle glance. After handing over what seemed to be a coupon, Patria's grin widened even more mischievously. All right, a double cream coupon. Got it, little foodie, she said, making sure Tsushima could hear every word with her bright, cheery voice. Lapuz, clearly flustered, pressed her index finger to her lips in a plea for silence. The two of them, clearly close from sharing a dorm room, seemed to have a strong bond. Unbelievable, Tsushima muttered under his breath, watching the two of them interact. Within a few minutes, Patria had finished their order. She leaned out of the truck, holding two massive crepes with a beaming smile. Here you go. A triple strawberry with double cream and a coffee and cinnamon. The crepe, piled high with more cream than expected, made its appearance, and Lapuz let out an excited "oh" in delight. However, the crepe was massive. Reaching over Lapuz from behind, Tsushima took both of them at once. As Lapuz, now back to reality, was handling the payment, Patria couldn't help but glance at Tsushima a few times. So, the reason you couldn't sleep last night, Luchan, was because of this, wasn't it? Leaning over the counter, Patria teased Lapuz, covering her mouth with her hand, but her voice was as loud as ever. It was clear that she intended for Tsushima to hear, if not deliberately making sure of it. Flustered, Lapuz shot back as she pulled bills from her wallet. No, that's not it. I couldn't sleep because I had a problem I couldn't solve, that's all. Oh, is that so? But weren't you spending more time worrying about what to wear than your textbooks? And you even borrowed some makeup, didn't you? Wait, stop. Lapuz turned beet red and looked like she was about to collapse from embarrassment. Seeing her like this, Tsushima figured it was about time to step in. Hate to interrupt your fun, but we've got other plans. Mind if I take her off your hands? Tsushima said casually, and Patria, still smiling, sent a glance from the shop. Her expression clearly conveyed, go right ahead. Thanks. After expressing his gratitude to Patria, Tsushima turned his back. Lapuz exchanged a few words with Patria before hurrying to catch up with him. Her face had turned so red it looked like she might steam up, and with a pout of dissatisfaction, she walked up beside Tsushima. She looked up at him shyly. It's not like I invited you for that reason, you know. After all, you promised to go eat crepes, right? Oh, right. Feeling that it would be cruel to tease her any further, Tsushima simply nodded in response. Whether or not his intent was conveyed was uncertain, but Lapuz let out a soft ooh, curling her back as she endured her embarrassment. It was a pure, innocent sight typical of a girl her age. Tsushima offered her the triple strawberry crepe he was holding. More importantly, here. You were looking forward to eating this, right? Yeah. Holding her bangs with one hand, Lapuz reluctantly accepted the crepe piled high with cream. A short distance away from the food store was a small park. It housed a memorial dedicated to the comrades who once fought and lost their lives on this battlefield. Unlike the bustling street, This park had a somewhat somber atmosphere. Sitting on a bench beneath the shade of a tree, Tsushima took his first bite of a crepe. Indeed, as Patria had recommended, a moderate sweetness spread across his palate. What is this? It's delicious. Next to him, Lapuz had completely shaken off the mortified expression she wore just moments ago. She savored the decadent crepe filled with strawberry-infused cream and sauce, along with actual strawberries. Do you want to try some, Tsushima? It's really tasty. No, I'll pass. Don't you like sweet things? Not exactly. After glancing at Lapuz, Tsushima shifted his gaze to the surroundings. After all, she was a good deal younger than him. Engaging in such intimate acts felt a bit awkward. Seeing Tsushima quietly nibbling on his crepe, Lapuz lightly remarked, "Well then," before starting to eat her own. Under the shade of the tree, where the sound of birds could be heard, a peaceful silence settled between them for a while. After finishing his crepe before Lapuz, Tsushima folded the wrapping and wiped his mouth. "Are you managing fine at the academy?" "Yeah, I'm getting by, I suppose. It's not really my place to say, but make sure to make plenty of friends. They'll be reliable when you need them." "That's rich coming from you, Tsushima." Lapuz, with cream still smeared on her lips, tossed the last bite into her mouth and gazed contentedly at the sky. As she squinted in happiness, her expression gradually turned more serious. "But it's true that it's hard to make friends due to my background. I may have the new name of Lapuz Rivera, but I haven't completely severed ties with my past." Lapuz Rivera. That was the new identity Tochibana had prepared for her. Ideally, she should have changed her name entirely, but it seemed she was attached to her name. She simply couldn't part with the name Lapuz. "So, you don't have any friends to invite you out for crepes, then?" "It's not like that, but, well, actually, half of the reason is true. The other half is that I wanted to come here with you. You want to see me squirm, don't you? Ha ha. Well, that's part of it. But to be honest, I wanted to eat in a peaceful place with you." "A peaceful place?" "Yeah. Our first meeting was quite the disaster, wasn't it? But now, sitting here together in a peaceful place, eating crepes, it feels like I can forget all the bad things, you know?" Lapuz spoke with a mature smile. Tsushima felt a strange sensation as he looked at her expression. While she radiated the joy of a girl her age, there were moments when she displayed an elegance and poise typical of a refined woman. The remnants of her royal demeanor lingered strongly within Lapuz. However, there was a distraction that disrupted her grace. The cream smeared on Lapuz's cheek shone brightly under the sunlight. Apparently, she was unaware of it, and while she wore a princess-like smile, the sight was undeniably silly. It was as if a toddler was striking a pose after eating cake. Leaving it be might not be so bad, but considering the future, Tsushima thought it would be troublesome to make her unhappy. So, he reached out to her mouth. Tsushima's fingertip brushed against her soft cheek, scooping up the small white blob. Ah! Noticing the cream on Tsushima's finger, Lapuz finally realized what had happened. She wiped her cheek with an embarrassed and flustered look. "You could have told me sooner if it was there. Next time you eat, try doing it a bit more gracefully. A face covered in cream is surprisingly funny." With that, Tsushima brought the small amount of cream on his finger to his mouth. It was sweeter than he expected, with a faint hint of strawberry that spread through his mouth. The taste reminded him of a warm feeling welling up from deep inside, a feeling he'd rather not remember. He quickly pushed those emotions down, sealing them away. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Lapuz sat beside him, her cheeks puffed up in mild irritation. "You really are mean sometimes, Tsushima. All adults are, in their own way." With those words, Tsushima stood up from the bench. "Well, I've got work in the afternoon. If you've got anything you need to take care of, better do it now." "Work? Is it something you absolutely have to do today?" "Yeah." Taking the crepe wrapper from Lapuz, Tsushima stuffed it into his pocket. As she straightened her skirt while walking beside him, Lapuz subtly asked, "By the way, what kind of work is it?" "You're better off not knowing the details." "Ah." Though she had asked, Lapuz suddenly gazed into the distance. "What's with that look?" Tsushima shot her a puzzled glance. "Let me guess, It's another shady mayor-related job or something sketchy like that, right? Shady or not, it's necessary work for the peace you care about. The lack of specifics was his answer. Lapuz, well aware of the underground nature of Tsushima's work in this town, cast a worried glance his way. Just don't do anything too dangerous, okay? Believe it or not, I do worry about you. Lowering her voice slightly, Lapuz expressed her concern. But Tsushima had no idea how to respond. He merely shrugged in silence, unable to give her an answer. In the end, after making rounds through clothing stores and general shops, and even having lunch, Tsushima parted ways with Lapuz. She had initially mentioned wanting to go somewhere in the afternoon as well, but she seemed satisfied enough. By the time she left, she was in such a good mood that she even asked about their next outing. Recalling Lapuz's smile as they said their goodbyes, Tsushima closed his eyes. Peace sure is a troublesome thing. Muttering in self-reflection, he finally gave in to the cigarette he had been holding off on. His half-day of escapism had lasted a bit too long, leaving lingering feelings that tugged at him as he returned to his everyday reality. What was that nonsense about necessary work for the sake of peace? Ridiculous. Feeling a shiver at the pompous words he had spoken earlier, Tsushima chuckled bitterly as he pulled out his oil lighter. He opened the cover, feeling the cold metal beneath his fingertips. Peace, her. With a faint sigh, he squinted his eyes and watched the tip of the cigarette burn. As the familiar smoke filled his lungs, he finally felt his mind reset. Well then, time to work. The hands of the old clock moved from day to night, casting shadows over Tsushima's field of view. As he approached the old apartment building, he shoved his hands into his pockets. This place, likely from before the war, had peeling wallpaper and cobwebs decorating its neglected walls. The creaky, broken elevator was deafening, and by the time it reached the desired floor, the noise had left a ringing in his ears. Stepping out into the narrow elevator hall, Tsushima paused for a moment. This place feels like it's been left behind by time. He knew exactly what gave the building this particular atmosphere. Even though the independent city of Elba had seen tremendous development, not all regions or people had benefited from it. As Tsushima had said, this place seemed frozen in time, stuck in the pre-war era. For an informer agent like him, there was a certain nostalgia and homesickness tied to such places. What a miserable place. He muttered the words to no one in particular, exhaling smoke as he resumed walking. As he moved down the dusty communal corridor, shouting could be heard from behind some of the doors. A few were left wide open, revealing the lives of the non-informants who lived here. As Tsushima passed by several people, some made brief eye contact, but none seemed inclined to speak. They likely recognized him as an informer agent. Even with a hint of hostility in their gazes, Tsushima continued on without stopping. This is the place. Room 605. Tsushima halted in front of the door where his business contact was supposed to be. He knocked firmly. Zale. It's me. There was the sound of movement inside, followed by a hurried voice through the door. Wait just a moment. Tsushima sighed, half in frustration. Honestly, are you messing with that dangerous stuff again? You're going to get caught if you're not careful. As he reached for the door handle, a sudden and intense wave of bloodlust washed over him, freezing his movement. It was clearly directed at him, with no attempt to hide it. He lowered his raised hand and slid it back into his pocket, his gaze shifting toward the source of the threat. At the far end of the dimly lit hallway, near the elevator Tsushima had just used, a man stepped into view. Dressed in a suit without a tie and a polo coat draped over his shoulders, the man's tanned skin contrasted with the streaks of white in his slicked back hair. The mysterious man scanned the hallway briefly before locking his emerald green eyes directly on Tsushima. His gaze was unwavering, piercing straight through Tsushima as though nothing else in the corridor mattered. Tsushima stood still, locked in a silent standoff with the man down the hall. Just then, the door Tsushima had knocked on moments earlier creaked open. A scruffy, unremarkable face peeked out, and the man flashed a sly grin when he saw Tsushima. Oh, sorry about that. I'm a bit out of it, but the job's fine. Stay inside. Looks like we have company. What? Tsushima shoved the door shut and turned his full attention toward the mysterious figure. You got business with me? He asked. The man nodded calmly. Indeed. Tsushima took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke, watching the man closely, evaluating him. His posture, his breathing, the way his eyes scanned the surroundings, all of it told Tsushima exactly what he needed to know. This man was a highly skilled informer agent, no doubt about it. Tsushima had dealt with enough of them in his time to recognize one when he saw it. And men like this were always a pain to deal with. With a flick of his hand, Tsushima dropped his cigarette to the floor and ground it out with his shoe. Let's hear it, he said, his tone low and cautious. Do you need a reason to die? Tsushima's question elicited a faint smile from the man, his lips curling slightly. Yet, in stark contrast to his calm expression, the murderous intent radiating from him only grew more intense. Killing doesn't require meaning, right? But don't get it twisted. You're not the only one with a monopoly on death. Tsushima shot back his trademark sarcasm, but the man simply smirked a little, showing no sign of being fazed. Let's see how long that bravado lasts. Scream as much as you like, Tsushima Rindu. Those words signaled the start of the battle. The man's eyes shone a brilliant blue, more vivid than anything Tsushima had ever seen. In an instant, Tsushima responded. His specialty heat rays were devastating in the narrow confines of the hallway, where there was nowhere to run. He initiated the code, unleashing countless rays of scorching heat that filled the corridor. The mold-covered wallpaper shriveled and ignited from the intense heat. The rays shot directly at the man, with no chance of escape. Tsushima intended to end it all with this one strike. However, when the heat rays burned through the far end of the hallway, leaving charred destruction in their wake, the man stood there, completely unfazed. He brushed some ash off his shoulder and tilted his head. Impressive. But you're still holding back, aren't you? The man said this with an air of confidence. Given the speed and density of the heat rays, there was no way he should have been able to evade such an attack. Tsushima felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. A strange unease surged from the pit of his stomach, causing Tsushima to furrow his brows. Are you unsatisfied with a medium cook? What a troublesome customer. As Tsushima's insult reached him, the man showed no signs of launching a counterattack. Not only that, he regarded Tsushima with a gaze that hinted at curiosity about what he would do next. You're underestimating me, Tsushima muttered under his breath, then steadied himself as he initiated the code once more. This time, it was an unavoidable wave of heat. He concentrated an explosive amount of heat around the man. In an instant, a radius of about 2 meters from where the man stood began to glow a deep crimson, consuming everything in its path, leaving no time to escape. The apartment itself was no exception. The walls, floors, and ceiling all ignited, rising in black smoke as they burned in the blink of an eye. This time, he was certain he had captured him. Tsushima felt a solid response and prepared to execute the code for further heat rays. However, the execution of the code came to an abrupt halt. Not bad. On a scale, I'd say a 9 is light. The man's voice echoed in the hallway. Moreover, it came from just behind Tsushima. Eyes wide open, Tsushima spun around and swung his fist. The heat-imbued punch was aimed right at the man, but he easily evaded the attack, his movement leaving behind an afterimage as if it were in slow motion. This scene indicated that the code the man was executing was not merely high-speed movement through physical enhancement. Something more advanced and complex was at work. Beyond that, Tsushima could not tell, but it was clear that the man was moving at a tremendous speed. For Tsushima, who was not particularly skilled in close combat, this type of informer agent was a natural enemy, especially one using an unpredictable code. Tsushima's instincts blared a warning. A chill ran down his spine, striking his brain, causing him to reflexively jump back to create distance. However, despite having a significant advantage in close combat, the man remained in place, watching Tsushima's movements. Your talent is adequate. But that's all it is, nothing more than ordinary. It differs greatly from what I had heard. The man looked at Tsushima, muttering as if verifying something. You said what you had heard. Tsushima clicked his tongue in discomfort. Despite hardly moving, large beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. Who are you? He demanded. In response, the man adjusted the collar of his polo coat and let out a low grunt. It's rather dull to speak of it. You will remember it when you face death. With those words, the man finally took the offensive. His blue, glowing eyes widened as his outline twisted and warped. By the time Tsushima understood that it was due to the man's incredible speed, his body was already bent at an unnatural angle. It felt like being struck by a car. Tsushima's body crashed through the apartment wall and was thrown into one of the rooms lining the hallway. He was sure his ribs were broken. Spitting blood from his mouth, Tsushima attempted to execute a code for protection. However, the man closed in on him with a speed that surpassed even Tsushima's own. This time, he was kicked upward, his body flying toward the ceiling. He was propelled 2 floors up and barely managed to roll with the impact. Thanks to executing a code for shock absorption, he managed to escape with his life. Tsushima rose to his feet, covered in concrete debris. He expected the next pursuit to come at any moment. Sprinting past the bewildered residents, he burst out of the room. As he stepped into a hallway that resembled the one below, the man was already there, as if anticipating his movements. Well then, do you still have the luxury of holding back, Tsushima Rindu? TCH. Tsushima clicked his tongue and executed a code. This time, it was an attack completely from out of sight. A heat ray descended from far above, piercing through the building. The moment the man became aware of it was when the ceiling directly above him shattered. It was an attack that even the renowned 6 Imperial swords of the Balga Empire, Kana smiles, could not detect. No matter how confident he was in his speed, an attack that came from outside his consciousness would be impossible to dodge until the last moment. This man, unaware of Tsushima's scheme, suddenly smiled. Tsushima muttered that this was only for now. Next will be from above. For a moment, a chill ran through him as if time had stopped. But time flowed normally, and in the next instant, Tsushima's executed code shattered the ceiling. The blazing red heat ray moved far faster than a bullet. Yet, the man effortlessly dodged it, gliding horizontally as if he were sliding along the ground. That was good, but it's just a trick, after all. Moreover, it's too predictable. The man looked up at the shattered ceiling, where the blue sky peeked through amidst the flying embers. Turning his gaze back to Tsushima, he tilted his head in confusion. Are you really Tsushima Rindu? As Tsushima witnessed the execution of the unknown code, the blood drained from his face. Why had such an informer agent appeared before him? He overturned the bucket of his past, trying to think, but he couldn't grasp anything. No, there were too many possibilities to consider. Which causality had led this man to appear? He had no idea. However, there was one thing Tsushima understood: unless he defeated the man before him, he would lose his life. The man advanced toward Tsushima, the soles of his leather shoes echoing in the hallway. You still have one hidden move left, don't you? Without even a hint of breathlessness, the man spoke as he accelerated once more. With a distorted silhouette that seemed to defy the flow of time, he slipped into Tsushima's range and delivered a palm strike that pushed him away. The strike did not aim to take his life. The man intentionally held back, refraining from killing Tsushima. Hit by the man's blow, Tsushima's body was sent crashing down the corridor. He collided with the wall at the end, but his momentum didn't wane, and he was thrown out into the open air. An unpleasant sensation of weightlessness assaulted Tsushima's body, and his vision was blurred by intense pain. Through the haze, he caught sight of the man. Regardless of being suspended in midair, the man repeatedly accelerated with ease. He shouted from a position above Tsushima. Do you remember Jabal? With both eyes shining a deep blue, the man invoked a place of fateful significance. At that moment, Tsushima felt his blood boil. Jabal. The land where he had once lost Shin. The land where he had risked his life to save Lapuz. Tsushima understood the implications of speaking that name. This grudge was something monumental. There was something between Tsushima and this man that had to be severed here and now. Damn it, he muttered, spitting out the words as he rapidly constructed a code. There was barely a few seconds before he was slammed to the ground. In that brief span, Tsushima analyzed and built an incredible amount of information, executing the code. A searing pain assaulted his brain, clearly indicating the strain of the code's load. Tsushima's eyes shone with a dark blue light, and a single tear of blood streamed down his face. In an instant, he unleashed a code that reached the limits of execution. Tsushima unleashed a massive heat ray from above, but neither the man nor Tsushima himself was harmed. Instead, a wall of heat rays surrounded them, capable of turning anything it touched into ash in an instant. There was no escape for either of them now. As Tsushima descended under the pull of gravity, he set his sights on the man. Even with the ability to move at high speed, there should be restrictions in mid-air without any support. This was the only moment to strike. He had to eliminate this man for certain right here and now. Tsushima prepared to execute the code of annihilation that he had kept hidden away. The man sensed something was off about Tsushima's demeanor. At that instant, his form distorted once more. Is he doing it in mid-air? Quickly switching from the code of annihilation that was almost complete, Tsushima entered an impact-resistant stance. The man's figure stretched like a ribbon, and a shockwave coursed through Tsushima's body. In the next moment, Tsushima was slammed down onto a parked car on the road. The front windshield shattered, and the roof of the car crumpled. Amid the blaring anti-theft alarm, Tsushima, dazed and disoriented, looked up at the man who stood imposingly over him. I have mountains of questions for you. I won't kill you easily. The outcome of the battle was completely decided. Even so, the man intended to spare Tsushima's life, hovering his finger over it, giving him a chance. Tsushima's body, unresponsive to his commands, struggled to execute a code. However, the excruciating pain shooting through his head wouldn't allow it. He let out a scream from the unbearable agony, gritting his teeth. The immense code he had forcefully executed in an instant, combined with the abrupt alteration right before execution, had its toll. From across the street, multiple sirens could be heard, and the presence of gathering people was felt. Sensing this, the man let his coat flutter as he knelt beside Tsushima, whispering in his ear, I am the vengeful spirit that will kill you. Remember well what will lead to your death. With those words, the man leaped from the crumpled car and walked away as if nothing had happened, his figure disappearing around the corner. In his hazy consciousness, Tsushima could only watch that back fade away. Chapter 2. Many young people aspiring to become information officer gather at Elba Academy, even from outside the independent city of Elba. They are not all blessed with wealthy backgrounds. People from conflict zones, remote regions, and even mercenaries without a place to call home are drawn to the academy, regardless of their origins. To support such individuals, Elba Academy provides dormitories. Like them, Lapuz, without financial backing or connections, also resides in one of these dorms. In the cafeteria of the dorm, Lapuz slumped her shoulders in defeat. Sigh. Walking between the tables arranged in the spacious hall, Lapuz had just gotten out of the bath and was in a defenseless state. Her slightly damp hair was tied back, and she wore a shirt with a frayed collar. Beside her, Patria was dressed similarly. Hey, how long are you going to stay down like that? You wouldn't understand. To be humiliated like that, right in front of him. I mean, the way you were putting on a tough front was just too funny. I couldn't help myself. Patria seemed to be speaking earnestly, stifling a laugh. Lapuz, glancing at her, blushed and puffed out her cheeks slightly. Your thought process is just like a demon's. Hihi, no way. It's just that you're too cute, Luchan. Whether Patria was being serious or just teasing, she spoke cheerfully as she found an empty seat and sat down first. Lapuz naturally followed suit, settling into the seat across from her. But, you know, that Tsushima guy, I wouldn't recommend him. As soon as she sat down, Patria's expression turned slightly more serious. Lapuz, picking up her spoon, gave her a questioning look as if asking, why? He just looks shady, you know? Like a villain, straight up. Patria lifted her thin, delicate eyebrow with her index finger, imitating a narrow, villainous gaze. It was clear she thought she was doing a spot-on impression of Tsushima, though it wasn't even close. Watching her, Lapuz let out a deep sigh. I told you, he's not like that. Then what kind of person is he? Well, even if you ask me that. Lapuz paused, her spoon stuck in the stew in front of her as she mulled it over. Now that she thought about it, her relationship with Tsushima is complicated. They had forged a contract for asylum, surviving together through life or death situations. Now that Lapuz thought about it, while that was true, since arriving in the independent city of Elba, their relationship as knight and master had practically disappeared. I guess you could call him my benefactor. Benefactor? That's super vague. Are you saying he helped you out because of work or something? Well, yeah. Before I came here, he helped me out a lot. Thanks to him, I was able to come to Elba. Something like that. Lapuz dodged the specifics as much as she could while explaining, then took a bite of her stew. Watching her, Patria exaggeratedly slumped over in disbelief. That just sounds like a business relationship. There's no romance or anything like that, right? It's not like that. It's more different, in a way. Flustered, Lapuz jabbed her spoon back into the stew. The relationship between Tsushima and Lapuz wasn't a straightforward master and knight one. Due to Lapuz being of royal descent, it was a secretive relationship of master and retainer. However, whether they had truly established such a relationship was still questionable. Their connection was rather ambiguous. The more Lapuz thought about it, the more uncertain she became. She glanced up at Patria with a worried look. Do you think it's weird? Yep, it's definitely weird, Patria bluntly declared, as if she were a translation machine, shaking her head in disbelief. I mean, from what I'm hearing, that Tsushima guy just took on the job of helping you, right? And even after the job ended, he's still tagging along for dates just because things feel a bit nice between you two? It's obviously strange from the outside. You're being played. Patria rattled off her thoughts at lightning speed, clearly getting more and more irritated with her own words. She stabbed her fork into her pasta with a loud clank, her face scrunching up in frustration. It's not really a date or anything like that. Nope. That was clearly a date. And yet, that Tsushima guy seemed completely uninterested in you. I got annoyed just watching it. Despite the situation not even being her own, Patria pouted as she devoured her pasta. Watching her, Lapuz slumped her shoulders even further. I know. I really need to make our relationship clear. But it's just kind of dragging on, I guess. I don't really know. Break up with him already. A guy like that will never make you happy. No, it's not like that. It's not even about breaking up. I think the issue is more on my end. Like I can't seem to take that step forward, and that's what's holding us back. As Lapuz let out a deep sigh, Patria sighed as well, though for a different reason. She pointed the tip of her fork toward Lapuz. I don't know all the details, but why don't you try giving him some space? I mean, he probably has no clue what you're thinking when you're getting closer to him. Personally, I think you should just break up with him, but if you really want to make it work, you need to figure out your own feelings first. Surprisingly, Patria's advice came from a genuine place of concern. Lapuz felt a bit taken aback, but the suggestion resonated with her. Maybe I should give him some space, then. Yeah, that's probably for the best. If he's interested, he'll come to you. I hope so. Lapuz muttered quietly, her tone a little downcast, as she resumed eating. There were a few other students around them, but more were starting to gather at the cafeteria entrance due to the time. Someone among them must have turned on the television hanging from the ceiling. From one corner of the cafeteria, the faint sound of static-filled audio caught Lapuz's attention, and she found herself glancing at the movement on the screen. The black and white image displayed was the evening news. Today, a battle between information officers broke out in the old city district of Central South. Nearby residents were affected, and the damage to surrounding facilities has been significant. Authorities are conducting an investigation to identify the main culprits in this conflict. Lapuz absent-mindedly listened to the announcer's voice as she watched footage of the crime scene. It's so awful. Another fight between information officers. It can't be helped. There's even a saying that if you get 3 information officers together, a quarrel is bound to happen. Patria, who seemed disinterested, continued eating, though her expression darkened slightly. As she said, the independent city of Elba wasn't entirely peaceful. Clashes between various factions, or even with the police, were not uncommon. Incidents occurred almost daily. Still, thanks to the efforts of the city's police and the Information Officers Guild, the crime rate was said to be significantly lower than in other countries. However, given the nature of news, it was inevitable that these kinds of conflicts would often be highlighted. Lapuz, chewing her food, gave a half-hearted hum as she continued staring at the TV. The anchor continued reading the script as the footage on the black and white screen switched. This is the footage of the suspects believed to be the main culprits in the Central South District conflict. It was captured by a nearby security camera, though the video quality is poor and difficult to see clearly. You can make out two individuals, one lying on top of a wrecked car and another sitting astride them. This appears to be. As those words were being spoken, Lapuz, watching the video, suddenly dropped her spoon onto the table. The quality of the footage was terrible. In the corner of the screen, barely visible, were two men. One lay sprawled on the deformed car, while the other stood over him, saying something before quickly leaving the scene with agile movements. The man left behind seemed seriously injured, dragging his body to sit up from the car. Lapuz's eyes widened in shock, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Most people likely wouldn't recognize the figures from the pixelated, distorted footage. But Lapuz knew immediately who he was. That familiar posture and clothing. Reflexively, Lapuz stood up from her chair. Luchan? Patria looked up at her in surprise. Lapuz, still glaring at the footage on the television, quietly brought her hand to her forehead. I'm sorry. I really can't help but worry about this. Lapuz murmured as she tilted her head from side to side, picking up the tray with her unfinished meal. Glancing up at her with a dazed expression, Patria received a brief warning from Lapuz. I'm going to make a quick call. With that, Lapuz turned on her heel, her silver hair swaying as she hurried away. Patria alternated her gaze between Lapuz's back and the television, whispering to herself. What's going on? Section. That's why it's a problem. Why do you break the rules every single time? Inside the central branch of the Elba Information Officers Guild, a well-constructed white building, a female staff member was frantically shouting in a mixture of panic and disbelief as Tsushima strode forward. I'm just here to check the roster. As usual, I've already discussed it with the guild leader in advance. Covered in dust and with blood streaming down from his forehead, Tsushima pushed past the female staff member. Despite this, she reached out her hand, trying to block his way. That's why, as I mentioned earlier, the roster is strictly off-limits to anyone who isn't a guild member. The staff member desperately tried to block Tsushima's intrusion, but in the end, she was overwhelmed by his force and found herself allowing him to proceed further. The information officers who were watching from the sidelines turned their gazes toward the commotion, but no one dared to intervene, merely furrowing their brows at Tsushima's menacing demeanor. As Tsushima pushed open the door to the archive room and stepped inside, the staff member who was stopping him till now took a moment to steady her ragged breathing, wearing an expression of resignation. Fine. As a special exception, I'll allow you to use the roster, but please at least tell me what you're looking into. It contains important personal information. Tsushima turned his face from the shelves in the archive room toward the staff member and clicked his tongue. You should have said that from the start. That's why it's an exception. Honestly. With the staff member looking as if she might stomp her foot in frustration, Tsushima pressed his hand against his aching side. I want to look into information officers ranked 10 or higher with tanned skin and green eyes. This includes those both inside and outside the city. Both inside and outside the city, you say? The staff member, clearly annoyed, frowned as she began to search through the numerous shelves for the information officer roster. If we're talking about information officers ranked 10 or higher, then this one and this one. She picked up 3 noticeably thinner files from the shelves, which held similarly colored folders, and placed them on the desk. These are the files. 2 are for information officers outside the city, and 1 contains information about the information officer on a guild member currently inside the city. With the staff member showing her anger as she crossed her arms, Tsushima offered a vague word that could be interpreted as both an apology and a thank you, saying, "My bad." He then sat down at the desk and reached for the files. However, the moment he lifted one of them, the staff member pressed her hand down on top of it. Tsushima glared at her suspiciously, and the staff member pointed a finger at his nose. You can't take it out. I'm just looking. You can't take it out, I said. Just how much was she doubting him? Growing weary of the situation, Tsushima lazily replied, got it. Once she confirmed his response, the staff member finally lifted her hand from the file. Honestly, what do you think I am? As Tsushima opened the first page of the file and muttered to himself, the female staff member, who was nearing the exit, turned around. Noticing her gaze, Tsushima quietly looked up. Taking a page and tearing it off to keep is absolutely forbidden. Do you think I'm a bandit? Isn't it pretty much the same thing? Once you're done looking at the roster, please bring it back to the reception. You wouldn't even know where to return it otherwise. With that, the staff member stormed off in evident anger, leaving Tsushima to sigh. Finally, it was quiet. He opened the file with an attitude that didn't suggest he was the source of the problem. Turning the pages one by one, he found only familiar faces at first. This was the roster of information officers living within the Elba Independent City. He briefly checked to see if any of them matched the information officers who had attacked him before quickly moving on to the files for those outside the city. After flipping through a few more pages, Tsushima's hand came to a stop. Fine Primus. He couldn't help but read the name aloud. Staring at her data compiled on a single report, he realized that the intense emotions he had felt towards her before had faded. Fine was still alive. Although he still harbored feelings towards a target he had failed to kill, they had transformed into a calm detachment. It was strange. Tsushima turned the page as if nothing had happened. You doing some research is quite rare, a voice suddenly called out to Tsushima, who was engrossed in the file. He lifted his gaze just enough to see the entrance of the archive room. There stood Tachibana, leaning against the door with his suspenders in hand. Seeing a man who shouldn't be in a place like this didn't surprise Tsushima in the slightest. Instead, he calmly closed the file. If you're free, help me out. There's no such thing as me being free. I just stopped by because I received complaints about a ruffian disrupting the Union's peace, and I reluctantly came here, Tachibana replied. Oh, is that so? Then you're not strong enough for this. If you really want to stop me, you should call Iman like usual. Unfortunately, he's busy handling another matter right now. Tachibana said this as he stepped into the room. The sound of his polished leather shoes echoed as he took a seat across from Tsushima, stretching his wrinkle-free slacks and crossing his legs. It seems you've had quite a rough time. Tachibana observed Tsushima with a playful expression. With that one remark, Tsushima felt he could guess Tachibana's purpose for being there. Tsushima clicked his tongue and muttered, damn. So, you came to ask about that information officer agent, he said. Yes. The government can't just let an information officer agent like that roam free, Tachibana replied. That means you don't know who he is either. Well, who knows? Tachibana said, tilting his head with a teasing tone, clearly amused. Tsushima suppressed the urge to grab him by the collar. That guy was clearly an exceptional rank. Given that you were defeated so easily, there's no doubt about it, Tachibana retorted. If you understand that, identifying him shouldn't be too difficult. Doesn't the Urban Management Bureau have any information on him? Of course, we made inquiries. However, the response was that there were no matches, Tachibana said, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice as he rested his elbows on the desk. We searched using physical characteristics and code traits, or even just one of those criteria. However, the result was zero. It's possible he entered the city through unofficial means. Tsushima scoffed at Tachibana's statement, muttering, what? The government's entry management is surprisingly incompetent. If Elba were a recognized nation, we could take a stronger stance on matters like this. But given the world structure, it's something we can't help, Tachibana said with a sigh, shaking his head before adjusting his crossed legs to face Tsushima. So, what was his objective? Who knows? Tsushima replied curtly, reopening the file in his hands. As he flipped through the pages, memories of confronting that man resurfaced in his mind. The unusual behavior of the code enforcer, his practiced movements and demeanor, and most importantly, The hint of something in his words, all these elements led Tsushima to a conclusion about his purpose. This is just a guess, but it was probably an act of revenge or something along those lines, Tsushima remarked as he recalled the past. Tachibana showed no surprise at this. Instead, he nodded as if in agreement. We are beings who are resented but rarely thanked, after all. In that sense, it makes sense. Leaning back in his chair and stretching, Tachibana looked at Tsushima. So, what kind of grudge are we talking about? A grudge against Tsushima Rindu, or perhaps... Tachibana trailed off mid-sentence, his words cut short by the sharp gaze Tsushima directed at him, silently urging him not to continue. Tachibana shrugged, sending a questioning look toward Tsushima. Are you asking if I remember Jabal? Jabal, who? Tachibana spoke the name of the land with a sense of nostalgia. Both he and Tsushima were drawn back to a distant memory from 12 years ago. The battlefield had claimed countless lives, and simultaneously, they had taken just as many. As they recalled the bitter memories of the Jabal Reclamation War, silence enveloped them. There are far too many points that ring a bell, Tachibana finally said. Yeah, Tsushima agreed, cracking his neck. However, there is another possibility related to Jabal, the incident with Rory. At Tsushima's suggestion, Tachibana let out a deliberate ah, clapping his hands together. Well, considering that I wiped all records of the Jabal Reclamation War clean, it's likely that the grudge lies there. Exactly. Moreover, the incident with Rory is different from a war where it's uncertain who killed whom. I distinctly killed a known information officer. As he spoke, Tsushima revealed the figure he had finally found in the file to Tachibana. Tsushima pointed at the page displaying the blue-haired young man with a blunt expression, his face darkening. Kana smiles. So someone is trying to avenge him for being killed. That's the most likely scenario, Tsushima replied. Returning his gaze to the file, Tsushima began reading through its contents. Kana's life was not long, he had lived only a little over a decade. As Tsushima read about the life of the person he had burned to death, he exhaled deeply. All his relatives are already deceased. No next of kin, then. So it must be someone unrelated by blood. In that case, wouldn't it be best to ask her directly? Tachibana rested his chin on his hand, squinting thoughtfully. As a former princess, it wouldn't be surprising if she had heard stories about the Six Emperor's sword. Indeed, it might be the quickest way to get information. However, Tsushima glanced at Tachibana and snorted. She has finally freed herself from all those conspiracies and schemes. Do you intend to drag her back into that world? Whether she returns or not is up to her to decide. Tachibana maintained his smile as he spoke calmly. Lapuz is a diplomatic asset. Even if she is officially considered dead, a former princess who escaped the Balga Empire could be utilized in numerous ways. Tsushima halted, his voice rising sharply. No, this is something she shouldn't get involved in. If things go wrong, she might jeopardize the freedom she worked so hard to attain. That must be avoided. Tsushima returned his gaze to the top of the page, starting to reread Kanas's data. Beside him, Tachibana scratched his chin. Is there a reason you're so intent on protecting her? What does she mean to you? Tachibana asked in a deliberately dramatic tone. Tsushima paused for a moment before meeting his gaze. I don't intend to throw away something I risked my life to save. That's all. Is that all? Tachibana tilted his head, blinking in surprise. I can't be the only one who thinks that's an uncharacteristically weak reason for you. Tsushima felt as though he was being needlessly interrogated. Frustrated with a line he had read countless times, he closed the file. She finally achieved a normal life. I don't want to pull her back into a shady world like ours. Is that really so unnatural? It's not about whether it's natural or unnatural. I'm saying it's uncharacteristic of you. Tachibana, seated across the table, fixed Tsushima with a gaze devoid of emotion. Tsushima met that unsettling stare with his sharp glare. What are you trying to say? In response to Tsushima's question, Tachibana remained silent, continuing to stare back. The unnerving look in his eyes felt as if he could see straight through Tsushima's heart, prompting an irritated click of the tongue from him. Let me be clear. You should stop projecting yourself onto her. You are already one of us. By erasing your past, you've taken on the obligation to protect this city from the shadows. You have disappeared from the public eye, and you can never return to a peaceful life. Even if you manage to safeguard her peace, your own situation will not change. Tachibana spoke calmly, without a hint of emotion, and beside him, Tsushima felt an overwhelming urge to smoke. His dry mouth felt parched as he let out a low groan. So what does that even mean? Enough with the idle talk. Say what you really mean. Tsushima glared at Tachibana. Slowly, Tachibana drained his expression of emotion. What I want to say is that, ultimately, she is just a waypoint in your life. Don't forget the true role you are meant to bear. The true role, you say? Yes. Tachibana nodded slowly, with an unsettling calmness. You are the shadow blade we wield. A weapon of murder. You are not someone who should be babysitting. Moreover, you are not in a position to live in the same world as her. Please do not forget that. Tachibana spoke clearly to Tsushima. Understanding his intent made Tsushima feel a wave of disgust. She truly was a woman cast aside by everything. In his mind, he envisioned lapus and muttered to himself. Being called a weapon doesn't feel good. Haha. However, just as a sword cannot cease being a sword, you cannot cease being you. It would be better for you to acknowledge that sooner rather than later. The atmosphere emanating from Tachibana shifted suddenly, and he wore a meaningless sales smile. His gaze gradually lowered from Tsushima's face to the surface of the desk he was sitting at. Blood dripped from various spots on the wood-grain desk. That aside, you have quite the injury. Only just noticed that, did you? Not at all, I hadn't noticed a thing. Your stoicism is quite impressive. Beneath the jacket Tsushima wore, the wounds inflicted by that man were clearly visible. His face, gradually losing color, twisted as he pushed himself up from the chair. Sorry, but I need to go ahead. I'd like to avoid bleeding out. Blood trickled down from his waist, seeping through his belt and staining his pants a dark red. With one hand pressing against his injury, Tsushima gathered the files on the desk. At the end of his hand, Tachibana casually placed a handkerchief. Tsushima grimaced. Tachibana, still holding the white handkerchief, looked up at Tsushima and smiled lightly. Shall I introduce you to a doctor? No, that's fine. I don't want to owe you anything. That's perfectly fine. However, do stop by here after you've seen the doctor. Tachibana said this and withdrew his hand, leaving only the handkerchief on the desk. The clean and elegant handkerchief had some lettering embroidered on it. Tsushima directed his gaze toward it. Elba Central Hotel? Yes. As Tsushima read the embroidered letters, Tachibana nodded vigorously, his demeanor growing more suspicious. What am I supposed to go there for? Well, you'll understand the reason once you go. In any case, consider this a sort of job. Tachibana said this while casting a meaningful glance at Tsushima. So that's the real purpose? That's correct. Now that we've wrapped up the business, I suppose I should take my leave. Standing up from the chair, Tachibana lightly brushed off the dust from his slacks and snapped his fingers in a flamboyant manner. Until next time. The moment he spoke those words, Tachibana's figure vanished. The single person who had been right in front of Tsushima suddenly transformed into a void, leaving only a faint glow of information particles behind. Iman's time-space transfer code. Tsushima was in the deserted archive room, running his fingers through his hair. Damn it. What do you mean you're busy with something else? You're just sitting around doing nothing. Section. Elba Central Hotel was one of the most prestigious and dignified hotels in the independent city of Elba. It was the kind of place where foreign dignitaries and key political figures, requiring high security and exceptional hospitality, would stay. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Tsushima stood before the imposing structure, which lived up to its reputation for grandeur. He looked up at the building, its white exterior reminiscent of marble, stretching straight toward the cloudy sky. Then Tsushima flicked the cigarette onto the ground. Feeling out of place, he recalled about the event he had absolutely no interest in. Right, there's that peace ceremony this weekend. Hands shoved deep in his pockets, Tsushima's boots clicked as he walked past the hotel's luxurious but unpretentious rotary, heading toward the lobby. His outfit stood out awkwardly among the guests, who were all dressed in high-end, luxurious clothing. Tsushima approached the heavy counter and addressed the hotel clerk. "I'm here on Tochibona's orders." As he spoke, he tossed the white handkerchief that Tochibona had left behind onto the counter. The hotel clerk glanced at it briefly and then smiled pleasantly. "Of course, sir. We've been expecting you." With that, the clerk discreetly handed him a key, unmarked with any number. "Please use the black elevator at the far end on your right." "An elevator?" Tsushima raised an eyebrow. "Yes, sir." After staring at the clerk for a moment, Tsushima took the key and turned on his heel without a word of thanks. Following the directions, he made his way to the far end of the hotel, where a black-painted elevator stood. Instead of the usual panel for selecting floors, there was only a keyhole. "A direct connection to the room, is it?" Tsushima inserted the key into the lock. The elevator doors slid open soundlessly, revealing a small, wood-paneled space. As he stepped inside, he noticed the carpeted floor beneath his feet. The elevator, recognizing its passenger, moved in near silence. It took about a minute. A chime rang, signaling the elevator's arrival at its destination. Beyond the opened doors was an unusually large space. Considering the size of the hotel, it looked like it occupied a third of the entire floor. As Tsushima stepped out of the elevator, a shadowy figure caught the corner of his eye. Recognizing the silhouette, Tsushima furrowed his brow. To think we'd meet again in a place like this. He glared at the figure standing with a regal air in the middle of the floor. Her skin was eerily pale, her long white hair almost glowing, and her golden eyes, reminiscent of an executioner's code, were fixed on Tsushima without a trace of emotion. It was Fine Primus, one of the 6 Imperial swords of the Balga Empire, and the information officer with whom Tsushima had once fought to the death. The remnants of the injuries from that time had almost completely healed. Except for one thing, the right arm Tsushima had taken was now replaced by a meticulously crafted prosthetic. Without a word, she continued to stare at Tsushima, raising her hand to gesture toward the back of the room. "The master is waiting." "The master? So, it's him, huh?" Tsushima exhaled wearily. Tsushima puffed out his chest unnecessarily and followed Fine's lead into the back of the room. There, standing before a large glass window, looking out over the cityscape, was a man in a white military uniform. When the man saw Tsushima, he smiled, genuinely pleased, and raised his hand slightly as he spoke. Well, it's been a while, hasn't it, Tsushima Rindu? And since when have we been on speaking terms?" Tsushima shot back with his usual sarcasm from the very first greeting. "Still the same as ever." "That's just like you," the man responded, picking up a glass from a small table and swirling the liquid inside. Tsushima glanced around the room, then came to stand in front of the man. "Causa, you used Tochibona to summon me, so I assume this is important." "Straight to the point, huh? We could at least exchange a little small talk." "Didn't I just tell you? The very thought of having a conversation with you makes me sick." Hands still in his pockets, Tsushima's tone grew sharper. Causa raised his eyebrows in feigned disappointment. "How hurtful," he muttered, sipping from his glass as if savoring the taste. "You see, I believe the world of the future cannot function without the presence of information agents. That's why I view this current era as one of transformation. If we are to look towards the future, the Balga Empire must change how it handles its information agents. Otherwise, there will come a day when the Empire will lose its place among the great powers." It was political talk, precisely the kind of conversation Tsushima cared the least about. Scratching his ear absent-mindedly, he spat out a reply. "And what are you hoping to achieve by telling me all this? Of all people, I'm probably the last person who cares about your little speech." "Haha, well, I wouldn't say that. Because, you see, when it comes to the future I envision, you hold someone very important to us, someone we can't ignore." Causa's crimson eyes locked onto Tsushima's, and as they met, a name involuntarily rose to the forefront of Tsushima's mind. He muttered it under his breath. "Lapuz, right?" "Exactly." Without missing a beat, Causa affirmed it with a predatory grin. Do you know why I aided her escape, despite the countless risks involved? No fool would believe I helped her flee without a reason. Can you guess? How should I know? Not interested. Don't worry. You'll find yourself interested soon enough. Causa's mouth twisted into a crooked smile. In the future of the Balga Empire, she has the potential to become a key figure. With the blood of both royalty and information agents flowing through her veins, she is the only one who could bridge the gap between ordinary citizens and agents. Losing someone as valuable as her to a meaningless power struggle over the Imperial succession would be a great loss. That's why I made the political decision to send her as far from the Empire as possible, to a safe zone where no one could reach her. Usually calm and collected, Causa spoke with uncharacteristic fervor before pausing to catch his breath. As if trying to cool his rising temperature, he cast his gaze downward to the glass in his hand. And yet, despite my efforts to hide her in safety, it appears I was mistaken. The energy he had earlier quickly faded, and Causa's voice dropped. Tsushima, unknowingly drawn into his intensity, furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Causa responded to Tsushima's question, his eyes devoid of emotion like a snake's, fixating on him. The reason for it all is you. Causa pointed directly at Tsushima with the hand holding his glass, then downed the rest of his drink. Wetting his lips, he exhaled softly before continuing his explanation. The recent incident with Lapuz, I handled it almost perfectly on my end. However, there are areas even I can't reach, things that fall under personal vendettas. Personal vendettas? Yes. It's related to the man you killed, one of the former 6 Imperial swords, Canis Miles. He didn't have any family. That's correct. His relatives had already passed away. But there was someone acting as his guardian. That man is the one after you now. Who is he? Causa let the question linger in the air, purposefully delaying his response. He stared directly at Tsushima with a meaningful smile before finally revealing the answer. The strongest officer in the Empire when it comes to dealing with other information officers. One of the 6 Imperial swords, Azai Zhanryu. Causa's words, dripping with dramatic flair, prompted Tsushima to quietly curse under his breath. Damn it. You've likely at least heard of Azai. He's one of the Empire's greatest swordsmen and a rare 12th rank officer. Yeah. But aside from his name, there's hardly any information about him. It's eerie. That's exactly what makes him terrifying. No one targeted by him has ever survived. That's why he's often called the Phantom Agent, Causa explained. In the hierarchy of 13 ranks, the 12th rank is effectively the pinnacle, reserved for those who exist in a realm beyond ordinary understanding. Even for Tsushima, this was an undeniable truth. His opponent was far too formidable. It took Tsushima a moment to recognize that the emotions welling up from deep within him were fear and unease, feelings he hadn't experienced in a long time. As Tsushima fell silent, Causa continued calmly. It seems Azai had connections with Canis's parents. They were from the same hometown, which created a bond between them. After Canis's parents were killed in battle, Azai continued to support him. It's even said that Azai's influence helped elevate Canis to the rank of one of the 6 Imperial swords, despite his less-than-complete loyalty to the Empire. So, he's come to avenge Canis, whom he cherished like his own child. That's exactly right. The phrase "dig 2 graves" perfectly encapsulated Tsushima's situation. However, there was something that troubled Tsushima more. He turned to face Causa. But it's strange, Tsushima questioned. Wasn't the agent who aided in the rebellion publicly executed? You're the one who wrote that narrative. Officially, Canis's killer is already dead. So why is he targeting me? Causa gave a low hum at Tsushima's inquiry. Are you familiar with Chancellor Oryx? Tsushima recalled the man he had seen on television recently. Yeah, the shader-looking guy. That's him. He and I are what you'd call political rivals. While I certainly don't like him, I'll admit that aside from his underhanded methods, he's as much a strategist as I am. Tsushima's eyes conveyed a clear message. Get to the point. It seems Azai has been unhealthily fixated on the agent who killed Canis. With Oryx, who is well versed in internal affairs, aiding him, They've been gathering information behind the scenes. Eventually, they uncovered your involvement during the princess's defection incident. Though Tsushima didn't know the exact details, it was clear that Azai had found a thread linking him to Canis's death. Tsushima began to grasp the situation. As he did, he thought ahead of Causa's words. But from the way you're talking, it sounds like he doesn't have concrete proof yet that I'm the one who killed Canis, does he? Of course, Causa replied. Thanks to Oryx's involvement as an expert in internal affairs, they were able to trace the incident back to you, but no further. That's precisely why Azai hasn't killed you yet. He's still trying to confirm the truth. As for what happens next, who knows? Having said this, Causa turned his expectant gaze toward Tsushima. So, what is it you really want to say after calling me here? Tsushima asked, his voice sharp. You're not planning to help me, are you? Of course not. If I were to get involved, it would be akin to admitting I had a hand in this matter. Besides, I don't have any means of dealing with someone like Azai Zhanryu, Causa quipped, though his words rang with truth. Even Fine, who stood behind Causa, had a faintly troubled look on her face. Tsushima leaned against the glass wall, casually reaching into his pocket. Without a care in the world, he pulled out a cigarette and retorted, So, what's your point? To silence you, Causa said, his tone suddenly turning cold. Tsushima's hand came to a halt without thinking. In an instant, the air in the room froze. The code rapidly assembling in Tsushima's mind was prepared to execute faster than a single thought could form. However, even under the weight of that murderous intent, there was no sign of movement from Fine. It seemed she wouldn't kill Tsushima to silence him here. Tsushima cast a glance at Finn, calmly pondering the situation. I see. So that's how it is. Tsushima began to voice the answer derived from his calm reasoning, which caused a satisfied expression to appear on Causa's face. If I were to tell Azai about your involvement in the murder of Canis, it would risk exposing your connection to the princess's exile incident. In that case, you would have no choice but to eliminate Lapuz. In other words, my speaking to Azai directly links to Lapuz's death. Am I wrong? Excellent. That is exactly right. Causa applauded Tsushima with dry claps. I would also hate to see Lapuz die. As I mentioned earlier, she is a one-of-a-kind existence. Therefore, what I wish to ask of you is just one thing. Only Causa's crimson eyes were fixed on Tsushima. Die in silence. The calmly spoken words seeped into the walls of the room and vanished. Tsushima met Causa's gaze, feeling his intent wash over him. This was not a request, it was a clear threat. Fortunately, it seems you're hated by many. If you were to be killed, no one would care about the reason. As long as you don't speak, it would be an outcome everyone could accept. It's not a bad deal, is it? Causa sought agreement in a remarkably casual manner, prompting Tsushima to narrow his eyes at him. Except for the fact that I would be dead. That's outside my jurisdiction. You're neither my subordinate nor my ally. In fact, it's quite the opposite, Causa replied with a light tone. Tsushima took out a cigarette, bringing it to his mouth but hesitating before putting it back in his pocket. It's not decided yet that I will lose to Azai. True, there's a chance you could survive. But do you really think you have a plan to win against Azai Zhanryu? He's one of the rare 12-tier information officer in the world, a powerhouse second only to Iman Drug and Amino Mikami, you know? Causa muttered, almost to himself, letting out a dry laugh. Even if you possess strength beyond that of my knights, you still wouldn't match Azai. Or are you so exceptional in ways I don't know that you could surpass him? Causa directed a testing gaze toward Tsushima. Tsushima felt a surge of gastric acid rising within him. After just one exchange, it was clear enough. It wasn't just the properties of the code. Azai, the information officer, was clearly in a superhuman realm, far beyond Tsushima in both experience and skill. Having faced many information officers, Tsushima understood this clearly. Before the silent Tsushima, who had no retort, Causa softened his tone. Of course, you can rest easy. Even if you lose to Azai, as long as you remain silent about the facts, I will guarantee Lapuz's safety. I should be able to prepare a successor for Jurgard as well. With his usual bravado diminished, Tsushima turned his colorless gaze toward Koza. Fine. I'll take the matter of the exile to my grave. But in return. Koza reached out, cutting off Tsushima's words. Don't make me repeat myself, Tsushima Rindu. I am a man who keeps his promises. Koza said this with a truly serious expression, raising his empty glass. Leaving the Elba Central Hotel, Tsushima sank deep into his thoughts. The current situation was already dire, facing the formidable enemy known as Azai Zhanryu, a figure that could silence even the loudest of cries. Moreover, with Lapuz taken hostage, there was no path for escape. In other words, a confrontation with Azai was unavoidable, and the chances of victory were slim. His instincts spoke clearly of this. Damn it. No matter how he turned the situation over in his mind, Tsushima found himself arriving at conclusions laid out by Koza. This was incredibly frustrating, and with a curse, he held the flame of his lighter to his cigarette. The smoke sizzled as he looked down at the burning tip, then exhaled. Either way, the fact remains that I have no choice but to kill. Muttering to himself on the street, Tsushima placed a hand on his forehead. What flashed through his mind was Lapuz's image. The memory of her in the Elba Academy uniform, her serious expression as she devoured a creep, vividly surfaced before his eyes. It represented the peaceful life she had fought so hard to obtain. But there were those who would trample all over that. The thought stirred a deep resentment in Tsushima's chest. It's better to stop comparing yourself to her. He didn't understand why his face came to mind at that moment, but suddenly, Tochibona's words replayed in his head. At the same time, an unavoidable irritation surged within him, and Tsushima clicked his tongue. Everyone just says whatever they please. Cutting through the selfish emotions swirling in his mind without any logical basis, Tsushima threw the still long cigarette to the ground. No matter the reason, there was only one thing he needed to do: eliminate everything that crossed the line. Without question. It was the violence he had trained himself to wield for this purpose. Anyway, it starts with that guy. Tsushima looked down at his palm. Staring intently at the silver ring on his pinky, he turned on his heel. Section. Elba Academy. As the fatigue of students returning home peaked after a day filled with classes, the surroundings began to be bathed in the hues of the setting sun. Finally, Lapuz was about to make her way home. Passing through the grand gate in front of the school building, she stepped onto the brick-paved sidewalk. After walking a few steps down the modern-looking path lined with gas lamps toward the dormitory, a car stopped next to her. ? As Lapuz stared at the car, the passenger side window slowly rolled down. A familiar face emerged from the dimly lit interior, causing Lapuz's eyes to widen. Tsushima. Even when she called his name, Tsushima didn't change his expression. He glanced at the rearview mirror and gestured for her to get in. Get in. What's with this car? Since when do you have something like this? It has quite a refined design. Is it your taste? Cut the small talk. Hurry up and get in. Tsushima, usually unfriendly, was even more so now. Lapuz blinked rapidly in irritation. Growing impatient, Tsushima shot her an annoyed glare. Fine, fine. I'll get in already. Lapuz stepped over the fence separating the roadway from the sidewalk and jumped into the car. Her long silver hair swayed as she settled in, and once the door closed, Tsushima pressed the accelerator. I called you yesterday. Were you busy? I had a lot on my plate. I figured as much. In reality, Lapuz had repeatedly tried to call Tsushima until the dorm's phone usage hours ended, but she chose to keep her response short and blunt. Yesterday, you were on TV. You looked pretty bad, so I was worried and called you. And then, Lapuz leaned her arm against the window as she looked at Tsushima in the driver's seat. He didn't seem injured, but his complexion was anything but healthy. Honestly, you don't look very well, Lapuz said with a sigh. I came to talk to you about that. I see. So you decided to take out a car you rarely use because you felt like going for a drive. Got it. Please, go ahead and talk. Still unaware of the situation, Lapuz expected the usual banter filled with sarcastic humor. However, Tsushima was acting strangely today. In response to her sarcasm, he only returned a cold glare. The reason we're talking in the car is that it's a bad situation for you to come to my office." Speaking in a low tone, Tsushima turned the steering wheel. The car entered the main road and drove toward the outskirts of Elba Independent City. Lapuz felt a tense chill run through her at Tsushima's unsettling words. "What do you mean?" "Yesterday, I was attacked by a certain information officer. His goal was revenge on me. Unfortunately, I have some history with him." "Revenge?" Lapuz murmured, as if tasting the word in her mouth. "So you're saying he's still after you?" "Yeah. He's a bit of a problem." "So you're trying to keep me out of it, then?" As she watched the car weave through the streets, Lapuz added a quiet thank you. Tsushima didn't respond to her gratitude. Silently gripping the steering wheel, he continued driving the car further into the sparsely populated suburbs. "So, is the talk about keeping my distance from you until you settle things with that information officer? Or is it something else entirely?" The slight silence seemed to weigh heavily, and Lapuz forced a cheerful expression as she spoke. "Both." "Both? What do you mean by that?" Lapuz's voice was swallowed by the sound of the car as it drove on. At the same time, the evening glow of the sunset began to filter into the car as they hit an open road. Bathed in the red hue of the burning sun, Tsushima turned his dark eyes toward Lapuz. She couldn't help but gasp at his expression. The deep-set eyes and shadowy skin gave him an almost deathly presence. Tsushima spoke to Lapuz in a clear, resonant tone. "From now on, don't involve yourself with me." It took Lapuz a few seconds to fully grasp the meaning of "from now on." She understood that being involved with him was dangerous. She said, trying to collect her thoughts before continuing. "Does that mean Tsushima won't be involved with me anymore?" "Yeah." With little emotion, Tsushima offered only the bare minimum in response. It felt like a knife stabbing into Lapuz's heart. She pressed her hand against her forehead, unable to hide her confusion. "But you're my knight. I don't understand what you mean by not being involved. That was a contract to carry out the asylum case. That case is already over. Even so, it's not that simple to just end things like that." Confusion slowly shifted to anger as Lapuz furrowed her brow tightly against her palm. However, Tsushima continued, seemingly brushing off her emotions. "Thinking about it, it's only natural. I'm a person who continues to walk a dangerous path within Elba. If you, who must hide your identity as a princess, are by my side, sooner or later, danger will arise. That applies to both of us." "That may be true, but then it's better to cut off this relationship as soon as possible." "Wait a minute." Faced with an explanation she couldn't fully understand and an arbitrary conclusion thrust upon her, Lapuz's voice rose in irritation. She swallowed the surge of anger bubbling up inside her and closed her eyes for a moment. Taking a deep breath, she extended her hand. "Please, tell me the whole story. I want to know why Tsushima suddenly said something like that." "It's as I explained." "No, it's not. I want to know the circumstances that led you to that conclusion." The car slowed to a stop in front of a traffic light. The engine quieted, but in contrast, Lapuz's heartbeat quickened. Tsushima lightly stroked the steering wheel and shook his head. "That's a personal issue for me. There's no need to discuss it with you." It made no sense. Unable to contain her emotions, which were bristling like raised hairs, Lapuz exhaled sharply and leaned toward Tsushima in the driver's seat. "There's no need to talk." "No, Tsushima has plenty to tell me. What prompted you to say something like that? Who is the information officer that came for revenge? How does that relate to your past?" As she counted off her questions with her fingers, Lapuz felt overwhelmed, and suddenly a troubling thought popped into her mind. Could it be? Is it because of me? As she spoke the words, her expression twisted. The traffic light turned green. Tsushima pressed the accelerator in time with the surrounding cars as they started moving. In the car, the scenery outside rushed by, and Tsushima let out a derisive laugh. "It has nothing to do with you." Without making eye contact with Lapuz, he kept his gaze fixed straight ahead. More than the words he spoke or his posture, it was his attitude that seemed to convey his feelings to Lapuz. Lapuz realized that Tsushima had made a clear decision not to express himself and bowed her head, averting her eyes. disappointment and frustration mixed within her, creating a thick, muddled emotion. Then why can't you talk to me? If it has nothing to do with me, there shouldn't be any problem sharing it. It would help me understand. But the fact that you won't talk means, essentially, that you don't have a reason that would convince me, right? Her voice was quieter than usual as she countered. She was aware that her argument was somewhat off point. Yet, she didn't know how to process the feelings building inside her. She prioritized venting her emotions at Tsushima over understanding why he had decided to cut ties, knowing that understanding the reason was far more important. Next to her, Tsushima let out a sigh. The sound felt unnervingly close, and Lapuz swallowed hard. Then let me ask you this. Why are you so attached to me? As you know, I'm a man who has nothing to do with knights or justice. I'm someone who exists in a world where people like you and I wouldn't typically mix. The words "that's not true" nearly escaped her lips, but Lapuz fell silent. Certainly, when comparing Tsushima to the knights of the royal family within the Balga Empire, the differences are glaringly apparent. The ideals of justice, loyalty, dignity, and supremacy are far from Tsushima's demeanor. However, what Lapuz seeks in her knight is not that. Moistening her thin lips, she hesitantly began to speak. It can't be another information officer. There's a proper reason why it has to be you. It's just. Lapuz's voice trailed off before she could finish. The tremor in her tone gradually faded, lost amidst the sounds of the car's movement. In the end, she tightly pressed her lips together and clenched her fists. Next to the downcast Lapuz, Tsushima shot her a cold glance. Someone you want to kill, then? Yeah. Lapuz's shoulders shrank as if she might be crushed under the weight of her own words. The image of the proud girl Tsushima once knew, standing tall, was nowhere to be seen. With Lapuz's silver hair obscuring her expression, Tsushima spoke flatly. Do you even understand what you're saying? Silence enveloped them. Lapuz struggled to think of a retort, but no words came to mind that could reach Tsushima in his current state. Only the feelings she had intended to express swirled endlessly in her head. Frustrated by her prolonged silence, Tsushima could no longer hold back. You've finally escaped from the hell of schemes and plots and obtained a free life. Have you forgotten the sacrifices you made for that? To kill someone, to seek vengeance, is tantamount to returning to that world once again. It was a sound argument. Lapuz was rendered speechless by his logical reasoning, her expression contorted. Yet she wielded her emotions as her weapon to respond. I know that. But I have my reasons for having to do this. What reasons? What could make you want to return to hell again? Lapuz trembled with the multitude of swirling thoughts within her, clenching her jaw tightly. Out of the corner of his eye, Tsushima noticed her struggle as he shifted gears and crossed a major intersection. The car felt like it was being pulled by centrifugal force. As they retraced their path back into the city, Lapuz glanced out the window, observing the sun, now more than half submerged on the horizon. Back then, you also didn't tell me who you wanted to kill and why you wanted to kill them. You wouldn't share anything. You only mentioned that there was someone you wanted to kill. Tsushima's voice, once filled with emotion, had turned chillingly cold. Lapuz was too afraid to meet his gaze, choosing instead to silently nod while staring out the window. That is the answer, isn't it? I understand that you also harbor hatred and resentment. However, letting those emotions take control and crossing that line comes with far too great a cost. That's why you're holding back. Am I wrong? At Tsushima's words, Lapuz closed her eyes, as if her wounds were stinging. It felt all too true. He had hit the nail on the head. Wiping away the tears that traced her cheeks, laden with numerous emotions, Lapuz gazed at the sun, which was almost completely set. There was no more time. Yet, a part of her unconsciously accepted this situation. Have I been relying on you too much, Tsushima? Her voice, barely audible within the car, trembled and sounded weak. Tsushima opened his mouth as if to speak, but then shut it tightly with a look of disdain. With a distant expression, he muttered, "Who knows?" as if it were someone else's concern. What should they have truly discussed? Realizing that the destination of Tsushima's driving was her dormitory, Lapuz closed her eyes. Before getting out of the car, She knew she had to say what truly needed to be said. Yet, the tumultuous emotions boiling within her, like a cauldron, clouded her thoughts, preventing clarity. The vehicle approached Lapuz's familiar route to school, and she opened her mouth several times to speak, but only raspy breaths escaped. Instead, as they neared the destination, Tsushima opened his mouth, his expression bitter. What you desire as vengeance isn't something as simple as having a reason. It's a relentless hatred that wells up from the depths of your being, driving your body. It's not about justification or reason. Only the resolve to kill, even at the cost of losing everything, serves as the driving force. As the car gradually slowed down, it came to a stop in front of the dormitory entrance. In the now quiet vehicle, Lapuz looked at Tsushima with a sad expression. Is that how it was for you? Yes. Tsushima nodded, his words filled with genuine disgust and disappointment. Lapuz clenched her fists tightly on her lap. It was undeniable that Tsushima's driving force throughout his life had been revenge. The information officer targeting him was also after revenge, just as he had been. Everything was interconnected, like an unending chain. Tsushima was a resident of that terrifying world. However, Lapuz felt something snag in her heart. She opened her clenched fist and looked down at her sweaty palm. Then tell me, are you still driven by hatred even now, Tsushima? At her question, Tsushima's lifeless expression seemed to shift slightly. Yet, he remained silent, not saying anything further. Lapuz looked at his face and felt she understood what he was trying to convey. She sensed fragments of an unwavering will that would not budge. At this point, all she could do was plead. She faced Tsushima one last time. He, still staring out the front windshield, wore a stern expression, aware of her presence. Then, what can I do to be with you? You and I live in different worlds. It's an impossible situation. Right. Lapuz looked up at the car ceiling, trying to hide the tears that were welling up, to prevent her emotions from exploding any further. She opened the car door. Lapuz. Lapuz burst out of the car as if fleeing, but Tsushima's voice called after her, making her stop in her tracks. Fearfully turning back, something flew toward her. She hurriedly caught it and gently opened her palm. A ring. In her hand was the silver ring that she had given him when they had vowed to survive together. Tsushima, peering from the driver's seat, leaned forward as he began to close the passenger door. This. As Lapuz spoke in a hoarse voice, Tsushima's cold words cut in. It's something I no longer need. A final glance. Tsushima met her gaze and, after speaking, slammed the door shut. Through the not-so-thick window, he appeared to be infinitely distant as he gripped the steering wheel. Tsushima. Lapuz couldn't help but call out to him, knowing it was futile. Just before the car sped away, she felt he had narrowed his eyes, wearing a painful expression. The car took off with an acceleration that was impossible when she was inside, disappearing around the corner. Lapuz stared blankly at Tsushima's retreating figure, an unsettled feeling lingering in her heart. What was that look? What are you hiding? Questions floated in her chaotic mind, and Tsushima's profile, etched into her memory, wouldn't leave her thoughts. The sun had already dipped deep below the horizon, and the shroud of night was beginning to descend. The darkness that engulfed the entire city cast a heavy shadow over Lapuz's heart as well. Section. The independent city of Elba is home to numerous companies and retailers. These enterprises possess economic power and production capacity comparable to small nations, supporting the economy of Elba in every aspect. However, this does not always lead to positive outcomes. In this city, there are occasional issues with goods that are not part of corporate logistics, instead being traded through dubious underground routes. These are referred to as illegal shops dealing in so-called black market products. Tsushima entered an illegal shop that he had long overlooked. Opening the old door, which appeared to be nothing more than an antique store, he found the interior lined with several display cases framed with wood. Each case contained items from a bygone era. "Well, what a rare visitor we have," said an old woman, peering out from the back of the store with narrowed eyes. Tsushima approached the counter with a cigarette still in his mouth, walking briskly toward the old woman. She studied him for a moment before letting out a conspicuous sigh as he came within earshot. "What's wrong?" You look like you've had quite a time, Tsushima boy. Yeah. I feel like I could puke any second. Oh dear, such a face you're making. The old woman contorted her face into an expression that was hard to determine, whether it was a laugh or something else. So, what do you need today? Tsushima scanned the shop while exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. With bloodshot eyes, he looked down at the old woman. I've got someone I need to kill, a skilled information officer. I see, the old woman replied. She slowly got up and opened the door that separated the counter from the store. A grin spread across her face. Are you looking to kill one person, or are there many? Just one. Then this will be quick. Follow me. Tsushima followed the old woman as she tapped her waist and walked ahead. In the back of the store, behind a curtain, she lifted a rug to reveal a metal trapdoor leading down into a hidden passage. A classic hiding spot. With a typical exclamation of effort, the old woman opened the door and descended the stairs into the basement, Tsushima following closely behind. The basement was a stark contrast to the shop above, featuring a modern design. Beneath the glaring fluorescent lights, metal display cases lined the room, filled with various tools for killing: guns, swords, bullets, and explosives. An abundant selection. Now, if the target is someone who can give you trouble, Tsushima boy, she said. Yeah. Then one or two tools won't be enough. The old woman scanned the room before locking her gaze onto Tsushima. In her narrow eyes, he could sense both a shrewd merchant and a wicked individual. This is going to cost you. I don't mind. Even if it means dying together, I have to kill this person. The old woman licked her lips at the resolve and determination radiating from Tsushima. What kind of person could make you so serious, boy? Just a typical grudge. To be willing to die over something so common, I don't think that's ordinary at all. While agreeing with her insinuations, Tsushima added an unnecessary comment. If I don't kill him now, he'll hurt what's important to me. That's why I have to kill him. It's as simple as that. The old woman's eyes sparkled with delight at his ominous words. You've really grown. This wasn't a matter of simply killing someone because they were an obstacle or for the sake of the job. Nodding vigorously, she rubbed her palms together. Then let's stop the idle chit-chat. It's time to talk business. With the demeanor of a true black market dealer, the old woman opened a door further into the room. As she opened the door, the fluorescent light fixtures hanging from the ceiling flickered on. One by one, the lights illuminated the room, revealing a distance of several dozen meters lined with metal shelves. The old woman placed her hands on her hips and smiled broadly. Now then, take your time selecting the tools you'll need to kill him. We have enough supplies here to kill every information officer in this city 10 times over. At her words, Tsushima brushed his bangs aside with a serious gaze. His expression revealed no emotion, and with a mechanical glint in his eyes, he surveyed the items on the shelves before speaking. All right then. Let's continue this enjoyable little war. Chapter 3. The central western district of Elba was bustling with crowds again today, overflowing with people. Just the other day, Lapuz and Tsushima walked together through the same square, where peaceful daily life flowed undisturbed. A little away from the heart of the youthful crowd, people passed by, likely thinking that today would be no different from yesterday. Under the high midday sun, Tsushima frowned slightly, looking tired and sluggish. While most of his external injuries had healed under the doctor's care, the damage deep within his body hadn't fully dissipated. Dragging his heavy feet, he made his way toward a nearby coffee stand. The shopkeeper, who had piled up cheap newspapers at the storefront, glanced lazily at the approaching Tsushima. Black. Tsushima tersely gave his order and tossed a worn-out bill onto the counter. The shopkeeper grabbed the crumpled bill and responded with a simple "got it," as he reached for the coffee pot inside the store. The aroma of coffee filled the air as it was poured into a cheap paper cup. Tsushima glanced over the newspapers for sale while inhaling the scent. Peace Memorial Ceremony. Will this be the final year, welcomed alongside key figures from various nations? What are the policies and strategies moving forward for maintaining peace? Tsushima stared at the large headline and scoffed derisively through his nose. Maintaining peace, huh? With a cynical expression and a sharp tongue, he muttered as the coffee was handed to him. What's this? Are you one of those types who hate sweet talk too? At the shopkeeper's remark, Tsushima shrugged. Accepting the steaming coffee, he responded with a mock grin. Yeah. After all, I'm planning to go to war soon. To hell with peace. Oh, is that so? Sounds rough. The shopkeeper, unfazed by Tsushima's dangerous words, opened up a newspaper as if he had lost interest. Tsushima's damp, gloomy gaze drifted away from the shopkeeper and toward the square behind him. With the peace memorial ceremony coming up this weekend, the area was filled with ads and events advocating for peace and protesting against war, things you wouldn't normally see. Some of the tourists gathering here today were probably drawn for that purpose as well. Pathetic fools, Tsushima muttered to himself as he sipped his coffee. A tour guide leading a large group of tourists passed in front of Tsushima. The rabble shuffled by in a sluggish procession, and when the crowd thinned, Tsushima's gaze locked onto his target. On the other side of the square, across the road, stood the man he had been waiting for. Azai Zhanryu, it's him. Despite the chaos of people moving around them, Tsushima and Azai were solely focused on each other, their eyes locked in a tense exchange. As the traffic light changed, Azai started walking toward Tsushima. However, Tsushima neither ran nor readied himself. He simply stood there, coffee in hand, maintaining an air of calm indifference. Azai came to a stop beside Tsushima and handed a neatly folded bill to the shopkeeper. I'll have the same as him. Sure. It's black, but do you want milk or sugar? I don't need it. Azai blended effortlessly into the everyday scene as he took the coffee, then stood beside Tsushima, leaving a person's width of space between them. After a brief silence amidst the bustling crowd, Tsushima spoke up as he watched Azai take a sip of his coffee. You normally wear armor, but you're surprisingly casual underneath it all. Oh, you've figured out my true identity. And yet, you still don't run. Even if I did, you'd just chase after me, wouldn't you? So it's pointless. Without looking at each other, the two men continued staring at the cityscape and the crowd. They spoke as if they were strangers merely passing by. From your tone, it seems you have an idea why I'm hunting you down. Who knows? I have no clue about that. Tsushima tipped his cup back, finishing off the coffee, then tossed the empty paper cup into a nearby trash can. He lazily reached into his pocket, searching for a cigarette. Azai scanned the flow of people in the crowd before speaking up abruptly. Does the name Canis Miles mean anything to you? Nope, Tsushima replied without hesitation. Beside him, Azai softly muttered, I see. Canis wasn't exactly someone with a praiseworthy character, but he had a kind heart. He was rebellious in his youth, but given time, he would have matured into a fine leader for his country. I was looking forward to that future. So, you're saying every young person has a bright future ahead of them, right? Exactly. Unlike us, people like him aren't destined to live at the bottom of the gutter. Tsushima pulled a cigarette from his pocket, holding it between his fingers and examining it as if assessing its quality. It almost sounds like you're saying you and I are the same. We are the same. Survivors of countless battlefields, devils who've taken the lives of countless people. That's who you are, and who I am. Azai spoke without the slightest hint of remorse. Tsushima glanced at his profile, a nihilistic smile playing on his lips. So, you've done your digging into my past, aren't you? Of course. Gender, age, origin, battle history, code attributes. Azai continued listing off details in an emotionless tone. Pausing slightly, he cracked his neck as if to signal that he knew everything. I looked into it all. But despite your extensive record, your overwhelming mediocrity is hard to ignore. People tend to cover up things that stink. In other words, you're the complete opposite of someone like Canis, a promising young man. You're nothing but an odious disgrace. Quite the insult. Though internally cursing Azai, Tsushima felt a sense of relief. Azai still hadn't uncovered his true self. So, what you're saying is, you're here to avenge this Canis guy? Yes. In short, that's exactly it. Azai averted his gaze from the crowd, letting his thoughts drift as if recalling something from the past. After a brief pause, he returned to the present. Canis met a gruesome end. He was burned to death in Jabal by someone. His limbs were charred and shattered, his body incinerated to the point where it was unrecognizable. No ordinary information agent could reduce a person to such cinders with that kind of intense heat. And you think I'm the one who did it? At first, it was just a suspicion. But after facing you, I'm almost certain. 9 times out of 10, the culprit is you. Tsushima shrugged in response to Azai's accusation. Lighting his cigarette with the oil lighter he pulled out, he exhaled a puff of smoke into the crowd. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not capable of something like that. Well, I suppose we'll have to test that theory. I don't mind if you want to test it, but the only thing I know how to show is how to burn people. For the first time since standing side by side, the two men finally locked eyes. Tsushima's abyssal, emotionless gaze met Azai's glowing emerald eyes. Tsushima was ready to act at any moment, but Azai seemed to still be pacing himself. A faint smile creased the sun-kissed skin of Azai's face. So, you're going to keep playing dumb, right? I don't know what I don't know. That's the truth. Is that a problem? Azai stared at Tsushima, who maintained his impassive demeanor. Without a word, Azai finished the last of his coffee. He tilted the cup to confirm it was empty, then crushed it in his hand. I see. So, you're not simply hiding the truth, are you? Azai's eyes sparkled with an emotion that seemed ready to burst into laughter. Tsushima, irritated, scowled slightly. What in the world are you talking about? Tsushima laughed mockingly, as if dismissing him as a fool, but Azai gazed back with deadly seriousness. Your expression, your posture, your words, they're all bitter and jaded. But those eyes, they can't lie. You're prepared to sacrifice yourself for something. That's the spirit of a true knight. Azai's piercing stare seemed to see right through Tsushima, as if peering into the very depths of his soul. So, who are you protecting? And if I told you, would you let me off the hook? Tsushima snorted dismissively, shrugging as if the idea was laughable. But Azai, standing beside him, delivered a cold, unyielding answer. I will not forgive you. Your death is certain. But I am intrigued by what you're willing to risk your life for. Stop right there. If you take another reckless step, you'll open the gates of hell. Azai's eyes narrowed slightly, as if something had dawned on him. Could it be Lapu's Filur? As Azai spoke, he let the crushed cup fall to the ground. At that same moment, the cigarette slipped from Tsushima's mouth. Both objects rolled across the ground, leaving a tense, pregnant silence between the two men. It's about time, don't you think? Looks like I can't let you leave here alive. The carefree, almost flippant tone Tsushima had moments before was abruptly overshadowed by a dark, oppressive presence. It weighed heavy, as if it had physical mass, spreading before Azai in an instant. Realizing this was a manifestation of Tsushima's killing intent, Azai straightened the collar of his polo coat. I see. In that case, you'll have to tell me everything to us, and the history of our conflict. In the bustling square, where thousands of people came and went, an eerie tension began to rise. The intensity between the two men unconsciously caused passers-by to steer clear, creating an unnatural space around them in the middle of the crowd. At the center of the clearing, Azai slowly turned to face Tsushima, taking careful, sliding steps. Tsushima, who had been slouching, straightened his back and, with his hands still buried in his jacket pockets, turned his head toward Azai. If you want to know everything, ask Canis in the afterlife. Just as Tsushima finished his taunt, his eyes began to glow a deep, bluish-black. In the blink of an eye, Azai's eyes also flared bright blue. Almost simultaneously, they both initiated their codes. But Azai's skills as an information officer were on a completely different level. Before Tsushima could complete his code execution, Azai blurred into motion, leaving an afterimage as his outline seemed to stretch toward Tsushima. His movement was beyond mere speed as Azai surged into Tsushima's range, driving his fist forward. Ua! The force slammed into Tsushima like being hit by a massive truck, easily sending him flying. Skidding across the ground like a skater, Tsushima managed to hold his balance, grinning through gritted teeth. Impressive. You've cloaked yourself in some serious heat. Azai glanced at the white smoke rising from his fist and groaned. His hand had been scorched in an instant. A fraction more force, and his hand would have been rendered useless. The inside of Tsushima's jacket shimmered like a mirage. Occasionally, smoke rose from it as though his body was being scorched, but Tsushima remained calm, standing with a casual, slightly tilted posture. "Don't get too shocked. I'm not done preparing yet." As Tsushima said this, a flash of light streaked under Azai's feet. It was the cigarette Tsushima had dropped earlier. In an instant, light and smoke erupted, and the ground beneath Azai exploded. The blast's unnatural rumble shattered the peace, sending people screaming and running. Amid the chaos, Tsushima began his next move to trap Azai. Small orbs of heat floated around Tsushima as he braced himself. They spun rapidly in tight circles, and several shot toward where Azai was likely concealed in the smoke. As soon as they sensed Azai within range, the heat orbs triggered explosions, engulfing several meters around them. Yet, as if it were the most natural thing, Azai emerged from the blasts unharmed. Seeing this, Tsushima generated more heat orbs. Azai retreated to the center of the square, where the crowd had cleared out. But the barrage didn't relent, it only grew fiercer. While guiding the exploding heat orbs, Tsushima initiated another code at the same time. He deployed an invisible curtain of heat to block Azai's potential escape routes. "Oh," Azai murmured. The edge of Azai's polo coat grazed the curtain of heat and immediately went up in flames. Watching this, Azai couldn't help but let out a sound of admiration. Tsushima had him cornered. Sensing it was time, he unleashed every single heat orb at Azai. Nearly 100 blazing spheres shot toward him, designed to explode and cut off any escape route. Yet, an afterimage streaked through the barrage, like paint being smeared across the air. In the blink of an eye, Azai evaded every orb and came to a halt right in front of Tsushima, just inches away from his face. Tsushima's heart skipped a beat as Azai appeared suddenly, just centimeters from him. "Now then, where would be the best place to hit you?" Azai mused, bringing a hand to his chin as if deep in thought. Frozen in shock, Tsushima clicked his tongue and quickly wrapped himself in a protective heat wave. But the brief pause to react was too long. Azai's figure distorted, a blur of colors and light, and before Tsushima's heat wave could fully shield him, a series of blows slipped through the gaps. This time, there was no defending himself. The forceful strikes sent Tsushima's body flying, as if he'd been slammed into the ground by a powerful explosion. Goo. Even though he had braced for impact, a pained groan escaped Tsushima's mouth. Tsushima's body flew through the air like a leaf, crashing into a streetlight. The impact bent the streetlight badly, but even then, his body didn't lose momentum and tumbled to the ground. Blood spattered across the brick pavement from his wounds. By now, it was hard to tell where he was injured. Wincing from the pain, Tsushima, covered in blood, slowly pushed himself up onto his knees. "It's been a while since I've taken a beating like this." He wiped the blood dripping from his forehead and looked ahead. Despite the overwhelming gap in their power, a spark of determination still burned in his eyes. Azai, sensing Tsushima's resolve, held back from launching another attack, watching him carefully instead. "I've figured out what your code is." At Tsushima's words, Azai's expression briefly hardened. Then, with curiosity gleaming in his eyes, he turned toward Tsushima. "Oh, interesting. Let's hear it, then. If your code was just about enhancing physical speed, you would have landed a punch before you even realized I was cloaked in a heat wave. Even if you've enhanced your nervous system, I doubt you'd be able to react that fast to an invisible wall of heat or the shockwaves." Tsushima spat blooded saliva onto the ground, his expression a mix of pain and defiance as he glared at Azai. "In other words, your code must be interfering with something more fundamental," he said, lightly tapping his wristwatch. "For instance, time," he added. Hearing Tsushima's deduction, Azai broke into a grin. "Correct. Indeed, my code manipulates time. What kind of principle would allow for such manipulation?" Tsushima felt a chill run down his spine as he faced this realization, even though he had arrived at the answer himself. Despite having his code's secret exposed, Azai showed no signs of agitation. On the contrary, he appeared almost pleased, beginning to applaud Tsushima. "Never before has anyone had the leisure to probe my code while engaged in a match with me. Well done, very well done, Tsushima Rindu." As he clapped dryly, Azai came to a complete stop. "So, what will you do now that you know?" he inquired, his eyes filled with anticipation rather than disturbance. Faced with the composed demeanor of such a powerful opponent, Tsushima swallowed hard. "That's for the fun to come," Tsushima said, placing his hand on the ground. Azai tilted his head, puzzled by what seemed to be a meaningless action. Tsushima's eyes were not glowing, yet the ground of the plaza, previously devoid of life, suddenly cracked in countless places as if he had executed some sort of code. The fissures rapidly spread, covering not just the area beneath Azai's feet but the entire plaza. "Oh, this is..." Even Azai's composure faltered at this sight. Tsushima's eyes, stained with blood dripping from his forehead, widened in intensity. "This is a legacy of war. I'll return it to you right here." With what sounded like a parting shot, Tsushima pressed down on the ground with force. In this area, developed through rezoning, everything had been buried as if to cover up the stains of the past. As a result, the drainage was horrendous, and pipes called storm drains were laid out to manage groundwater and rainwater. If those pipes were filled to the brim with explosives humanity's ingenuity devised to kill information agents, what on earth would happen? The explosives detonated in the confined space, sending shockwaves throughout all the pipes, which had nowhere to escape. They would shatter the pipes, heave the ground upward, and release the buried waste back to the surface. The widespread explosion unleashed clouds of dust and sludge, mercilessly scattering debris from countless weapons abandoned during the War of Independence, covering everything in a thick layer. Azai, slightly slow to react, found himself swallowed by the enormous mass of Earth itself. "Ua." For the first time, Azai's expression twisted. No matter how much he could manipulate time, he should have been unable to respond to such a comprehensive area attack. As Azai was engulfed by the overwhelming mass, Tsushima prepared to unleash his final move. Even a 12th rank information agent would not die so easily. This was merely a delay tactic. Tsushima's mind raced as he constructed the code, integrating all available information, and his body screamed under the strain. His eyes, rapidly becoming bloodshot, glowed fiercely as Tsushima drew his ultimate weapon. Vanish, all things and everything. The code he executed precisely targeted Azai, who had been rendered immobile by the projectiles. The code of disappearance. Any object struck by it could not avoid being erased from this world. As Tsushima executed the disappearance code, ensuring its effect enveloped Azai and his surroundings, he grimaced at the burning pain in his mind from the strain of the execution. The executed code lacked any flashy display, it simply and methodically erased the space around it. Despite sensing this presence, Tsushima felt the breath of a lurking monster deep within him. Is he still alive? In a space where the very ground erupted, shrouded in zero visibility, Tsushima questioned the void beyond. Cold sweat mixed with blood trickled down his forehead, a denial of the possibility he dreaded most. As Tsushima's vision filled with the chaotic soil, a blue flame flickered through the debris. It was not a mere figment of his imagination. Amidst the swirling earth, streaks of color dashed around. Just as he thought it had surged through entirely, he felt a hand on his shoulder. That was quite the scare, Tsushima Rindu. Amidst the thunderous sounds shaking the earth, a chilling voice resonated, piercing Tsushima's eardrums with an uncanny clarity. Tsushima clicked his tongue in frustration, confirming his suspicions. Only then did he fully grasp his situation, as a warm torrent of blood spilled from his mouth. From his abdomen, a thick, muscular arm extended outward. Red-black and coated with entrails, it was undoubtedly Azai's arm. Feeling Azai's presence behind him, Tsushima's shoulders slumped in defeat. Even this wasn't enough. Damn it, how frustrating. Azai, the man who stood at the pinnacle of all the information officer on Earth, had survived even Tsushima's most desperate attack. Faced with this reality, Tsushima could only laugh. As his feeble voice escaped him, Azai withdrew his arm. Without its support, Tsushima's body collapsed to its knees like a puppet with its strings cut. A wet sound echoed as blood rapidly pooled beneath his feet. Ah, I guess this is the end. Clutching the gaping hole in his abdomen, Tsushima muttered as if commenting on someone else's fate. He lifted his gaze at the sound of slow footsteps dragging across the ground. Azai stood there, a smile tugging at his lips. Despite the colossal explosion, he remained almost unscathed. Dusting off his dirty coat, he looked down at Tsushima. You showed me something truly fascinating. That code, was it molecular disintegration? Azai's voice was filled with genuine amusement. He couldn't hide the excitement coursing through him at the sight of a power he had never encountered before. A strange sense of satisfaction welled up in Tsushima as he directed his fading gaze toward Azai. He had prepared ambushes, launched all manner of attacks. If his opponent had been any other information officer, he would have killed them at least 10 times over. Yet, not once had he been able to deliver a fatal blow, and Azai still smiled. It was as if he were battling an immortal demon. Exhausted by the thought, Tsushima slipped a hand into his pocket. His fingers brushed against the crushed box of cigarettes. Fumbling for a broken cigarette, he sighed and placed it between his lips. Though he knew he wouldn't be able to smoke it, he lit it anyway. Watching the smoke rise for no reason, Tsushima muttered bitterly. Dead men tell no tales. That would be a problem. Now, tell me everything. Azai crossed his arms, standing tall, his blue eyes gleaming. If he wished, he could stop time or use any number of forceful methods to make Tsushima talk. Tsushima, his consciousness beginning to blur, tilted his head back, the cigarette still dangling from his lips. Blood dripped from his mouth onto the cigarette, extinguishing the flame with a soft hiss. The now heavier cigarette slipped from his mouth, falling to the ground. I didn't want to use this, but I have no choice. Azai's eyes narrowed as he caught Tsushima's words. What did you just say? Azai tilted his head in confusion as Tsushima narrowed his eyes and mustered the last of his strength. With a speed unimaginable for a man on the brink of death, Tsushima reached for his waist. His eyes showed no sign of the blue light that indicated code execution. Judging this, Azai kicked Tsushima's torso, sending him lurching forward. Ooah! A guttural sound escaped Tsushima's lips, but his hand gripped something tightly as he raised his arm overhead. Then, he pulled the trigger. A short burst rang out, and something was launched above his head. Trailing white smoke, it ascended into the sky, glowing a bright red. The light, steadily gliding down, was clearly a signal flare. And what exactly is the meaning of this? Azai questioned, looking down at Tsushima who now lay on the ground, staring up at the sky. As a final move, it seemed far too underwhelming. Azai was surely thinking the same. Tsushima's face, soaked in blood, twisted in frustration. This place is Elba, the haven of information specialists. Now, you're about to declare war on Elba. With his voice barely forming words, Tsushima's breathing grew weaker. But that final sentence was all Azai needed to understand Tsushima's intent. I see. So that's what this is. That signal flare is a warning, marking my location as the enemy. The red light in the sky began to fade. Azai, who had been watching it, suddenly became aware of the presence around him. Amid the rising dust, countless blue lights began to flicker into view. Paired like will-o'-the-wisps, they emerged one after another, quickly surrounding both Azai and Tsushima. I never imagined you would rely on others. You abandoned your pride, determined to kill me no matter the cost. The central western district was close to Elba's city center. Causing a commotion in such a location during the day was bound to draw attention from every possible organization. Police, riot squads, and the Information Officer Union all would get involved, something Azai believed Tsushima wanted to avoid. Yet, knowing he could not win, Tsushima entrusted his final move. He left the task of eliminating the monster that was Azai to the countless information officer living in Elba. I thought you might recklessly destroy the city, but your plan was to pin all the blame on me. Truly, your mind works in ways beyond the norm. You're quite something, Tsushima Rindu. Tsushima was already on the verge of death. Lying on the ground, trembling from the massive blood loss, Azai looked down at him with a satisfied smile. Very well. Your final parting gift. I'll erase that too, and send you off with nothing left. Section. Central West District. The bustling streets of Cathedral Square were engulfed in a wave of chaos as countless people fled. The rumbling of the ground, the rising smoke, and the red and white beam that had shot through the sky just moments ago, all of it stirred Lapuz into action, making her sprint reflexively. "Lu Chan, that way's dangerous," Patria's voice called out from behind her, as Lapuz pushed through the crowd. They were partners on a school field trip, but far behind them, their instructor, a senior informant, was glued to a public phone, trying to assess the situation. Lapuz glanced at the instructor but didn't wait for permission, plunging into the throng of panicked people. "You don't have to follow me, Patria," as if I'd let you go alone. Despite being pushed back by the crowd, Lapuz desperately fought her way toward the source of the repeated tremors. She knew that beam all too well. There was no mistaking it, it was Tsushima's code execution. But why was he involved in something that could cause such a commotion? The reason didn't matter. All that did was the growing unease thrashing in her chest, compelling her to move forward. Seriously, Lu Chan, this isn't getting us anywhere. Grab on to me." Hearing Patria's voice rapidly closing in from behind, Lapuz turned around. As she did, she came face to face with Patria, whose eyes glowed blue. Before she could even register it, Patria closed the gap between them, lifting Lapuz effortlessly into the air, as if she might kiss her at any moment. Yikes! A strange sound escaped Lapuz's lips, and Patria flashed a mischievous grin at her reaction. "See? This way, we'll be there in no time." With that, Patria began leaping forward, skillfully kicking off lampposts and gliding over the heads of the crowd. At that moment, Lapuz recalled something important. Patria, unlike most of their fellow first-year students, had passed the international level exam, marking her as a prodigy. Her talent as an student information officer was far superior to Lapuz. Annoying as that was, she couldn't deny it. Thanks to Patria's expertise in physical enhancement, the two quickly approached their destination. As they neared the heart of the commotion, the crowds thinned out, and they landed at the entrance to a square that should have offered them a clear view of the surroundings. But what Lapuz and Patria saw left them speechless. They had been to this place many times before, yet the scene before them now was so drastically different from their memories that it threw them into confusion. The square was a wasteland of rubble. The ground had been gouged out, stained with dark, reddish mud. From the mire, countless corroded metal debris and what looked like unexploded ordnance jutted out as if summoned from nowhere. "What is this? I don't know. But something definitely happened here." As if responding to Lapuz's words, something flew into the sky before them. The object soared high above, illuminating the area with a red light as it ascended. Both of them looked up, puzzled. A flare. Here, of all places. While Patria stared curiously at the flare, Lapuz's eyes were drawn to the spot from which it had been fired. For some reason, she couldn't take her eyes off it, her neck growing stiff as she focused on the source. "Who is that?" Through the thick, rising smoke, a figure was silhouetted in the glow of the flare. The blurry outline gave off a strange sense of familiarity, as if Lapuz had seen them somewhere before. But it was clear it wasn't Tsushima. Lapuz squinted her eyes, focusing harder. Upon closer inspection, something was moving at the figure's feet. "There are two of them." Beside her, Patria whispered, her expression growing serious. Given the situation, those two must be at the center of all this chaos. As for the others, crouching down, Patria scanned their surroundings, catching sight of other information officer peering through the smoke. Many had come to assess the situation. Dozens of information officer had taken positions around the smoke-filled square, waiting and watching from all angles, their eyes locked on the area of poor visibility. "It's about to start." Patria noticed a movement from the silhouette within the smoke and tensed up. In unison, as if they had planned it together, the information officer surrounding the square activated their powers, their eyes glowing as they rushed into the smoke. In most cases, battles between information officer tend to involve small skirmishes. This is to avoid interference between codes and prevent friendly fire. But this time, things were different. A large group of information officer was unleashing every possible code, electric currents, shockwaves, projectiles, all aimed at a single individual. They understood the situation. A lone information officer capable of causing this much destruction was clearly an enemy of the city of Elba itself. and there were only a handful of information officers in the world with that kind of power. This was like a war. Lapuz thought as she witnessed the fierce battle unfolding before her, the sky flashing brightly as multiple informants clashed. Beside her, crouched down, Patria seemed hesitant, unnerved by the real combat taking place in front of them. What should we do? Patria, her eyebrows furrowed in concern, tilted her head questioningly. Lapuz shook her head in response. There should be one more person here. Remember? Tsushima, the one we went to the creep shop with the other day. But I don't see anyone else around. On the other side of a veil of fine dust, fierce combat continued. At its center was a single information officer. To be able to hold their own against such a number of skilled opponents meant they were undoubtedly quite powerful. As Lapuz considered this, she suddenly realized the obvious possibility she had erased from her mind. Isn't that the other person? Patria, hesitantly, pointed to a faintly moving figure within the mist. It was crawling on the ground like a caterpillar, trembling. Given the situation, this was clearly a fallen counterpart caught in the chaos. Before Lapuz could process her thoughts, she took off running. Lapuz. Patria's voice faded behind her, no longer registering in her ears. As she entered the smoke, a cloying humidity and foul odor assaulted her senses. Pushing through the warm, suffocating haze, Lapuz rushed toward the shadow crawling on the ground. This can't be true. It can't be, Lapuz muttered to herself, biting down on her quivering teeth. But what came into view before her was a scene that was the complete opposite of her wishes. Tsushima? Lapuz covered her mouth, shaking her head in denial of the reality before her. Lying in the muddy, gouged earth was a lone man. He was stained all over with dark blood, gazing up at the sky with vacant eyes. There was no light in his gaze. From his loosely parted, pale lips, blood bubbles dripped. What is this? Oh, what a thing to happen. Patria, who had followed a moment later, stood beside Lapuz and looked down at Tsushima, her expression contorted. He might already be dead. Though she remained cautious of the distant battlefield, Patria spoke with a tone of near resignation. Dead. That word snapped Lapuz back to reality. Tsushima was dying right before her eyes, and what was she doing? In this critical moment where every second mattered, she couldn't just stand there crying like a fragile girl. She had to save him. Lapuz focused her energy, shaking off her daze. Patria. Ensure the area is safe. I'm going to treat him. What? You can't be serious. You're not going to run away while they're fighting right in front of us. If we run away now, Tsushima will die. I can't let that happen. She said this almost as a shout, and without caring if her uniform got dirty, Lapuz knelt beside Tsushima. She tore at the blood-stained fabric of his shirt to assess his condition. His muscular upper body was now exposed, and Lapuz couldn't help but gasp. The injuries were far too severe. This was no mere wound, it was something beyond simple classification. It was clear that a forceful treatment like the one she had used on him before would not suffice this time. However, Lapuz couldn't afford to give up. Drawing upon all her knowledge, she let her eyes shine a brilliant blue. First, I have to manage this massive wound. I need to check for internal damage, replicate the cells, stop the bleeding, and then suture the muscle fibers while amplifying the immune response to prevent infection. At that moment, she couldn't see anything else around her. She was remembering the knowledge she had only learned from textbooks, having little practical experience, and began her treatment. Beside her, oblivious to Lapuz's focused state, Patria spoke up in a panicked voice. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Given the circumstances, the person responsible for all this damage is that information agent who's wreaking havoc right now. If we treat him, we might become accomplices. As she frantically looked around, her pink hair fell into disarray. I don't care about being an accomplice, Lapuz shouted, placing her hands on Tsushima's abdomen. Her usual gentle expression had vanished, replaced by a fierce glare aimed at Patria, her lips trembling. I can't lose him here. I can't accept a farewell like this. Patria, meeting Lapuz's eyes filled with a mix of anger, determination, and fear, looked skyward dramatically and exclaimed, fine, I understand. It's clear that we can't continue treatment here. You do first aid, and then we'll get him to a safe place together. Is that okay? With her mouth drawn tight, Lapus sniffled and nodded firmly. Please keep an eye out for any dangers. Just hurry up and treat him. If that thing notices us, we're in serious trouble. Patria, her eyes beginning to glimmer with unease, positioned herself to protect Lapus at a moment's notice. Her gaze was fixed on the cloud of dust where the sounds of intense combat echoed. Patria didn't know anything about Tsushima's circumstances, but she understood that Tsushima had been fighting that mysterious information agent and had nearly been killed. If they attempted to revive him, there was no doubt they would become targets. With their current abilities, they stood no chance against that information agent. All they could do was leave this place as quickly as possible. As Lapus desperately worked to heal Tsushima, large beads of sweat dripped down her forehead, a testament to her tension and fear. Though it hadn't been long, those 5 minutes felt like an eternity. This is bad. Lu-chan. Lapus, absorbed in treating Tsushima, hadn't noticed the change in the situation until Patria, with a pale face, tapped her shoulder, prompting her to look up. The sounds have stopped. As she said, the fierce noises that had been echoing beyond the smoke had completely ceased. There was no light, no shadow, only silence enveloped the surroundings. Continuing to execute the healing codes, Lapus grimaced in frustration. Patria, cover me. With that, Lapus slowly pushed herself up. The heavy smoke completely obscured her vision, making it difficult to discern who or what was nearby. Yet, she could feel it, the presence of a predator, an aura of malice targeting the two of them. Deep down, she knew there was no escape. Her instincts were telling her so. Are you serious? I'm dead serious. Lapus mentally prepared her only and best offensive capability, the heat ray code, and braced herself. The tension was palpable, causing Patria to swallow hard. Just as tears spilled from her forehead and trickled down her chin, the situation shifted. What's this? A student? There was no presence at all. Lapus and Patria froze, unable to react to the sudden voice coming from behind them, hesitating even to turn around. This is biological regeneration. You've come all the way to this place. You must have wanted to help him very much, or perhaps you just happened to be here by chance. They heard the sound of slow, shuffling footsteps as the presence behind them moved. Lapus glanced down at Tsushima, who lay motionless at her feet. Although Tsushima had undergone a very rough form of regeneration, he appeared to have stopped bleeding on the surface. However, his half-open eyes showed no signs of movement, leaving his status uncertain. Looking down at his lifeless face, Lapus bit her lip. The only way to defeat an opponent of this caliber was to catch them off guard. Timing the execution of the codes she had mentally assembled, she took shallow breaths. Perhaps sensing her determination, Patria, standing beside her, shifted her gaze toward Lapus. The intent to stop her was clear, but Lapus responded with a brave smile. Regardless, this man must die. Don't take it personally. As the information officer behind her uttered those words, Lapus tensed her legs, preparing for action. With a determined stance, Lapus crouched low like a spring, her eyes shining brightly. She wouldn't mind if she died here. Just as she flicked her hair, she thought she heard a hand clapping somewhere. In that instant, unbelievably, she found herself glaring at the wall of a room she recognized well. The raw, smoky presence that licked her cheeks, and the murderous aura that pierced through every pore, all of it vanished, replaced by the familiar confines of the dormitory room where Lapus and Patria lived. What? Lapus and Patria's bewildered voices overlapped. They exchanged confused glances, each wearing a look of disbelief. What just happened? I don't know. But... Lapus looked up at the blue glow of the informational particles drifting around them, slowly piecing together the situation. There were hardly any information officer capable of teleporting a human at such speed. It could only be the work of Iman. But why had Iman intervened? As Lapus tried to derive an answer, Patria's voice broke through her thoughts. Hey! Patria called out to Lapus from behind. Lapus furrowed her brow and ignored her voice. Hey! I'm talking to you. However, Patria was oblivious to the atmosphere. Frustrated by this, Lapuz shot her a glare filled with hostility. But Patria's expression wasn't what Lapuz had expected. With her mouth slightly agape, she wore a troubled look and scratched her cheek. What kind of face is that in this situation? As Lapuz's irritation quickly faded, confusion began to take its place. Patria then pointed down at the ground. It seems like that person came along too. What? Lapuz followed the direction of her finger and looked down, where Tsushima lay, his eyes rolled back in his head. Oh no. All the heavy emotions weighing on her heart were instantly blown away, and Lapuz felt as if she had returned to reality. Lapuz had always known that Aimen had a soft spot for Tsushima. Perhaps this was just an extension of that sentiment. But how much comfort did that provide for her now? With emotions surging, Lapuz lifted Tsushima, who lay on the floor. He was barely alive, but luck was on their side. As she checked for his weak heartbeat, she let out a sigh of relief. He's still alive. Upon hearing this, Patria shrugged, her expression complicated. That's great. So what do we do now? Are we going to the hospital? No. The person who tried to kill Tsushima is still out there. We need to avoid anything that would give away our location. We should treat him here as much as we can and only go to the hospital once it's safe. With that, Lapuz tossed her dirty jacket onto the floor. She rummaged through her desk and pulled out her biology textbook. Flipping through the well-worn pages, she looked down at Tsushima. I've done some first aid, but this is where the real work begins. Showing determination that belied her fatigue, Lapuz rolled up her sleeves. This time, she would save Tsushima. She had to repay him for the life he risked. I absolutely won't let him die here. This isn't the end. Section. On a certain building near the Elba government, the roof, illuminated by lights, prominently displayed the square and imposing advertisement for Tsukumo Heavy Industries. The night view of Elba was more dazzling than one might have imagined, romantic to anyone who gazed upon it. However, Lapuz had no time to indulge in such feelings. Rubbing her sleep-deprived eyes, she stared in the direction of the central western district, where yesterday's disturbance had occurred. The small-scale conflict that erupted in the central western district resulted in a tragic loss of 17 information agents. Both the mysterious information agent at the center of it all and Tsushima Rindu had been placed on a wanted list throughout the entire Elbal independent city. In other words, that information agent was still alive. Biting her lower lip in frustration, Lapuz continued to gaze intently at the night sky of Elba. Suddenly, behind her, a presence emerged in the empty space where no one should have been. Lapuz let out a breath to relax her shoulders and turned around. You're late, she said, crossing her arms with a sulky expression as she looked at the man in a three-piece suit who had silently appeared from thin air. It seems the pointless meeting dragged on, the man said, his tone laced with annoyance. Adults have their own circumstances, you see. You mean to say it's a reason that a child like me wouldn't understand? That's quite a marvelous excuse for an adult. I'm impressed, Lapuz retorted, her sarcasm rivaling even Tsushima's. At Lapuz's biting comment, Aimen raised an eyebrow slightly. Honestly, to call me out using the emergency contact system I set up and then get this attitude. What a troublesome young lady you are. Don't get the wrong idea. I summoned you because this is an emergency, Lapuz replied, pulling out a suspiciously broken card from her pocket. It was a remnant of a remote communication device made by Tsukumo Heavy Industries. When the card was broken, its paired counterpart displayed location coordinates. Naturally, its intended use was for self-defense in case danger approached Lapuz. It was something she had reluctantly been made to carry by Tochibana as a precaution. I was determined never to use it. However, I thought it was better to prioritize my whims this time, rather than risk my life, she explained. I see. If the matter is so pressing that you're willing to abandon your pride, that makes me uneasy even before I hear the details, Aimen responded in a relaxed tone that didn't suggest he was entirely serious. Lapuz narrowed her gaze, gripping the card tightly before throwing it to the ground. I called you here against your will to ask about the incident involving Tsushima, Lapuz stated firmly. Oh. There are countless stories involving him, Aimen replied, feigning ignorance. Don't play games with me. I'm talking about the incident that occurred in the Central West District, she shot back, her frustration palpable. Ayman, with his hands shoved deep in his slacks pockets, pretended to recall the incident with exaggerated surprise. Lapuz frowned at his insincere act. You were the one who helped Tsushima and me back then. That means you must have been somewhat involved in this matter. Don't try to say you don't know anything, she pressed, maintaining her sharp tone as she stepped closer. Ayman scrutinized her face, as if trying to gauge her resolve. What did Tsushima tell you? All I know is that there is an information agent targeting him. He just abruptly told me that he wanted to cut ties with me because he didn't want me to get hurt because of him. He wouldn't listen to my concerns, so I couldn't get any further details, she replied, her frustration evident. Sounds just like him, Ayman sighed with a wry smile. But I understand his feelings well. If you learn about this incident, you'll lose the peace you've fought hard to achieve, Ayman said, a serious glint in his eyes. Do you have the resolve to face that? He asked. At this point, I've been prepared since the moment I called you here. I have no intention of backing down, Lapuz replied in a calm tone, straightening her back. Seeing her determination, Ayman let out a sigh of relief. Very well. For Tsushima's sake, it may not be wise for me to discuss this matter with you. However, out of respect for your enthusiasm, I'll share what I know within my capacity. With a cunning smile, Ayman brought his index finger to his lips and added, but this must remain a secret from Tachibana. Lapuz swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. Once he confirmed her consent, Ayman began to explain slowly. He revealed that the information agent targeting Tsushima was Azai. This vendetta originated from when Tsushima killed Canis during Lapuz's exile. He also mentioned that Causa was involved in the situation, along with the shadowy presence of Oryx orchestrating things from behind the scenes. After finishing his account, Ayman's expression clouded with an unsettling aftertaste as he shrugged. That's all I know. Then, it's true that Tsushima almost died because of me, Lapuz said, tightening her grip on her crossed arms as she cast her gaze downwards. Frustration and self-loathing swelled within her, threatening to tear her apart. Struggling to rein in her wavering emotions, she forced herself to look up. She must not have had a composed expression. Ayman, facing her, narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head. It's not entirely your fault. This is a path he chose on his own. But still, even if it was to protect me, he went too far, Lapuz replied, her expression twisting under the weight of rising emotions. She instinctively shut her eyes and clenched her fists. Taking deep breaths to calm herself, she heard Ayman murmuring in front of her. You don't seem to know much about Tsushima Rindu. At his words, Lapuz shot him a defiant glare. Yet, he spoke the truth. Though she was close to Tsushima, she did not truly understand him on a deeper level. It was precisely because of this lack of understanding that she had been unable to foresee the events that had unfolded. Faced once more with a truth she didn't want to acknowledge, Lapuz weakened the intensity of her gaze. Ayman relaxed his shoulders and looked up at the starry night sky. Tsushima is a man who should have been a hero. His accomplishments during the War of Independence greatly contributed to Elba. Yet, he abandoned all the fame he rightfully deserved. He chose to rely on Tachibana, erasing every trace of his past to become nothing more than Tsushima Rindu. Do you understand why? After a moment of thought in response to the question, Lapuz recalled Tsushima's words from the past. Tsushima said he had no interest in rights or status. Ah, that's true. But would he go so far as to erase his entire past for that reason alone? Indeed, he was right. Lapuz naturally began to reflect on her own situation. Her own journey of abandoning her status as a princess was not something she could discuss lightly. The reasons behind the desire to erase the past must be proportional to the weight of that past. So what was it that Tsushima sought by erasing his past? What exactly was it that he wanted to forget? As her sleep-deprived mind became tangled with thoughts, Lapuz ran a hand through her hair in frustration. Then what could compel Tsushima to go that far? You know, don't you? In a fit of irritation, Lapuz shot her words at Ayman, but she fell silent under his calm gaze. After a brief pause, Ayman slowly nodded. Ah, I've known him for a long time. I've seen him struggling to survive on the battlefield since he was much younger than you. It's been a harsh life, as you can imagine. That's why he desired the ordinary over glory. Ordinary? The word seemed out of place when referring to Tsushima, causing Lapuz to furrow her brow. It was difficult to associate the term ordinary with him. Rather, it felt as if Tsushima was the complete opposite of ordinary. In sync with Lapuz's feelings, Ayman shrugged his shoulders. Yes. What he sought was an ordinary daily life. Having seen nothing but violence and mountains of corpses, he longed for just that, a plain, ordinary life. A mundane daily existence, one devoid of excitement and as dull as the peace you've attained. For that, glory, honor, admiration, and praise were all obstacles. Is that why he erased his past? Do you still not understand? It's not that I don't understand, but... Lapuz couldn't voice the questions that had arisen in her heart. Has Tsushima really been able to live the ordinary life he supposedly gained by erasing his past? As she reflected on his life, almost as if chewing it over, no matter how much she thought about it, it felt far removed from the image of normalcy. Ayman gave a dry laugh at her troubled expression. I understand your doubts. Unfortunately, reality isn't that simple. Even if the past is erased, the fact remains that Tsushima was an information agent. The ties, the grudges, the past that couldn't be fully erased, they all pulled him away from his wish. And at some point, he came to accept that. With a sigh, Ayman continued, it's sad, but that's how it is. His environment, his connections, his work, all of it is the exact opposite of his wish. But there was no place for him except here. After erasing his past, all that remained was the environment in which he had no choice but to keep paying the price, continuing to live a life far from ordinary. That's just too cruel. Yes. But that's the law of this world. Those with power are inevitably thrust onto their own stage. Once they have demonstrated their feats to the world, there are no exceptions. Ayman's words made sense. Lapuz had seen fragments of that world herself. The laws of the world always relentlessly cornered people, like a heartless demon devoid of blood. The realization that Tsushima was trapped within that same cruel logic struck Lapuz. She felt utterly ridiculous for having stood beside him so carefree, completely unaware, and a deep loathing for herself washed over her. However, Ayman continued with even more brutal words aimed at her. That's why he entrusted his wish to you. He chose you as an agent to fulfill a dream he could never attain himself. Perhaps he hoped that by putting his life on the line to protect the ordinary life you fought so hard to obtain, he could somehow transcend his own wish. As Ayman spoke, he gazed off into the distance, an expression of resignation visible in his eyes. It was clear that he was also implicated in the circumstances that had forced Tsushima into an unwanted position. Yet, from the realm of sympathy and acceptance, he watched Tsushima as a mere bystander. How despicable. With emotions boiling inside her, Lapuz suddenly realized. It's infuriating. The way you all exploit Tsushima without end, yet choose to remain mere observers, along with my own attitude of only thinking about myself and refusing to take action, it's the lowest of the low. To conspire against a single individual, to use him collectively, it was a grotesque scene, reminiscent of the power-hungry figures who had once swarmed around her. What differed was that Tsushima had given up far more than Lapuz ever had. The thought that she had become just another faceless entity swarming around the very person who had once saved her from that hell was shocking, but it also served as a moment of self-reflection for Lapuz. Ayman, do you still think Tsushima can be saved? At Lapuz's words, Ayman shrugged. Well, who knows? But one thing I can say is that it won't be us who save him. ? Seeing Ayman use the term us, Lapuz frowned in confusion. Yet, Ayman continued, maintaining his calm demeanor. To him, the past is a chain. And we are just one of the burdens he wishes to erase from that past. What can we possibly do for him in that context? So you're saying you should just exploit him to the fullest and then discard him? I wouldn't put it quite that way. It was a mature response. Ayman retorted in that manner, but he trailed off, leaving his statement hanging. In this place, there was no one to evaluate their dignity. Only a girl, pure and straightforward in her emotions, stood before him. Ayman's usual nonchalant expression shifted, revealing a trace of human melancholy. No. You may be right. We have lived too long within the game of politics. Before we realized it, we became unable to surpass the roles we held, even to the point of not being able to save our old friends. Having survived numerous wars, they had been comrades and family. However, it seemed that time had altered that bond. When peace arrived, the blood-soaked battles transformed into muddy conflicts. The blood and tears shed for comrades turned into laughter of deceit and pretense. Ayman may not have been able to endure that truth. Ayman, you're really a kind person, aren't you? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Lapuz took a step closer to Ayman, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. You are different from Mayor Tochibana and Brother Koza. You couldn't choose the cruelty of abandoning Tsushima. But due to your position, you can't do anything. So instead, you've been pushing me forward, haven't you? Ayman momentarily adopted a serious expression before donning his adult facade once more, wearing a smile that revealed nothing of his emotions as he shrugged. Unfortunately, I don't hold you in that high of regard. What I value is Tsushima's ability to see people. Tsushima's vision? That's right. He's quite the handsome man, but he always seems to attract remarkable women, those whom everyone else envies for their qualities. In other words, I wish for you to become a woman of such caliber, especially if you're to stand beside him. For Ayman, it was rare to see a mischievous smile tugging at his lips. Lapuz uncrossed her arms and faced him directly. Are you saying that I currently lack the qualities to accept him? Well, that depends on you, doesn't it? He tilted his head in a deliberately challenging and confident manner. This was neither condescension nor a test, it was simply a statement of fact. Lapuz felt a burning heat rising from within her, like flames. Exhaling deeply, she placed her hands on her hips, ready to accept the challenge. I understand now. Ayman, you have truly supported Tsushima as a friend all this time. Even when everyone else abandoned him, you remained by his side. I want to thank you on his behalf. Lapuz kept her gaze fixed on Ayman as she spoke. When he opened his mouth to respond, she interjected, but, caught off guard, Ayman fell silent, and Lapuz stripped away any hint of weakness from her expression. She elegantly extended her hand toward him. From here on out, I will take over that role. Even if you refuse, even if I have to forcefully seize it back, I will not yield this responsibility. After all, Tsushima is my one and only knight, and I must be the same for him. With a determined posture, Lapuz straightened her small chest and let her silvery hair billow under the night sky. She lifted her chin with an air of confidence that seemed disproportionate to her petite frame. Just watch. I will show you whether or not I am worthy to stand beside him. With her resolve firmly in place, she radiated a beauty that stood in stark contrast to her youth. Ayman, witnessing her transformation, closed his mouth in satisfaction. Section. This is a dream, Tsushima thought as he gazed at the familiar faces in his softly swaying vision. It was early spring, and he could hear the call of the Hota Tojisu. A large truck rolled into the frontline base, where several camping tents were lined up, and the engine came to a stop. It must have brought supplies. He watched as soldiers slowly approached the truck. Well then, I wonder if we'll get something decent to eat today? A girl, holding a cigarette that swayed high above him, exhaled a puff of smoke with a mischievous smile. Shun. What's up, Tsushima? Shun spoke in a tone that felt like she was treating him like a child, which was surprisingly comforting for Tsushima, who had no knowledge of parents or family. Tsushima took Shun's hand and pointed at the truck. If we don't hurry, it'll be all gone. Ahaha. You're such a worrywart, Tsushima. Don't worry. Those in charge of supply management will sort it all out before distributing it to everyone. So, we should be able to enjoy something delicious for dinner tonight. Should? Yeah, as long as they don't pocket anything, that is. With that, Shun winked and shrugged her shoulders. Her beautiful black hair, trimmed to shoulder length, swayed, and Tsushima found himself captivated by her appearance. Unaware of Tsushima's gaze, Shun tossed the nearly burnt-down cigarette to the ground. Well, I prefer cigarettes over food. I can't live without smoke. In a teasing tone, Shun declared, striking a small victory pose. Tsushima didn't understand the meaning of what she was saying, as he had never tasted tobacco. With a slightly worried expression, he tugged at her sleeve. But you have to eat properly, okay? I'll share my portion with you. Or, Tsushima, you're such a good boy. I just love you. Bending down, Shin gave Tsushima a beaming smile like a sunflower, and with that same momentum, she hugged him tightly. As she ruffled his hair, Tsushima felt his face grow warm. He was embarrassed by the gazes around them, but more than that, he felt a rush of heat from her attention and the words "I love you." Man, Tsushima, you're so lucky. I wish I could be hugged by Shin at least once. Idiot, he is only being treated kindly because he is Tsushima. If it were us, we'd get choked to death. No doubt about that. Ha ha ha. The people around them, who had been watching their exchange, chimed in teasingly. Suddenly overwhelmed by embarrassment, Tsushima broke free from Shin's embrace. Oh, he escaped. Even though Tsushima was no longer in her arms, Shin pouted, pretending to stroke the empty air. Then, noticing Tsushima's flushed face, she straightened up, as if she had figured something out. I see. Tsushima is entering his rebellious phase, isn't he? But that's kind of cute in its own way. With a broad smile that wrinkled the tip of her nose, Shin pulled out a pack of cigarettes. The pocket of her worn combat uniform, frayed at the seams, released not only her small hand but also some other stray items. Oh dear. Rolling onto the ground was a golden oil lighter. It tumbled across the lush green grass, coming to a stop at Tsushima's feet. Naturally, he picked it up. Why are you in such a hurry to grab it? Slightly exasperated, Tsushima looked down at the oil lighter in his hand. It felt surprisingly heavy, almost as if it had been molded to fit Shin's hand. Somehow, he had a hunch that this item held some significance for Shin. As he thought this, he noticed the engraved letters on the side of the lighter. What does this say? Casually, Tsushima asked Shin, who was already putting a cigarette in her mouth after taking it out of the pack. She tilted her head, and then, as if recalling something, let out a small "ah." That means my wish. My wish. Exactly. To live for tomorrow. Right now, everyone is struggling against a harsh reality, but I want to be able to live in ordinary days where it's natural to welcome tomorrow. Having grown up without learning to read, Tsushima didn't understand what the symbols indicated. He stared down at the lighter in his hand. Suddenly, Shin's beautiful fingers appeared in his view. As she glided over the letters, she read them aloud. Live for tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yeah. Let's aim for a fun tomorrow together, Tsushima. Shin's words resonated strangely in Tsushima's heart. It was an emotion he had never felt before, not even in his memories of the past. In that moment, Tsushima realized that his body had grown significantly. The oil lighter appeared small in his grasp, and looking down at Shin, who had once seemed taller than him, he took stock of his own body. His usual jacket and boots framed a figure that was a far cry from the childishness of his past. He stood as a distinguished adult. Yet, that body was horrifyingly stained with the blood of his enemies. As he looked down at Shin, who stood before him with a smile, Tsushima felt a heat rise in his eyes. Unfortunately, it seems I don't have the right to dream anymore. I can't stand by your side. Just look at me, this body, this face. I've become a complete villain. Well, you certainly don't look like a hero anymore, Shin said, suddenly crossing her arms and pondering. Still, there was no shadow of doubt on her face. As she gazed at the grown Tsushima from head to toe, she flashed a bright smile, showing her teeth. But what does that matter? What do you mean, what does that matter? I've become someone who cannot be accepted in the happy world you wished for. In fact, I've become the complete opposite, someone who lives in a world of endless conflict. Really? I wonder if that's true. I still feel like there's hope left for you, Tsushima. Just think back carefully. Shin smiled weakly, though there was a hint of sadness in her expression. Tsushima couldn't quite grasp what that meant. However, she seemed to hold firm in her belief. Hope. That's the word I'm furthest from. No, that's not true. Shin puffed her cheeks and looked up at Tsushima with wet eyes, like a child. Then, with a hint of disbelief, she let out a sigh. That's just you trying to convince yourself of that. It might seem like you can't do anything alone, but you're not alone, right? When things get tough, we help each other out. There are people who will support you, but you have to reach out to them. Shun gently spoke to Tsushima, and then, as if it were the most important thing, she slowly added, "So, believe in her." "Ha?" Tsushima asked, puzzled. In response, Shun simply nodded without saying a word. Then, with a mix of melancholy and affection on her face, she shrugged her shoulders. "This is my final gift to you. I can't do anything more than this. From here on out, it's something you have to decide for yourself." "Okay." Tsushima looked down at the oil lighter he held in his hand once more. This lighter, which fit comfortably in his palm, had transformed from a relic of the past into something worn and well used by Tsushima himself. He opened the lid, rolling it in his hand, and struck a flame. Tsushima brought the red flame to the tip of Shun's cigarette. "To think you'd even appear in dreams at the moment of my passing. I'm impressed. Hee. Despite appearances, I'm quite the protective sister. I can't just let my adorable little brother die so easily, you know?" Shun lit her cigarette with the offered flame, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. Tsushima hadn't realized back then, but this bright smile was likely born from her efforts. Now that he was an adult, he understood. Shun was smiling not for herself, but for everyone, for Tsushima's sake. "Thank you." Tsushima closed the lid of the oil lighter, conveying his gratitude to the illusion before him. Before long, the surroundings began to be enveloped in a white mist. The sound of the warblers and the bustling of humans faded away. As Shun's figure gradually faded, she smiled one last time. "Well, take it easy. And say hi to her for me." With that, Shun lightly waved her hand and turned away. As he watched Shun's back disappear into the mist, Tsushima slowly began to feel himself returning to reality. Even though it felt like he had come an endless distance, he somehow knew where he was headed. It was as if he could hear a voice calling out to him from somewhere. He recognized that voice. Tsushima wrapped himself in his usual bravado and cracked his neck. "Well then, it's time to head back to the hellish pit." The morning sun poured down on Tsushima's eyelids, and he slowly opened his eyes. His entire body felt incredibly heavy, and it seemed to take him several minutes just to lift his eyelids. As his vision gradually cleared from the white blur, an unfamiliar ceiling pattern came into view. Where on earth was he? With a hazy consciousness, Tsushima began to trace back his memories. His recollection halted abruptly at the moment he failed to capture his eye. After a desperate battle for his life, he had received a fatal blow to his abdomen. Remembering that, he placed a hand on his stomach. A silly sound involuntarily escaped Tsushima's throat. It was no wonder. His fingers found no trace of the grievous injury that should have been there. In fact, the pain he should have felt was completely absent. That was impossible. For a moment, doubt surged within him, but the answer was right beside him. Tsushima's ears, which had finally begun to regain function, caught the peaceful sound of breathing, reminiscent of waves lapping at the shore. As he moved his neck, frozen as if encased in ice, his gaze fell upon a silver-haired figure sleeping next to him, her head resting on a book. Even in the dimly lit room, her beautiful long hair shimmered faintly, and he recognized it. Lapuz was sitting on the floor, dozing. "Lapuz, huh?" Tsushima let out a muffled voice from his parched throat and scanned the room. Behind her were two desks lined up toward the window. Further back, there was a bed identical to the one he had been sleeping in. It was a small shared room, and the faint scent of flowers lingered in the air. This must be her dormitory room. As more questions arose, Tsushima furrowed his brow. What on earth is going on? He had no memory of how he had ended up here. One thing was certain, Lapuz was somehow involved. However, how had they ended up in that situation? More importantly, why had she been there in the first place? It seemed too coincidental to be mere happenstance. As doubts and questions began to swirl in his mind, the peaceful sound of breathing was slightly disrupted. Perhaps Lapuz sensed that Tsushima was awakening. She opened her still sleepy eyes and lifted her face. Her expression was unusually relaxed, with drawl marking her lips. Hidden beneath her disheveled bangs, Her half-asleep eyes met Tsushima's gaze. A few seconds of silence passed between them. The chirping of birds outside the window felt oddly vivid. Lapuz rubbed her eyes and then looked back at Tsushima. She pinched her cheek and muttered, "Ouch." To think there was someone who would confirm their consciousness in such a cartoonish way. Tsushima felt exasperated. In contrast to him, Lapuz's relaxed expression gradually shifted into a more dignified demeanor. Tsushima observed the change in her expression closely before raising an eyebrow. "You've got bedhead, you know?" He raised an arm that trembled and barely moved, reaching out to touch Lapuz's hair. Suddenly, Lapuz trembled and grabbed his hand. In a voice that sounded almost insect-like, she whispered with quivering lips, "I'm glad. I thought you might never wake up." Lapuz continued in a tone that mixed anxiety and relief. Tsushima gently squeezed her soft palm in reassurance. "Then hurry up and take me to the hospital. If I could, I would have done it already." Seeing Lapuz sniffle while looking down, Tsushima began to grasp the situation he was in. One by one, he checked his leaden body and slowly sat up. "I'm wanted, huh? Yeah. The information agent you fought is also involved. The police and information officer in the city are searching for you frantically. Is that so? He's still alive, right?" As his gaze drifted into the void, Tsushima conjured the image of Azai Zhanryu in his mind. A man like him shouldn't die so easily. If that's the case, what worried him was Lapuz. Azai would undoubtedly have noticed the possibility of his survival. Therefore, the one in the most precarious situation was not him, but the girl sitting in front of him. Life returned to Tsushima's eyes, and a shadow was cast. How much time has passed since then? Looking out the window at the fully risen sun, Tsushima estimated the time. However, what Lapuz revealed far exceeded his expectations. "It's been more than 2 full days. 2 days, you say?" "Yes." With his sluggish mind, Tsushima began to imagine the worst-case scenario. 2 days was far too long for the situation. There were hardly any options left to change things. The only remaining choices were to flee or hide. Either way, it meant going into hiding, that was all. Tsushima placed a hand on Lapuz's shoulder, urging his unresponsive body to cooperate. "Lapuz, gather your things. We're leaving this city." "What? Wait a minute." As he pushed himself up from the bed, Tsushima staggered and collided with the wall. His body seemed weaker than he had anticipated, and it refused to move as he wished. He glanced down at his trembling legs and clicked his tongue in frustration. Next to him, Lapuz leaned in to offer her shoulder for support. "Tsushima, just take a moment to calm down. For now, it's still okay. Both you and I are fine." In stark contrast to Tsushima's anxiety, Lapuz remained remarkably calm. Observing her demeanor, Tsushima began to suspect something. Had she found out the details? As he sat on the bed, supported by Lapuz, he grimaced in pain and fatigue, struggling to find the words. "Who told you?" Lapuz should have understood the intent behind his question without him needing to specify what he meant. She lowered her brows slightly, looking somewhat troubled. "I heard it from Iman. He told me who is after you and about the people behind them." Tsushima's eyes widened at the revelation, then slowly closed. A heavy burden he had been carrying felt like it had dropped, but at the same time, a sense of loss washed over him, as if he had lost something precious. Wetting his parched lips, he murmured, "I see." Lapuz sat down beside him, their gazes meeting, but Tsushima quickly averted his eyes. "Hey, Tsushima. Were you planning to carry everything on your own and die without telling me anything? Who knows?" It wasn't that he was trying to act tough. Tsushima's naturally brusque demeanor emerged despite himself. Yet, even in the face of his attitude, Lapuz continued to gaze directly at him. She wouldn't look away until he answered her question. Tsushima awkwardly pushed his bangs back. "Of course, I didn't intend to die. But it turned out that way, ultimately. And the situation is even worse. It's the worst-case scenario." He turned to face Lapuz. "Azai has caught on to your survival. It's been 2 days since then. There's no doubt Oryx has heard about it. If I had taken him out back then, none of this would have happened. With his usual bravado gone, Tsushima slumped his back and looked down at his rough hands, managing a weak smile. I didn't expect to be this helpless. I'm sorry. Even though he had just recovered from severe injuries, Tsushima appeared even smaller. Hunched in the shadow of the room, he looked like nothing more than a defeated man. Lapuz briefly averted her gaze from Tsushima's painful appearance, her brow furrowing with determination. So, to summarize the current situation, I'm being targeted by both Oryx and Brother Causa, while you're being pursued by Azai and the entire Elba. It's definitely the worst-case scenario we could imagine. Lapuz paused for a moment, closing her large eyes. With her lips pressed firmly together, she clenched her fists tightly. To suppress her rising emotions, she took a deep breath and muttered in a sharp tone. This is the first time I've ever been this angry. I'm sorry. Tsushima had never seen him so vulnerable. As he spoke his apologies almost like a confession, Lapuz shook her head in response. No, that's not it. I'm not angry at you, Tsushima. I'm angry at myself. It was rare for Lapuz to use the word anger. Tsushima looked at her in surprise. In response to his gaze, Lapuz straightened her posture and lowered her chin. You said you couldn't understand why I would want to return to a world of schemes and plots. That day, I couldn't talk to you until the very end. Just as you said, I didn't have the resolve. She paused, gripping the bedsheets tightly. Only the sound of her breathing filled the room for a while. But I need to make up my mind. When I heard that you were risking your life for me, I realized I couldn't just let things stay as they were. So, I want to talk about it here. With that, Lapuz turned her gaze to the wall of the room. On the wall hung a world map centered around Elba. The vast name of the Balga Empire naturally caught Tsushima's eye, and he nodded quietly in response. On the day we reunited, I asked you for a favor, didn't I? I said there was still one person I had to kill, and I wanted your help. Yeah. But in the end, you never said who you wanted me to kill. That's right. At that moment, I realized it wasn't fair to ask you for that. I still didn't have the resolve. Even if I made such an unreasonable request of you, I couldn't give you anything in return. That's why I couldn't properly ask you until the very end. Lapuz laughed self-deprecatingly and added, just as you told me. Life in Elba was like a dream world I had envisioned. It was a paradise, far removed from status, interests, entanglements, and grudges. Every day was so peaceful and enjoyable that it brought me to tears. As she squinted, seemingly looking far away, Lapuz slowly lowered her gaze to the ground and shook her head. But that was literally an illusion. Is that so? The atmosphere became tense as Tsushima questioned Lapuz. I did indeed defect from the Balga Empire and acquire a new name and identity. But you see, there was a larger intent at play concerning that defection, one that involved more than just us. Is it someone other than Causa or Loss? Yes. Someone with even greater power and influence. Without stating it explicitly, Lapuz let her gaze drift to Tsushima. Her eyes seemed to say he would understand without needing to be told. Tsushima clicked his tongue, reluctantly uttering the hateful name. The Emperor of Balga. His voice dissolved into the dry air. Lapuz nodded firmly. That's right. The Emperor was pulling strings behind the scenes to ensure I could defect to Elba. He requested that Mayor Tochibana send you to weaken the forces of Loss and Causa. That's news to me. I was unsure whether to tell you. I didn't want to burden you with more Imperial issues because it seemed you were already weighed down by so many entanglements and grudges. But the fact that a member of the royal family would defect should be disadvantageous for the Emperor. Yes. But he is confident that I would never rebel against him. Lapuz narrowed her eyes sharply and closed her lips. After a moment to swallow her emotions, she raised her voice slightly. Have I ever told you about my mother? No. My mother was an information officer. She was very intelligent, gentle, and beautiful. For reasons I can't quite understand, she had a child with the Emperor and secretly gave birth to me, even though information officers were treated like mere tools within the Balga Empire. Even now, the treatment of information officers within the Balga Empire has improved somewhat. However, during the time when Lapuz's mother became pregnant, the world was likely still hostile toward information officers. Tsushima reflected on Lapuz's words, feeling a similar question arise within him. But that was not the point to discuss now. With a breath, Lapuz continued. I don't know the details of how it happened. For a while, my mother and I lived quietly, hiding our royal status. But one day, my mother and I were summoned before the emperor. I remember it vividly. We were led into a grand audience chamber adorned in splendor, and we were made to kneel before the emperor. And that man said. There was a prickliness to her words. As she spoke the last line, a deep furrow of anger and hatred formed on Lapuz's face. You are a hindrance to my existence. Lapuz spoke the emperor's words clearly, without a single mistake. Even Tsushima, who knew nothing, could feel the weight of her voice. Then, releasing the tension from her shoulders, she lightly shook her head. I was too young to understand the meaning of those words. But I know all too well the consequences they brought. What happened? From her tone, Tsushima already understood the outcome. He was not foolish enough to think otherwise. However, he felt the need to ask that question to get her to speak. When he urged her, Lapuz showed a soft gaze. Then, after taking her time, she darkened her eyes once more and said, My mother was killed by the emperor. Right before my eyes. Her words echoed heavily in Tsushima's heart, just as he had anticipated, but hearing it articulated struck him deeply nonetheless. It was clear that Lapuz felt the weight of it even more than he did. As if lifting a heavy burden, Lapuz opened her mouth again. To defy the emperor, to be a hindrance to that man, that also leads to death. As a child, I witnessed this firsthand. Even now, I sometimes dream of it, and my body trembles. I wonder when I will be killed by that man, just like my mother. I can't believe something like that happened. Yes. That's why I had no hesitation in abandoning my status as royalty and seeking asylum. But, you see, when I learned the truth behind my asylum, I realized that no matter how hard I struggle, I cannot escape this curse. I cannot escape the grip of that man, the emperor. In other words, Lapuz spoke quickly, then took a breath. After a deep inhalation, she delivered her words with an almost audible weight. I am still in hell. Tsushima knew this hell all too well. Being used by others, being hated, and ultimately facing ruin. As one kicks away everything to survive, their heart shatters, and they become a resident of the depths of hell. Whether she wished for it or not, she had remained in that hell. The peace that Tsushima had tried to protect her was never there to begin with. Unable to help himself, Tsushima closed his eyes and looked down. Sensing his sympathy, Lapuz leaned slightly against him. If I truly want to escape this hell, I must eradicate the source of it. It's contradictory, isn't it? To escape from hell, I must immerse myself completely in it. But if I desire true freedom, I must kill the man known as the Emperor, who rules the Balga Empire. Having vented all her past thoughts and emotions, Lapuz's expression brightened. However, Tsushima's face remained dark. So that's why I was needed, he said. Lapuz responded clearly to his question. That's right. I'm still inexperienced as an information agent, so I can't fight properly. Building an organization to confront the Emperor would take far too long. That's why I tried to use you as a blade. But you hesitated. Yes. The weak me felt guilt and self-loathing for involving and using you in this way. I was afraid of crossing that line, and I tried to give up everything by settling for the false paradise I had. But you gave me the opportunity to change. Lapuz's once bright voice began to cloud over, and finally, her expression turned serious, her dark eyes fixed on Tsushima. He recognized those eyes. Tsushima gazed into her deep, dark blue eyes, recalling the same color from that day when she had shown him that look. I was weak, which is why I forced you to bear all of my burdens. I nearly lost you at the very last moment. This is my sin, my weakness. Tsushima shook his head, dismissing her damp words. Being weak isn't a bad thing. Thank you. But I've made up my mind, Tsushima. Seeing the determination in her expression, Tsushima felt a surge of panic. He couldn't let her say those words. If she spoke them, it would be the end. The peace she had desperately fought to attain would come crashing down around them. Even if that peace were an illusion, even if it were just for a moment, It was undoubtedly still peace. Yet, in that moment, Tsushima found he had no words to stop her. Everything stemmed from his own inadequacy. He had failed to protect her dreams, his own illusions, and it was his fault. If that were the case, it was also his role to witness what she desired and where she intended to go. He would accept it willingly. Tsushima focused on Lapuz's thin lips. Tsushima, help me kill the Emperor of Balga. Lapuz's voice was icy as she made her declaration. She had crossed a line that should never be crossed. Tsushima felt a sensation akin to nausea rising in his chest. He could no longer refuse her. He was the one who had driven her to this point. Tsushima swallowed hard, trying to find his voice. At that moment, Lapuz preempted him with an unexpected proposal. In exchange, I will grant you your wish. My wish? Yes. I will take you wherever you desire. I will make sure your wishes come true. So, let's seize the tomorrow that lies beyond this hell together. Lapuz's hand, which had been gripping the sheets, now rested on Tsushima's arm. The warmth and softness of her touch made him uneasy, and he lowered his gaze. Tomorrow, you say? Yes. This isn't just a simple act of revenge. It's a fight to seize the tomorrow that lies ahead. I want you to fight alongside me for the everyday life we both desire. Especially you. With that, Lapuz pulled a chain from her chest. At the end of it swung the silver ring Tsushima had pushed away just days earlier. She took it off the chain and held it in her palm. After looking down at it for a moment, she gently extended it toward Tsushima. As my knight, together. Tsushima met her gaze, enveloping them in silence. This was a new shackle. All the chains that had entangled Tsushima until now were meant to keep him anchored in one place. But this time, the destination of the chain was different. This chain led to the neck of the girl named Lapuz Filia. The only way for this bond to be broken was either when the two of them died together or when they stood together in the land they aimed for. In other words, it was a shackle that bound their fates. Tsushima raised his eyes from the ring to Lapuz's face. There was no trace of hesitation in her resolute expression. He suppressed a sigh that had risen to his throat and met her gaze. I can't turn back now. You understand that, right? Yes. As long as you're by my side, I can face any hell. Lapuz lifted both her eyebrows and softened her expression. Following her lead, Tsushima relaxed his shoulders. All right. I look forward to seeing where you plan to take me. He took the ring from Lapuz's delicate, pale hand. Contract established. Then. Tsushima slipped the small but weighty ring back onto his finger, and Lapuz looked on with satisfaction. For having completed a devil's contract, she appeared remarkably composed. Shaking his head in disbelief, Tsushima turned to face her. So, what now? This time, my brute force alone won't solve anything. Bringing the conversation back to the heart of the situation, Lapuz placed her hand on her chin, as if she had completely forgotten. Right. We made up, but it's true that we're still one step short of resolving our immediate issue. The word made up sounded ridiculous to Tsushima, darkening his expression, but Lapuz seemed unconcerned. Still seated on the bed, she crossed her legs and wore a pensive expression. Azai Zhanryu. He's an unavoidable obstacle if we want to kill the Emperor. We need to make sure we take him down here. Lapuz sank into deep thought, her gaze fixed on the wall with half-closed eyes. There was something familiar about her demeanor that caught Tsushima's attention. Tsushima suddenly noticed how Lapuz's profile resembled Causa's. After all, she too was of royal blood, sharing half the Emperor's lineage. It wasn't surprising that there would be similarities between them. If that's the case, then she... While Tsushima pondered these unnecessary thoughts, Lapuz let out a sigh. I suppose this is the only way. With that, she swept her long hair aside and placed her hand on her neck. Do you have a good plan? Lapuz raised an eyebrow in a self-satisfied manner at Tsushima's half-interrogative tone. I do. A special strategy that only we can pull off. Chapter 4. Two large white clouds drifted across the clear sky, floating as they were carried by the wind. The Peace Memorial Park, established on the hilly terrain along the eastern coast of the independent city of Elba, was crowded with journalists, dignitaries from relevant organizations, and ambassadors attending from various countries. Behind the many white flowers arranged on the outdoor stage, the names of the deceased were engraved on a somber, heavy black stone slab. The number of soldiers who died in the War of Independence was said to reach tens of thousands, most of whom perished at sea, their bodies never recovered. For this reason, the park, which prays for peace after the end of the war, was situated in a place with a view of the ocean. What a somber place. I can't say I'm fond of locations like this. The sea breeze blew inland, ruffling Causa's short blonde hair. He surveyed the venue, dressed in a newly tailored black military uniform for today's ceremony. At his side, Fine pressed her long hair down with one hand, her vigilant gaze focused on a single point. Causa-sama. Fine, having quickly sensed the hostility, whispered into Causa's ear. He sharpened his gaze in the direction she indicated, then softened his expression. Well, if it isn't Prime Minister Oryx. Causa extended one hand as he spoke. Standing before him were two men. One was a slender man with long black hair and a nervous look in his eyes. He wore a perfectly tailored black suit with a cloak draped over it. This was none other than Oryx Rex, the Prime Minister whom even Causa acknowledged as his equal. The man beside him, his face concealed by a mask, was undoubtedly Azai Zhanryu, one of the Empire's most formidable information agents from the 6 Imperial swords. Oryx scanned the crowd briefly before looking at Causa with a distinctly authoritative air. I hardly think your presence is necessary at a ceremony like this, Your Highness. He glanced down at Causa's extended right hand and spoke in an icy tone. Causa's outstretched hand twitched ever so slightly. With a small, natural movement, he clenched his open hand lightly and brought it back to his side. Well, it wasn't exactly my choice. The Emperor gave me specific instructions. In a post-war world, peace is more valued than ever. It seems even our Balga Empire must respect that. So even a prince must be dragged into such mundane duties, bowing to the whims of the world. That's something we both must endure, wouldn't you say, Prime Minister? Both men carefully chose their words, as if trying not to disturb the surface of the water. Yet beneath that surface, it was as though they were grabbing each other by the collar. The phrase like cats and dogs suited them perfectly. The two members of the 6 Imperial swords, entrusted with Causa's and Oryx's safety, were also glaring at each other in the tense atmosphere. Well, it's quite the rare sight to see two Imperial figures meet like this. Ha ha ha. A cheerful voice cut through the tension emanating from the two men. The man in the dress shirt with a shoulder belt was none other than Mayor Tochibana, the ruler of this independent city of Elba. And of course, standing behind him, as always in his three-piece suit, was Imandrug, the strongest information officer in the land. With the arrival of Tochibana, the balance breaker, both Causa and Oryx understood the shift in atmosphere and temporarily called a truce. The two, who had been on guard moments before, now formed a delicate triangle of power with Tochibana in the middle of this den of beasts. My, I imagine both of you are incredibly busy with domestic and foreign affairs. I truly appreciate you both taking the time to attend today's ceremony. A true fox. Tochibana's words were nothing but pleasantries. This ceremony was held to commemorate the end of the War of Independence. It celebrated the establishment of sovereignty for information officers and, at the same time, honored the universally cherished concept of peace. Few dignitaries would decline an invitation to such an event. Refusing would make it appear as though they were rejecting peace itself. However, attending the ceremony risked giving the impression of acknowledging the sovereignty of the information officer. It was all part of the plan orchestrated by Tochibana. Fully aware of the underlying political implications, both Causa and Oryx suppressed their true feelings and instead uttered refined, empty pleasantries. When considering the future of the world, peace is the foundation of everything. It is the duty of great nations to build good relations upon that foundation. This is precisely the consensus of the Balga Empire, Mayor Tochibana. Causa spoke eloquently, a charming smile on his face. He then turned his narrowed eyes toward Oryx. Though his face was smiling, his gaze held no warmth. Catching Causa's intent, Oryx reluctantly nodded in agreement. Of course. Our empire wishes for reconciliation and cooperation with the independent city of Elba. As he watched the exchange, Tachibana clapped lightly, clearly enjoying the scene. You two share such a beautiful relationship. After all, peace and prosperity should always come first. Words that were anything but sincere floated through the air. Amidst the exchange, Tachibana cleared his throat. However, it's true that there are plenty of people who aren't fond of peace. Today, our security staff has been quite busy. Just a few days ago, 2 complete fools caused a ruckus in broad daylight, nearly sparking a war. Tachibana's gaze drifted from the blue sky to Azai, who stood behind Oryx. Their eyes, one green and one sharp, met, creating a brief silence between them. Ah, I believe that made the news, didn't it? I heard it was quite a fierce battle. Were the culprits apprehended? With a tone that seemed to deflect attention, Koza pulled Tachibana's focus away from Azai. Tachibana put on a relaxed expression and shook his head. Well, it seems we let one slip away. We did confirm that the other was on the verge of death, but we haven't found the body. It appears he got buried under the rubble. Quite a hassle, really. I see. In that case, we can't say we're completely safe yet. Despite the words he spoke, Koza scanned the venue with a gaze that suggested a sense of relief. His eyes casually reflected the figures of people lining the ridge. The atmosphere was heavy with the awe of war's horrors and prayers for peace. In that venue, Koza noticed a single anomaly. It was an unmistakable sight, a shimmer of silver hair glinting like moonlight. Koza's heart began to race unusually, and a sharpness entered his gaze. No way. She couldn't possibly be here. To mask the turmoil in his heart, Koza touched his lips with his fingers. Your Highness Koza, is something the matter? Oryx quickly noticed Koza's change and cast a look that seemed to say to remain silent. In that moment, he caught sight of the unique smile playing at Tachibana's lips. A jolt surged through Koza's mind as a flood of thoughts raced through him. In the brief span of 2 blinks, he began to recognize the oddity of the situation and the source of his discomfort. Despite the large crowd, why was it that even dignitaries from other countries weren't approaching them? Here stood the royal family of the Balga Empire, the Prime Minister, and the Mayor of Elba. Normally, reporters and officials would swarm to speak with them. Yet the people around them paid no attention. They seemed completely unaware of their presence. This felt orchestrated. Koza shot a snake-like glare at Tachibana. Mayor Tachibana, this is quite troubling. Scheming at a gathering like this. Tachibana opened his eyes wide for a moment before a pleased smile crept onto his face. Oh, you've noticed already. To catch on before anything has even begun, impressive, indeed. As the two exchanged their wits and intentions, Oryx, who had been left out of the loop, cleared his throat. What are you two talking about? Oryx, you still haven't realized. What a fool you are. It's no wonder you can't grasp the throne. What did you say? Be mindful. This isn't the Empire you can manipulate at will. This is Elba, where even demons are made to dance. As soon as Koza finished speaking, a large firework was launched from behind the outdoor stage, which was the center of the ceremony. When the first firework shot high into the sky and burst with a sharp sound, Tachibana made eye contact with Iman. It's time. Proceed. Understood. A brief response. Immediately after, Iman's eyes gleamed, and his figure vanished. The glow in his eyes, signaling the execution of his code, triggered supernatural phenomena at an unimaginable speed. Without warning, the thousands of people gathered at the venue disappeared in an instant along with him. The bustling noise turned into silence, and all the unnecessary objects they had been holding were flung into the air. Cameras, bags, umbrellas, and notebooks all dropped to the ground in unison. Simultaneously, a distortion in the dimension appeared above them. The refraction of light and the distortion of space shimmered softly with a rainbow-like glow, covering the entire area in a dome. A vast space, spanning several kilometers in radius, had been sealed off. Witnessing the terrifying code execution power of a 13th-class information officer, Azai and Fine naturally sprang into action. Just a fraction of a second later, bands of light surrounded Koza, while Oryx remained motionless, taking shelter behind Azai. The information officer guarding both sides were ready to strike, and the atmosphere grew so tense that even breathing seemed forbidden. Yet, despite the escalating situation, neither leader showed any change in their expression. Oryx glared at Causa and Tachibana, his voice trembling with quiet fury. "What is the meaning of this? You're asking me? Well, that's a bit of a problem for me. I was only asked to prepare the stage," Tachibana replied with a tone that suggested he was merely an observer. His posture exuded an overwhelming sense of superiority as he extended a hand towards the hills in the distance. "You'll have to ask her for more details," he said, pointing. At the top of a gentle hill, two figures stood side by side against the backdrop of the azure sky. Oryx's eyes widened as he saw them. "It can't be." Before Oryx could finish his sentence, Causa continued, his voice laced with bitterness. "Lapu's Philia." There she was, the figure of Lapu's Philia, the Imperial princess once thought executed as a traitor to the Empire. But the figure standing there was no longer the fragile, delicate girl that Oryx and the others once knew. Her silver hair flowed in the wind, and her blue eyes burned with a clear sense of purpose. She now carried herself with the regal might of a lion. From atop the hill, Lapuz gazed down at the three strategists and took a deep breath before shouting. "My name is Lapuz Philia, daughter of the Balga Emperor and the rebel princess who defies the Empire." Her bold declaration was nothing short of a proclamation of war. As her gaze locked onto Causa, he muttered, "Fool. I once wandered the realm of the dead, but with my brother's help, I have returned," Lapuz said, lifting her skirt with exaggerated formality as she curtsied. The sheer irony of the gesture twisted Causa's face in rage. Oryx, who had been watching the scene unfold, could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Well, this has certainly turned into something interesting. I had a feeling something was off with Princess Lapuz, but now it's clear that His Highness is guilty. The murder of the second prince, Los Rubel, and the sixth Imperial sword, Canis Miles, along with aiding the escape of the rebel Lapuz Philia. It'll be quite the spectacle to see if you can avoid execution now. For Oryx, the fact that Lapuz was alive was as good as having Causa's head on a platter. He laughed triumphantly as Causa unbuttoned his high-collared uniform. Freed from the tight collar, Causa cracked his neck and exhaled deeply. "So, the tables have turned, and it seems I'm the one cornered now." Lapuz began descending the hill, step by step. Beside her walked Tsushima, his face pale and sickly. As Causa observed his survival, he made up his mind and began walking toward them. "Causa-sama." Fine moved to stop her master, but Causa brushed her hand aside and continued his approach. As the distance between them closed, and still enveloped in the band of light, Causa stopped halfway down the slope. They were now close enough that their voices would carry easily. Lapuz stood tall, her chest puffed with pride, while Causa glared up at her with unyielding hostility. "Lapuz, do you truly understand what you've done? Are you aware that you've thrown away the new life you fought so hard to gain?" "Of course. I stand here fully prepared for that." "In that case, I assume you've also thought through your next move." "Yes, naturally. Even my brother's knight would struggle against Azai. But if my knight were to assist, the situation might shift, wouldn't you agree?" As Lapuz spoke, she cast her gaze toward Tsushima, who stood behind her. He narrowed his eyes in response, a silent question to Causa. "What is your answer?" Causa let out a sigh, closed his eyes tightly, and tilted his head back. After a moment, as if swallowing something bitter, he regained his composure and adopted a nonchalant expression. "I see. So you've calculated all this and chosen a one-way ticket. In that case, I'll wager on your skills this time." With that, Causa began walking from the middle of the hill to stand beside Lapuz. As he reached her side, his expression softened briefly. He then turned to Fine, who had been standing behind him. "My apologies, Fine. I know this is not ideal, but just this once, could you work with him?" By him, Causa was referring to Tsushima. Fine glanced at the man who had once taken her right arm, then sighed and nodded. "As you command, Causa-sama." "Good. I'm counting on you." With those words, Causa ascended the hill with Lapuz, out of reach of the impending battle. Left behind, Tsushima and Fine reluctantly stood shoulder to shoulder, their mutual dislike palpable. To think we'd end up fighting together, Fine muttered. Yeah. You don't look too happy about it, Tsushima replied. I'm not. Well, at least we're on the same page. But for now, we have to work together. Their gazes both shifted toward the man standing at the foot of the hill, Azai Zhanryu, a 12th rank information officer. Beneath his mask, his green eyes glimmered like the calm surface of a still lake. So, the two of you are teaming up. In that case, I suppose there's no need to hold back. Especially now that I know, Tsushima Rindo, that you are my sworn enemy. I'll spare no mercy. Azai removed his mask and tossed it to the ground. He spread his feet shoulder-width apart, his combat stance. Tsushima, lowering his voice so only Fine could hear, whispered, Do you know the nature of his code? I don't, Fine replied curtly. I see. Then follow my lead. At Tsushima's words, Fine's expression shifted slightly. You claim to know Azai's code, she asked. What, are you curious now? As Tsushima shot back with a hint of sarcasm, Fine remained silent, narrowing her eyes. She could feel the bloodlust directed at her as well, and Tsushima's smile grew even more mocking. You'll find out soon enough. Just wait a bit. Don't order me around. The two kept their eyes locked on Azai, not once breaking their focus. Once their brief conversation ended, Azai tilted his head. Well then, are you ready? Anytime, Tsushima replied. At that, Fine nodded slightly. The moment their gazes sharpened, the final battle was set into motion. Azai's code execution speed was overwhelmingly faster. As his body blurred before anyone else could react, it stretched out toward the two, like paint being smeared across a canvas. Though Tsushima could track his movements, his body failed to respond in time. But just as Azai closed in, a radiant light from Fine shielded Tsushima. Countless beams of light shot between them, forming a barrier against Azai. Fine's code, which granted physical properties to light and allowed her to control it, was far from simple. The light she manipulated moved at literal light speed. To control it, her own nervous system had been enhanced by code execution to handle ultra-high-speed combat. Azai, glaring at Tsushima through the wall of light, distorted his outline again and vanished. Not missing the opportunity, Fine's light pursued him relentlessly. Beams of light appeared from thin air, turning the peaceful memorial ceremony site into a forest of spears in the blink of an eye. As expected of an 11th rank information officer under the 6 Emperor swords. Ha! And you thought I should follow your lead? After displaying her overwhelming destructive power, Fine smirked. She constructed a platform of light beneath her feet and slowly began to rise into the air. You're the one who should follow me. I'll adjust my attacks just enough to avoid killing you. Looking down from her elevated position, Fine shifted her full attention to Azai, now her prime target. Even against Fine's lightspeed attacks, Azai managed to evade effortlessly, his movements so fast and unpredictable they defied explanation. Realizing this stalemate wouldn't last, Fine decided not to hold back. Her eyes glowed intensely. Celestial crown light blades. In a cold voice, Fine murmured as she raised her artificial right hand high. The intricately crafted prosthetic hand spread its 5 fingers, and from them, bands of light intertwined and soared into the sky. Even in broad daylight, the divine halo of light she conjured rivaled the brilliance of the sun, forming above Tsushima and the others. Around the edge of the halo, countless blades of light hung like a chandelier, all aimed directly at Azai. With a delicate flick of her fingers, the light spears swayed gently, locking on their target. Can you dodge this too? Fine tilted her head slightly before bringing her right arm down in a swift motion. At that signal, the light blades rained down from the sky. The impact was so immense that the ground quaked, and a cloud of dust erupted as the barrage reshaped the very landscape, with Azai at its center. From her vantage point in the sky, Fine coldly prepared her next code execution. 1000 Light Severing Wall. This new code, executed by Fine, was one Tsushima had never seen before. As soon as she murmured the words, the spears of light embedded in the ground began to shift. Bands of light wove themselves in a circular pattern around the dust cloud, forming a dome-like wall. The strands of light that made up the dome were sharp and thin, their tips pointed inward toward the center. The gaps between the woven threads were too small for any person to pass through. Just as the structure seemed to pulse and expand slightly, it suddenly contracted inward with a ferocious burst of light. In that blinding moment, everyone present instinctively shut their eyes, and an explosive sound followed as the air itself rippled with the shockwave. It was a strike far too enormous, too merciless, to be aimed at a single person. The dust cloud that had risen was swept away in an instant by the force of the code Fine had executed. The ground below had caved in, leaving the earth a solid expanse of brown. With a calm expression, Fine brushed her long hair aside as she gazed down. She scanned the area, checking for any sign of Azai's survival. Despite her efforts, no trace of Azai's remains could be seen. But that was only natural. No human body could possibly leave behind anything recognizable after enduring such a devastating attack. Fine raised an eyebrow slightly, wondering if she had finally finished him off. "I see. So, you truly live up to the name of the Radiant Information Officer," came a voice. Hearing Azai's sudden voice, Fine whipped around instinctively, her body reacting before her mind could fully process it. The voice had been too close, unnervingly so. Standing there, atop her own platform of light, was Azai. His white dress shirt was pristine, not a drop of sweat on him. Azai gave a slow, dry clap, his glowing eyes locking onto Fine as she stared at him in shock. "Your speed exceeded my expectations. I couldn't help but be captivated." "What?" Fine swallowed, frantically searching for a way to defend herself. But Azai's luminous gaze held her in place, intent on not letting her escape. In the brief silence that followed, a single beam of light slashed through the air between them. Tch. Fine felt a wave of heat rush past her, and she twisted her body to avoid it, leaping down from her platform. Mid-air, she executed a code, summoning bands of light to cushion her fall before she touched the ground. As she landed, her gaze dropped to the earth, and a shadow loomed over her. The source of the shadow was Tsushima, who was now looking down at her as she knelt. His trademark smirk tugged at his lips. "What was that about making me follow your lead?" Tch. Even Fine, typically composed, clicked her tongue in frustration, her cheek now smeared with dirt. "We can't take him on unless we work together. Lend me a hand," she demanded, her pride momentarily set aside. "Though it's against my wishes, it seems that's how it is." The two stood side by side, returning to their starting positions. Azai, having seemingly reappeared on the ground, straightened the collar of his shirt as he stepped onto the uneven earth. There were still many unknowns regarding Azai's code that manipulated time. However, Tsushima regarded Azai with a defiant grin. Noticing his expression, Azai raised his chin slightly. "You look as though you believe you have a chance at victory." "Well, yeah." Tsushima's brief reply earned him a critical look from Azai. "Just because you learned about my code's characteristics, what do you think you can do? Your options are limited." As Azai pointed out, knowing the nature of the code wouldn't drastically change Tsushima and Fine's situation. Nonetheless, Tsushima smiled defiantly, nudging Fine's shoulder. "Don't say that. Our compatibility isn't as bad as you think." Fine shot him a clearly displeased glare, and Tsushima said something curt to her. He then plunged his hand into his empty pocket, looking down at it with a sigh. "Damn it, I forgot to buy cigarettes. Well, whatever. At least my head's clear." Muttering something trivial, Tsushima's eyes glimmered with a blue light. Section. Azai Zhanryu. This is the name of a man who is one of the rare 12th rank information officers in the world, and a key figure in the 6 Emperor Swords of the Balga Empire. Though he is now renowned as one of the strongest, feared by many information officers, the evaluation he received in his youth was entirely different. In fact, he was not considered a promising candidate for a high-ranking information officer. Lacking exceptional talent, he was an ordinary information officer with only average abilities. He despaired over his lack of talent and came to a realization. He understood that there was no path for him in the widespread and flashy destructive codes executed by many high-ranking information officers, which aimed at mass destruction. Therefore, he concluded that his own path lay in the opposite direction. High-ranking information officers always possessed overwhelming strength to dominate the battlefield. Because of this, They were the core of operations, and their absence could easily change the course of a situation. What Azai focused on was precisely that: an information officer specialized in targeting and eliminating high-ranking opponents in an instant, capable of turning the tide of battle in a moment. In other words, he was an expert in battles against information officers. Having endured the endless hell of war created by various powers over a long time, Azai managed to create a unique code through the accumulation of patience and experience. That code was what he referred to as time declaration. However, his power was not limited to just the code. It was the other abilities he possessed that truly made him a 12th rank information officer. No one had walked more battlefields for as long as he had, granting him experience as his greatest weapon. Every phenomenon has what is known as a preparatory movement. Azai could always detect these movements faster than anyone else and respond accordingly. It was this ability that made his time declaration function as the strongest code. And at this very moment, 2 information officers were exerting themselves against his formidable code. Azai gazed at the 2, who had become far slower than a snail due to the code he executed. Standing atop the hill was the beautiful yet ephemeral information officer, Fine Primus. Coming toward her was the 7th rank information officer, Tsushima Rindu, whose eyes sparkled as he prepared to execute his own code. Both were naturally gifted, fitting into the category of geniuses. Azai gazed at them and let out a sigh of disappointment. "You truly disillusion me. Despite being blessed with talent, you fools waste all your abilities on the present alone. You are no different from me, just mere outcasts. The world shall never be saved like this." With a pace unchanged from normalcy, Azai took one step after another until he stood before Tsushima. His eyes, shrouded in black darkness, somehow seemed to focus strangely on Azai. "What a creepy man," Azai murmured in his heart as he executed a code. Through a basic and simple physical enhancement code, his body expanded slightly. He fixed his gaze directly on Tsushima and offered his parting words. "Say hello to Canis for me." Then, taking a light breath, he made a sudden lunge to reap Tsushima's life. At that moment, a flash of light streaked across Azai's field of vision. Despite being in the space of his executed time declaration, the light sliced through the air at considerable speed, targeting Azai. As he barely managed to detect the light, a look of confusion crossed his face. The blade of light launched by Fine had slashed his cheek and pierced into his back. Indeed, the code she wields grants physicality to light. Its blades can be launched at speeds very close to that of light itself. Therefore, even in the space of time deceleration, they achieve considerable velocity. However, what astonished Azai was not that. It was the fact that she was aiming with terrifying accuracy at Azai's position within the time deceleration space. This impressed him. Wiping the droplets of blood trickling down his cheek with his finger, Azai looked up at Fine. Her golden eyes had remained fixed, and unblinking he executed his own code, gazing off in an entirely different direction. "Could it be that you predicted my movements and fired?" Feeling the danger of remaining in place, Azai slowly ascended the slope of the hill. As he did, light blades were unleashed one after another, striking the spot where he had been standing moments before, then disappearing. "Well, I'm surprised. Anticipation, huh?" Minutes passed since he executed his code, and Azai became aware of the slight burden of execution weighing on his mind. His code had the limitation of only being able to slow down time within a specific space and for a limited duration. Just like the need to take a breath while swimming, he needed to momentarily release the execution of the code. Azai moved to a position where he could ensure his safety. Stopping behind Fine, he released the execution of the code. Suddenly, Azai felt a rush of wind against his cheek, followed by a deafening roar in his ears. The world's time returned to normal, and Azai let out a light breath. "Fine. I should have killed you first." He said this while facing the blue uniform indicating the 6 Imperial swords. Fine, having lost her position once again, turned to fly high into the air. The band of light she always had prepared in her mechanical arm lightly enveloped her body, lifting her into the sky. As he gazed at her divine beauty, reminiscent of a Valkyrie, Azai sank back into the waves of time with a breath. In the blink of an eye, The world once again shifted into the sluggish space of time deceleration, and Azai picked up a pebble that had fallen at his feet. He threw it into the void, and it came to a halt as if frozen in place. Using the stone floating in the air as a foothold, Azai stepped closer to Fine, moving in a manner that no one would suspect. Just before he closed the distance on Fine, he looked down at the remaining small stones in his hand and noticed something. He glanced once more at Tsushima below him. Tsushima remained frozen, looking up at the sky, as if time had stopped for him. Something feels off. Taking a deep breath as if to smell the air around him, Azai reconsidered his approach. Given Fine's earlier predictive strike, he felt it was too foolish to pursue her directly. He needed to be cautious. Changing his trajectory, Azai moved behind Fine. Looking around to confirm that there were no signs of an impending attack, Azai took a moment to ensure his surroundings were clear. Only after this careful check did he finally brace himself. I bear no grudge, but this is for the sake of justice. Forgive me. Executing the physical enhancement code once more, Azai expanded his body, setting his sights on Fine's heart. Twisting his body, he prepared to unleash a fatal strike. However, a flash of light suddenly darted across his vision. This time, the light targeted him with even greater precision. Blades of light were launched from 3 directions in the air, aiming to cut off his escape route. His inability to evade became his downfall. Azai instinctively touched the blade of light with his enhanced arm, causing it to collapse under the impact. A searing pain shot through his arm as he lost his balance and plummeted to the ground. The blades of light shot off in a random direction, embedding themselves into the ground just as he landed. What was that just now? Azai tilted his head, increasingly puzzled by the bizarre situation. It was too precise to be called predictive. It seemed to grasp every action he took and perfectly timed its attacks accordingly. Gazing at the deep wound on his arm and the dripping blood, Azai felt a familiar chill run down his spine for the first time in a while. It dawned on him why he had been sensing such an unpleasant presence. Firmly planting his feet on the ground, Azai slowly turned around. There stood Tsushima, staring up at the sky. While he was indeed looking up, his gaze was clearly not directed at Fine. Could it be? To ascertain where Tsushima's focus lay, Azai looked back up at the sky once more. Section. Time flowed normally. Tsushima, who had been gazing at the empty void, shifted his gaze to the ground, tracking the outline of Azai as he moved. There stood Azai, wounded by a single strike, just as Tsushima had aimed. Most information users had likely never seen him in such a state of injury. The proof of this lay in the expression of clear surprise on Fine's face as she soared through the sky. Azai wiped the blood dripping from his arm and faced Tsushima. Predicting my movements was your doing, wasn't it? Does it disappoint you? Tsushima raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his blue eyes shimmering. It was evident that he had been executing some kind of code all along, a fact that Azai easily discerned. You've been sending position data continuously to Fine, haven't you? Tsushima said nothing and merely shrugged his shoulders lightly. According to Azai's deductions, Tsushima had been consistently relaying position information and attack timing instructions to Fine. After battling Azai twice, he had learned his tendencies and the nuances of his attacks, which granted him predictive abilities. However, Tsushima's code couldn't keep up with Azai's speed. It was Fine's light-based attacks that compensated for this. Only by combining their experiences and talents could they create a situation in which they could contend with Azai. Acknowledging this fact, Azai fixed his gaze on Tsushima and Fine. I'll acknowledge it. There are hardly any information users of your caliber. Therefore, I will crush you utterly here. So you weren't using your full strength before? If that's the case, you'd better be careful. We've just finished warming up. Their eyes sparkled, and the battle resumed. As Tsushima had said, the amount of information sent to Fine far exceeded what had been transmitted earlier. Position data and attack timings flooded in without restraint, and Fine executed them effortlessly. The outdoor ceremonial venue was rapidly filled with Fine's light blades, which then scattered into mist. Azai moved through the prolonged stretch of time. However, for Tsushima and Fine, it was merely a fleeting moment. This method of fighting was akin to a situation where one was blindfolded, repeatedly attempting to catch a drawn blade. Yet, Azai, who occasionally emerged from the time-slowed space, was beginning to run out of breath. Fine, who was merely following the position data and launching attacks based on those instructions, struggled to grasp the significance of the battlefield. However, whether she understood it or not, the battle was beginning to reach a stunning level of equilibrium. The undeniable fact that Tsushima was terrifyingly adept at strategic thinking pressed down on Fine's heart like a heavy reality. Damn it. As she plunged into the swirling flashes of light, Fine looked down at Tsushima, who was fighting Azai on equal terms, and trembled with an indescribable sense of humiliation. While feeling Tsushima desperately executing ultra-high-speed and ultra-precise attacks above her, he continued the deadly game of strategy against the monster in front of him. One wrong move would mean instant death. Occasionally, Azai's distorted silhouette grazed past him, sending a cold sweat trickling down his spine. Even so, Tsushima persisted in executing an overwhelming amount of codes. There was no burning mental strain yet, but to definitively turn the tide in this situation, the code of disappearance that would erase all nightmares was the key. Constructed and executed within his mind, fueled by nicotine withdrawal, Tsushima's eyes shone brightly. Tsushima, at this rate, we'll run out of options, he heard Finesse shout from above. Tsushima looked up and shouted back. Wait, just a little longer. It'll be completed soon. What's completed? Fine was in a desperate situation herself. Above all, Azai was not only targeting Tsushima. The waves of Azai, which had been moving freely, were now threatening Fine as well, reaching close enough to Tsushima's nose. Each time the undulating waves of color swayed before her, it was hard to feel alive. If even a moment's delay occurred, she would undoubtedly meet her death. Despite harboring deep resentment and hatred for one another, Tsushima and Fine had become a complementary pair. If either of them were to falter, it would mean the death of both. Therefore, they had to protect each other with all their might. Tsushima grimaced under the increasing mental strain. The contours of Azai, moving swiftly around him, stretched further than ever before, threatening to envelop the entire area. Azai's movements were becoming overwhelmingly vast. He was likely attempting more erratic movements to disrupt Tsushima's foresight. However, the information directing precise counterattacks was being sent to Fine with such force that it was overriding Azai's disruptions. The undulating waves of Azai momentarily lost their eerie presence, revealing his true form. Azai's forehead was drenched in sweat. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light, focusing solely on Tsushima, and his mouth curled into a grin, revealing his teeth. The expression might have been a way to steady his ragged breathing. However, the upward curve of his lips made it clear that he was enjoying this situation. Good. You can still dance, Azai shouted with a laugh. Tsushima, still battling the impending fear of death looming just before his nose, dropped to one knee in sheer desperation. Before the splatter of mud from the impact could even stain his knee, Azai once again vanished to the other side of time. TCH. It was just an instant. Faster than a blink of an eye, Azai's figure passed by Tsushima's shoulder. The sensation of something grazing his shoulder sent a wave of panic through Tsushima. His foresight, which had been keeping Azai in check, was now barely keeping up. In other words, Azai had just shifted into a higher gear. How fast can he get? Tsushima's shoulder, which had merely felt the breeze, was now grotesquely twisted, the skin stretched to its limit before tearing, causing blood to flow. The intense pain from the injury disrupted his razor-sharp focus. Fine. Don't hold back, or you'll die. Shut up. I'm handling it as best as I can, even up in the air. Fine had noticed that Azai had shifted gears. Normally composed, she shouted back, her cheeks flushed with frustration. The continuous flashes of light that Fine executed to blanket the ground were gradually being outpaced by Azai's speed. It was like a noose slowly tightening around their necks, making them feel the creeping presence of death inching closer. Gritting his teeth and nursing his wounded shoulder, Tsushima saw Azai's outline closing in once more. The shape retracted just millimeters away from his throat, causing his face to tighten in fear. At nearly the same moment, Azai's hand reached for Fine as well. As she continued to execute her code, The space around her was becoming enveloped by the traces of Azai's afterimages. If she moved her body even a fraction, she would be struck by one of his blows. In this perilous state, Tsushima, is it done yet? Fine screamed. Azai's outline rippled before Fine's eyes. Just as they were about to reach their limit, Tsushima completed the code. Got it. This'll work. Beneath the sweat now streaming down his forehead, Tsushima's gleaming eyes darkened as he raised his hand toward the sky. A code of heat rays shot upwards. The beam ascended into the sky, striking the time-space isolation dome constructed by Iman. Red and white sparks scattered along the surface of the hemispherical barrier before cascading down. It was undoubtedly a signal of something. Fine. Pin him down, Tsushima shouted toward Fine. In the briefest of moments, with barely enough time to catch a breath, Tsushima sprinted toward the heart of the battlefield. Fine, following the stream of information being relayed to her, unleashed wave after wave of radiant walls. These walls of light were so sharp that one touch could flay flesh to the bone. They were executed in rapid succession, coming so close to Tsushima that they nearly sliced through his body. Separated by nothing more than a wall of light thinner than paper, Azai realized Tsushima's plan and launched his attack. The question now was whether the walls Fine deployed could outpace Azai's speed. In this battle of precision, Tsushima placed all his bets. If Fine's speed fell short by even a hair's breadth, it would mean Tsushima's death. Tsushima's clenched jaw trembled. Fear, oxygen deprivation, and the mental strain from executing his code blurred his vision. But Azai was in the same state. Azai emerged from the limits of his time-slowing technique for a brief moment. His eyes, like Tsushima's, were stained red. However, there was still a hint of ease in Azai's expression compared to Tsushima. Not done yet. Azai's voice echoed through the open space, sounding both like a human shout and a beast's howl. His distorted outline raced toward Tsushima, ready to resume their hellish battle of foresight. At that moment, Fine instinctively followed the commands being fed into her overstimulated mind and executed her code. It was as though the instructions knew the very depths of the abilities she kept hidden in her hand. White light coffin. This technique was one Fine rarely used. Though her code specialized in slicing opponents at the speed of light, this code didn't fully utilize that strength, making it a somewhat paradoxical technique. Bands of light surrounded the area where Tsushima and Azai had been, forming a completely sealed-off space. A cage of light woven so densely that not even a single atom or molecule could pass through. It was more akin to a defensive barrier than an attack. Fine executed the technique and held her breath tightly. Freed from the incessant flow of location data that had been bombarding her, she finally became aware of the sweat dripping down her forehead. In the silence and stillness that enveloped the area, only Fine's labored breathing could be heard. So, what's your next move? The radiant white coffin was complete, likely trapping both of them inside. Cloaked in light and hovering in the air, Fine glared at the white light coffin, folding her arms with a quiet, calculated gaze. The term white light coffin was apartment inside the cage Fine had created. Tsushima looked down at the ground where not even a shadow could be seen. The entire area was engulfed in a blinding white, making it difficult to gauge any sense of distance or depth. In this bizarre, whitewashed space, Azai's figure appeared. Page got too heated. To think I'd be completely trapped. Azai, steadying his breath, turned his sharp gaze toward Tsushima. So this was your plan, right? Yeah, that's right. Tsushima grimaced from the pain in his arm, which had been destroyed by Azai. Blood dripped from his limp arm, the deep red staining the ground a painful sight. Azai, observing Tsushima's condition, maintained his composure, projecting an air of confidence. You don't actually think you can win in a one-on-one duel with me, do you? In fact, being confined in this box puts you at a disadvantage. Do you really believe that? You're not executing a code because you're not entirely sure, right? Tsushima smiled as he spoke, and Azai's expression softened into a grin as well. From the very beginning, Azai had repeatedly experienced the terror of Tsushima, even in his domain of decelerated space. Tsushima had fought in a battle akin to a duel between masters, all while figuratively blindfolded. That's why Azai, unsure of Tsushima's true intentions in trapping them in this limited space, hesitated to make the first move. Instinctively, living creatures avoid confronting a threat they can't fully understand. Tilting his head, Tsushima seemed to peer into the fear that Azai was trying to conceal. There were 2 conditions for me to beat you. First, I had to keep you confined in a specific space. Second, my code had to be executed across that entire space. I see. So, you're saying this situation means your victory? Exactly. Though, that's assuming you even have the time to execute your code. Azai spoke threateningly, but Tsushima remained unfazed, casually slipping his hand into his pocket. From it, he pulled out a cigarette that he had earlier claimed not to have. Skillfully, using only his mouth, Tsushima tore open the packaging, pulling out a fresh cigarette and placing it between his lips. He gave a smug smile as he flicked it up and down. You don't have to worry about that. The code's already been executed. With that, Tsushima lit the cigarette and exhaled a long, satisfied stream of smoke. Through the haze of smoke, Tsushima narrowed his eyes. In that moment, a thin stream of blood ran down from his reddened eyes across his pale cheek. The burden of execution. The code Tsushima had pushed his mind to its absolute limits to execute, silent and without warning, began to envelop Azai. And it wasn't just Azai who was its target. Everything, the ground, the space itself, began to fade away as though veiled in a light mist, leaving only Tsushima untouched. Azai looked down at his arm, which had fought countless battles over the years, now gradually becoming translucent, dissolving into the white light. Then, with calm eyes, he looked back at Tsushima, accepting everything. I see. So, I was already checkmated. You're quite the man. The match was decided. Azai had resigned himself to his fate. The fierce fighting spirit that had once radiated from him had now been sheathed, and he began speaking with Tsushima with a calm detachment. You've got nerves of steel. But honestly, I was astonished by your otherworldly foresight. How exactly did you manage that? Unfortunately, that wasn't my doing. Tsushima took a drag from his cigarette, letting the smoke curl around his mouth. Through the white haze, a smug expression spread across his face. For the first time, Azai showed a look of confusion at Tsushima's words. Then whose doing was it? That's not something you discuss with the dead. Taking a long, final drag on his cigarette, Tsushima let his gaze drift off into the void, clearly enjoying the moment. At that same time, Fine's white light coffin began to interfere with Tsushima's code of erasure. A small hole opened in the white wall that had stretched behind him, allowing light from outside to pour through. The light mixed with shadows and bathed Tsushima's back. So that's how it was. Azai sighed as he gazed at the light shining from beyond. Beyond the light, a blue sky and green hills came into view. At the top of the hill, a girl stood, her figure overlapping with Tsushima's. Lapu's Philia. She stood there, poised and dignified, holding down her long silver hair. Her expression was one of anguish, with her brows furrowed and blood-red tears streaming down her pale, beautiful cheeks. The redness of her bloodshot eyes was a direct result of the strain from executing her code, a clear sign that she, too, was an information officer. I thought I was battling you this whole time, but it seems I was facing her instead, Azai said with a raspy chuckle, narrowing his eyes. Tsushima shrugged in response. No matter how much control you have over time, someone outside your range can still fight you on equal footing. In the end, it comes down to how much trust the person inside has in the one outside. That's really all there is to it. As the excitement of battle subsided, the pain in Tsushima's wounded shoulder began to spread. His face twitched involuntarily from the pain, but he stubbornly refused to let his expression change. There was one truth in this battle that Tsushima knew and Azai didn't. In this space, completely cut off by Iman's barrier, there was one information officer Azai had no knowledge of. The one who stood closest to Tsushima, who would risk her life more than anyone else for him. And the one Tsushima deemed worthy enough to risk his own life for. That was Lapu's Philia, the information officer. In Azai's calculations, she had never been considered a combatant. He had dismissed her as just a princess, someone who would be useless in a battle between information officers, leaving her outside the time dilation field. Tsushima and Lapu's victory hinged on that oversight. However, the danger of this deception was the possibility that Azai might discover Lapu's was also an information officer. To keep that fact hidden, Tsushima had acted as if everything was being done by him alone, putting on an elaborate performance to make it seem like it was all his doing. Seeing Lapu's now, Azai didn't need to speak. His expression said it all, he understood everything. When did you realize the weakness of my code? It wasn't like I planned anything specific. It was pure coincidence. The day you nearly killed me, I noticed the movement of the clouds in the sky. When you executed your code, the clouds suddenly shifted, almost as if they teleported. That's when I knew you could only manipulate time within a fixed area. And, most likely, the larger the area, the less time you can control it for. Having said that much, Tsushima dropped his cigarette to the ground. And then I realized, as long as we could harness the lightspeed properties of finesse code for high-speed attacks, and leverage light-based communication between informational factors, we'd have a fighting chance. That's all there was to it. Tsushima's tone was as if he were explaining something simple. But in reality, it was an incredibly dangerous gamble. If finesse code couldn't reach light speed, if the system of information transfer through light didn't work as anticipated, every countermeasure Tsushima had prepared against Azai would have crumbled to dust. It wasn't so much a strategic insight as it was a bet riddled with risks. But Tsushima had won that bet. Azai shook his head in disbelief at Tsushima's audacity. I must admit, both you and your companion have impressed me. Azai's body had almost fully dissolved into transparency, signaling the end of his life. Tsushima straightened his posture, standing as if to witness the final moments of his opponent. Watching the code execute upon his own body, Azai spoke with a fading voice. But this code, it's truly beautiful. It's remarkably similar to a code I once saw, a code of complete existence erasure. So, tell me, are you perhaps connected to that shadowy information officer? Azai's hand reached out, letting the light pass through his fingers as he gave Tsushima one final, wicked grin. His eyes, full of morbid curiosity, fixed on Tsushima, who furrowed his brow and clicked his tongue in irritation. I'm the shadow informant, that's all there is to it. Stop dragging me into old stories. Despite his bravado, Tsushima's body wavered from the overwhelming pain and exhaustion. Azai, seeing this display of arrogance mixed with sheer stubbornness, burst into laughter. So that's how it is. The knight of the rebel princess turns out to be that shadow informant. How fitting for the two of you. As his figure continued to dissolve into the light, Azai's face broke into a dignified smile, even as he approached complete erasure. For a demon like me, this death may be too mild. But as far as deaths go, this is a fine one. I thank you, Tsushima Rindu. His voice rang out proudly as he looked toward the sky. His white-streaked hair loosened and fell, and the fierce expression he had worn as an ogre seemed to melt away. His shoulders, too, relaxed as if he had finally put down a heavy burden. Well then, from the finest seat in the afterlife, I'll be watching your knightly path closely. Azai Zhanryu, one of the 6 Imperial swords, passed peacefully, fading away like the smoke from Tsushima's cigarette, carried off by the wind. Section. The dust kicked up by the battle swirled in the wind, and the blue sky once again stretched overhead. In the open field facing the endless horizon, the once imposing white coffin of light created by fine seemed to waver with the sea breeze. Moments later, the box of light crumbled away under the influence of the unknown code's execution. Sensing the end had come, Fine released her code. Only one figure emerged from the shattered remains of the light prison. Standing in the center of the unnaturally uniform, carved-out space, Tsushima was the sole survivor. Seeing him, Lapuz, who had been hiding on the hill, instinctively called out, "Tsushima." She rushed down from the hill toward him, her feet kicking up dirt on the war-torn ground. Hearing her footsteps, Tsushima, exhausted, looked back at her with a worn expression. As she reached him, her bloodshot eyes, just like his, met his gaze. Seeing Lapuz unharmed, Tsushima's tense face relaxed, showing a sign of relief. Somehow, we won. Yes, we won. They exchanged glances, and a gentle smile, unbidden but warm, spread across both their faces. But this wasn't what I was told, Lapuz grumbled, rubbing her bloodshot eyes and puffing her cheeks. I didn't think I'd have to transfer so much information. Tsushima chuckled, answering with a wry smile. He had more fight in him than we expected. In any case, you saved me. With a voice full of exhaustion, Tsushima gently placed his hand on Lapuz's head. She turned away, trying to hide her face, and let out a small sniffle. I won't accept it. I refuse to accept this outcome. A different voice echoed from the ridge, interrupting the moment shared between them. As they turned their gaze, they saw Causa and Oryx facing off atop the hill. Causa, with his usual calm demeanor, was holding something in his hand, a small revolver. It seems the bet was mine after all. He checked the bullets, ensuring they were properly loaded, and slid the cylinder back into the gun with a casual air that seemed far too practiced for a member of royalty. You dare lay a hand on me, a rebel against the Empire? That's impossible. Do you have any idea how many thousands, tens of thousands, of supporters stand behind me? Yes, I'm well aware. I know exactly what you've been holding over them and how you've been threatening them. Causa's eyes briefly flicked toward Fine, who was watching with concern. His glance seemed to be reassuring her, telling her everything was under control. With that, he took a step closer to Oryx. The proximity of his executioner caused Oryx to recoil in fear. You truly believe no one will question what happens here? Oryx asked, his voice trembling. That won't be an issue. That's the whole point of the spatial isolation and the evacuation of the key figures, Causa responded calmly. But if both one of the 6 Imperial swords and the Prime Minister are killed at the same time, suspicions will definitely arise. So, let's settle this peacefully. I won't speak of this incident. And of course, I'll keep quiet about the rebel princess as well. Oryx cast a sly glance towards Lapuz. His eyes, sharp and cunning like a snake's, exuded a sleazy aura, distinct from Causa's composed demeanor. Instinctively, Tsushima stepped in front of Lapuz, shielding her. The cold murderous intent Tsushima directed at Oryx was unmistakable, a clear warning from her protector. I'll handle the finer details. Here's the story we'll go with. Causa held the revolver in both hands and spoke with an air of authority. Prime Minister Oryx had always harbored extreme anti-establishment views, opposing the sovereignty and social standing of the information officers. His radical ideas spiraled out of control when he allied with Azai, who shared similar thoughts. Together, they plotted the assassination of Mayor Tochibana at the peace summit in the independent city of Elba. However, their plan was foiled by my knight, Fine, before it could be carried out. Both men died in combat. That should suffice, don't you think? Satisfied with his impromptu narrative, Causa cocked the revolver with a self-assured smirk. The sharp click of the gun made Oryx's eyes widen in panic. If I die here, the Empire's internal affairs will collapse. The suppressed fears and frustrations will explode across the land. That's only because you've been blackmailing them, isn't it? I, on the other hand, plan to ally with them. I'll return everything you've taken to threaten them to compensate them, and free them from your grasp. In an instant, I'll become their savior, and they will become my loyal supporters. Causa's lips curled into a wide smile, one unlike any he had ever shown before. The intensity of the emotion behind it was enough to make Oryx's face twist in terror. You planned this from the very start. Oryx never finished his sentence. His words were cut off by the dry crack of gunfire. The revolver in Causa's hand was pointed directly at Oryx's forehead, the trigger pulled without hesitation. Oryx's body fell backward with a dull thud as he gazed up at the sky. Causa, with a cold precision, emptied the remaining bullets into Oryx's lifeless form. Finally, the metallic click of the empty chamber echoed in the air. With that sound, Causa lowered his shoulders, as if a weight had been lifted. Well, things are about to get a little busy. I'd like to have a chat to get our stories straight, if you don't mind. Do you have a moment, Mayor Tochibana? Causa stood on the hill, the clear blue sky behind him, smiling brightly. The expression on his face, painted with splattered blood, made it hard to believe he'd just killed someone. Tochibana looked up at him and, as usual, nodded back. Sure. But what about them? They know a little too much, don't they? As Tachibana said this, he pointed to Tsushima and the others. That response was something neither Tsushima nor Lapuz had expected. They had believed Tachibana was unconditionally on their side. In fact, Lapuz had negotiated with Tachibana to bring about this very situation. Even back then, Tachibana had agreed without hesitation. Now, faced with this sudden betrayal, Lapuz frowned and braced herself for a fight. "You're right. There's certainly some truth to that," Causa said, tilting his head in response to Tachibana's suggestion. The cold, emotionless gazes of the two conspirators turned toward Lapuz. As thoughts of logic, self-interest, and calculation swirled in their minds, a black figure stepped in between, cutting off their line of sight. "Does that truth of yours include your own corpses, too?" With eyes gleaming an intense blue-black, glowing as if roaring with power, the embodiment of violence known as Tsushima Rindu stood in front of Lapuz, protecting her. Though he should have been exhausted, his presence radiated a will to fight, showing he still had plenty of strength left. Sensing this, Fine, who had been hovering above, let her golden eyes gleam. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode at any moment. But then, a man's voice suddenly echoed through the space. "You'd best stop. That one has found his master and is prepared to sacrifice everything to protect her. He's a troublesome sort. At the very least, I don't want to get involved." Before anyone noticed, Ayman had appeared. He spoke in a drawn-out, almost bored tone, sending a meaningful glance toward Tachibana. Ayman, the 13th ranked information officer, was capable of subduing everyone here on his own. It was clear that his decision would greatly influence Tachibana's next move. After a few seconds of contemplation, Tachibana's face relaxed into a nonchalant expression. "You're right. They likely won't make any rash moves. As long as they don't have any intention of opposing us, it's in both our interests to maintain friendly relations." Clapping his hands loudly as if to break the tension, Tachibana smiled. "Well then, Your Highness Causa, Knight Fine, shall we go over our stories?" As Tachibana spoke, he cast a glance at Ayman. In response, a distortion in space appeared beside them, causing Causa and the others to vanish. While glaring at their retreating figures, Tsushima suddenly realized something. Just before Tachibana disappeared, he had directed a piercing gaze at Tsushima, a sharp, unmistakably threatening look. The message was clear: if you escalate this situation any further, I will kill you without mercy. Epilogue. At the only international airport in the Elba independent city, government planes from various countries took off and landed repeatedly. While watching this scene from the VIP lounge, Causa put away his pocket watch into his chest pocket. "This visit has been a bit of a bitter pill to swallow," he murmured, glancing over at Tachibana, who stood beside him. Tachibana, exuding his usual air of confidence, scratched his cheek with a wry smile. Indeed, her actions took us by surprise. I didn't expect her to act so boldly. It seems we need to re-evaluate our perception of her. Causa couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment at Tachibana's tone, as if he were also a victim in this situation. How could the mastermind behind this mess speak so freely? That cunning fox, as always. However, Causa had no intention of starting an argument at this point. He softened his expression and shrugged. "Nevertheless, it has turned out well for me in the end. I managed to secure the Oryx interests directly. Is it that you won't get back up without gaining something from your fall? Well, given your position, I assume you intended to take his interests sooner or later, didn't you? Well, who can say? I wouldn't want to be overestimated, so let's leave it at that." Wearing their respective masks, they exchanged glances, probing each other's intentions. Causa felt an urge to scoff, recognizing that he was quite the trickster himself. While this level of mutual probing was expected, Causa noticed that Tachibana's demeanor had become somewhat chilled. It felt as if the temperature in the spacious, air-conditioned lounge had dropped significantly. As if signaling the start of the main event, Tachibana cleared his throat. "Putting that aside, there is something about this incident that has been bothering me." The tone of his voice dipped slightly. Causa couldn't help but feel a sigh of resignation rising within him, wondering if Tachibana would truly let this go. "I'm curious about how the information regarding Tsushima's involvement in the princess's defection leaked." Tachibana deliberately paused mid-sentence, glancing at Causa's profile in a conspicuous manner. I can't help but wonder about it. Since I completely erased the information on the Elba side, if it leaked, it must have come from the Balga Empire. What exactly are you trying to say? Causa tilted his head, staring at the Balga Empire's private jet approaching from the direction of the sky. It's unlikely that Your Highness would overlook information manipulation. After all, you wouldn't leave any spies unchecked, would you? So, I can't help but wonder if this information leak was something you orchestrated yourself, Tachibana remarked. He wore a cheerful smile, as if unaware of the weight of his words. Yet, despite his expression, the slight droop at the corners of his eyes held a sharpness like a blade, creating the illusion of being stared down by a snake. Causa chuckled lightly and shrugged. Are you suggesting that I personally invited the risk of Lapuz's information becoming public? That seems rather foolish. Yes. Logically, that would be the case. However, if my predictions are correct, the situation is far more complex and could lead to a rather interesting outcome. With a smirk that suggested complicity, Tachibana crossed his arms behind his back. After a moment of silence between them, Causa relaxed his shoulders. We have some time before our return flight arrives. May I ask you to share your thoughts for entertainment? Of course. Tachibana glanced around the now empty lounge and began to speak in a calm tone. This incident appears to stem from Tsushima's long-standing grudge, serving as the backdrop for the secret behind the princess's defection. However, I believe the reality is quite different, Tachibana said. I'm not sure I follow. How does this matter appear to you, Mayor? It is an incident aimed at killing Tsushima and capturing Lapuz's filia. Interesting. Please, continue. There was no need to panic just yet. Causa mentally reassured himself while fiddling with the pocket watch in his pocket. Tachibana took a moment, observing Causa before continuing. Lapuz's filia is a rare being, a product of both an information agent and Imperial blood. If she were to raise her banner, tens of thousands, perhaps even over 100,000 information agents could gather under her. This poses a significant threat to the Empire. However, Your Highness likely thought to harness her power by involving her in the defection. There was no hesitation in Tachibana's words. The indirect manner in which he conveyed his thoughts tightened around Causa's neck like a silken noose. However, an irregularity emerged in the form of Tsushima Rindu. With an information agent capable of single-handedly defeating the 6 Imperial swords at her side, it would be challenging for you to manipulate her as you wish. Therefore, you needed to eliminate him. With that, Tachibana turned his gaze to the window. Ahead of him, through the gaps in the clouds, the Balga Empire's private jet was descending towards the runway. As the plane matched its descent speed, Tachibana resumed his narrative. However, how could you kill Tsushima, who could turn the tables even against his own knight? After some thought, Your Highness came up with the idea of using Azai. By skillfully manipulating someone close to Canis, you intended to have Tsushima eliminated, Tachibana explained, seemingly getting more comfortable with his narrative, raising his index finger to gesture in the air. Yet, there was one problem with this plan. The danger that Tsushima might reveal the truth of the princess's defection out of self-preservation. Therefore, Your Highness decided to confront Tsushima directly to eliminate that risk. Doesn't that explain the series of actions taken? Causa let out a small laugh through his nose at the posed question. Not a bad deduction. However, there lies a fundamental question. Why would I need Lapuz so desperately? Even if she has high utility, I don't think she's worth jeopardizing my own position for. With a shift, Causa cast a probing gaze at Tachibana. Yet Tachibana showed no sign of fear. Instead, he leaned in with increasing fervor, his lips twisting into a grin. That's obviously to gain military power. Haha, what a peculiar thing to say. I already possess enough power to mobilize the Imperial military. What more could I possibly need at the risk of having Lapuz? Causa laughed derisively, but Tachibana did not return the smile even slightly. With a piercing gaze, he responded, the power you possess is meant to deal with the Empire's enemies. However, if the power you seek is not for that purpose, then the conversation changes. Tachibana had ventured into dangerous territory. Koza's smile faded, and he adopted a serious expression, sending a warning gaze to Tachibana that was genuine, not masked. It was clear he had easily picked up the detonator in this volatile situation. "Your Highness, Koza, are you not plotting a coup against the Empire?" The dangerously presumptuous words echoed in the empty lounge. Koza glared at Tachibana, trying to discern his true intentions. Similarly, Tachibana studied Koza in return. With the next words spoken in this place, the world could drastically change. The intense tension filled the air, a situation Koza had never encountered at such a critical juncture. Both maintained silence, observing each other's next moves. The icy atmosphere was finally broken by an announcement heralding the arrival of a flight. "The government aircraft of the Balga Empire has arrived. Boarding can now commence." The polite announcement voice quickly restored the atmosphere around them. Taking advantage of this ambience, Koza readjusted his usual mask. That was quite an entertaining diversion. "However, it seems it's time for us to go." "Yes, it appears so. Though it was a rather dull diversion, I'm glad you found it enjoyable." "I also had a meaningful time." "Well then, I shall take my leave." Having exchanged such weighty topics, Tachibana's demeanor was surprisingly straightforward as he turned on his heel. As he walked away, the sound of his shoes echoing lightly against the floor, Fine entered the room. The moment she saw Koza's expression, her brows slightly furrowed. "Koza-sama, is something the matter?" "No, not at all. I simply encountered an unexpected variable. Just a little surprised, that's all." As Koza focused on Fine's familiar figure, he finally realized he had regained his composure. A trickle of cold sweat ran down his back, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. "This city certainly never lets me get bored," Koza muttered to himself, prompting Fine to look at him with concern. He turned his usual smile toward her and straightened his posture. "Now then, let us return to our homeland." Section. The peace ceremony incident had finally come to a close about a week later. As Koza had mentioned, it was reported that the main culprit was Oryx. Given that Oryx was originally a leading figure in the anti-informationist movement, the public accepted this fact relatively easily, without much sense of discord. Meanwhile, what had actually transpired behind the scenes of the incident was effectively buried in darkness by Tachibana and Koza. Tsushima also benefited from this outcome. The content of the wanted posters that had circulated throughout the city was now deemed a misunderstanding, and he had been exonerated. However, the remnants of his injuries would not simply vanish. "The sunlight is dazzling." Tsushima lit a cigarette while at a cemetery on the outskirts of the city. Due to the exaggerated injuries he had sustained during his battle with Azai, he was forced to wear an overly conspicuous arm holder. Due to the repeated bodily regeneration, it was determined that the treatment for code enforcement was too burdensome. He was instructed to rely on self-regeneration, receiving only the minimum necessary treatment and left to his own devices. To make matters worse, his dominant arm was immobilized. It was utterly frustrating. Tsushima glared resentfully at the cumbersome arm holder that hindered his movement. "Come on, stop complaining. Let's get going," said Lapuz, who stood beside him in her usual uniform. She was unusually eager to take care of Tsushima, perhaps feeling responsible for his injury. The bouquet of flowers she carried was meant to be a substitute for what he would hold, but Tsushima could manage that much on his own. Reluctantly, he followed Lapuz, who was cheerfully leading the way. "So, where exactly is Shin's grave?" Lapuz turned to look back at him, calmly mentioning Shin's name as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. After that incident, Lapuz had insisted on visiting Shin's grave. She seemed to have her reasons, and her persistence wore Tsushima down to the point where he finally agreed to come here today, despite his reluctance. What was that enthusiasm all about? Tsushima pondered as he moved, directing his remaining functional arm toward the top of the hill where the cemetery spread out before them. It should be at the highest point. Wow, what a nice spot. With her silver hair swaying in the wind, Lapuz climbed up the hill Tsushima had pointed to. Despite being a cemetery, the beautifully manicured grassy hill felt refreshing. Lapuz dashed up between the white tombstones until she spotted Shin's grave and waved her hand. "There it is. I told you it would be there, Tsushima replied, somewhat exasperated, as he joined her side. He looked down at Shun's grave once again. It had been 12 years since Shun had died. Naturally, there were no remains or personal belongings buried beneath this tombstone, only a symbolic marker. This grave had been created 8 years ago, following the conclusion of the War of Independence, at the insistence of well-meaning friends. There were also many other markers for comrades who had lost their lives in the war. However, Tsushima had not only avoided visiting this grave for a long time, but he hadn't even been able to come to this place. The reasons for that were all too clear. Exhaling smoke, Tsushima placed the half-finished cigarette against the tombstone. "Hey, are you serious? Are you offering a cigarette?" Lapuz murmured, clearly perplexed. Tsushima found it oddly amusing, a smile breaking across his face. "Yeah. Shun liked cigarettes too. I started smoking because of her." "Really? That totally changes my image of Shun. I thought she was more of a pure and innocent type." With a uniquely difficult-to-read expression, Lapuz said this and placed the bouquet she was holding next to the cigarette. Tsushima hadn't shared everything about Shun with her yet, but he tried to answer the questions Lapuz asked. This was something Tsushima had never been able to do before. Yet, with Lapuz, he found he could do things he previously thought impossible. As he took a new cigarette, Tsushima pulled out his well-used oil lighter from his pocket. He looked down at the lighter in his palm, briefly scanning the engraved lettering on the side. The series of words he had once dreamed of seeing was no longer there. Perhaps it had existed once, but now it had worn away to the point that he couldn't even find a trace of it. "To live for tomorrow," he muttered. "What? Did you say something?" Lapuz tilted her head, looking up at Tsushima in curiosity at his muttering. He skillfully rolled the lighter in his hand, lit the cigarette, and brought it to his lips. After exhaling smoke once, twice, Tsushima snapped the lighter shut with a click. "Ah, it's nothing." Saying this, Tsushima tossed the lighter in front of Shun's grave. "Hey, it fell." Lapuz knew that the lighter was an important item to Tsushima, so she hurried to pick it up. However, Tsushima stopped her. "That's fine. Once an item has served its purpose, it should return to its owner." Lapuz didn't fully understand what he meant, looking up at him with a perplexed expression reminiscent of someone reading a complicated textbook. To escape her gaze, Tsushima looked up at the sky and exhaled smoke toward the endless azure expanse above. "It's a nice day," he remarked. Lapuz nodded happily at Tsushima's unusually peaceful comment. "Yeah, perfect weather for a picnic." The two stood side by side, gazing at the view beyond Shun's grave. This cemetery, situated atop a small hill, offers a view that stretches from the east of Elba to the north and all the way to the west. Its location is such that it stands against anything that might obstruct the sight. Both of them faced the same direction, across the wide sea. In other words, the Balga Empire. "I'm here today because I want to properly confront things," Lapuz said, breaking the silence that had lingered for some time and adjusting her tone from earlier. "Ah." Tsushima responded with minimal acknowledgement, careful not to interrupt her words. Lapuz brushed her flowing silver hair to the side and turned her body toward Tsushima. "Tsushima, I may take you to a place that feels like hell. Even so, I will continue to believe in you as a knight and respond with sincerity. I will make sure we reach the place you desire together." "Ah. So." Lapuz wet her lips, gathering her resolve. "So, please come with me to the Balga Empire." Lapuz looked straight at Tsushima with her shining blue eyes and spoke without a hint of hesitation. There was no longer any trace of the uncertainty that had once marked her. Her words were filled with determination and resolve. Hearing this, Tsushima lowered his gaze from the sea to the grave marker of Shun. In his heart, Tsushima apologized to Shun. He acknowledged that he would now live his life with Lapuz, moving forward together, and that he would finally walk his own path in life. As Tsushima took a deep breath and closed his eyes, Shun's figure was no longer there. He interpreted this as a sign that the image he had seen just days ago, when he was on the brink of death, was surely her last appearance. He turned his body toward Lapuz and said, "All right. I'll take you to the very depths of hell." In response to Tsushima's ironic words, Lapuz smiled brightly and replied, "No, it's the other way around. I'll take you beyond the very depths of hell. After all, I am your master." Despite the ominous words, Lapuz's smile was refreshingly bright. Afterward, "Thank you for picking up this among countless other works. I am truly delighted if you found it enjoyable. I hope this book can bring a little warmth to someone's heart." End of Volume 2.